It was connected to my phone. Hi, y'all. Hopefully you can hear me now. If you can hear me now, put a 1 in the chat. I'm going to go through that whole thing all over again. So, okay, unmute. I know. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me see the ones. Let me see the ones. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. A minute in and we struggle streaming already. All right. Well, here's what to expect. We go through that whole thing all over again. And here's what we're going to do. So, today is all about the Murphy cousins. Welcome to your day 3 of the sentencing phase. Okay. So we're going to start with Davion's, I believe it's the doctor that's on the stand. Okay. So we're going to have the doctor that was up there yesterday, the one that looked like Bernie Sanders. Y'all going in on him. So we have that. Then on top of that, we're going to have Charmaine Stiger, who knows both the Murphys, is the baby mama of Rashad, who had a probation violation and was picked up on Monday. So apparently we're supposed to start with her. Now, what I was saying is, you guys know those people that start in law and crime. You know, I usually start a few minutes behind. The reason why, so we can have TiVo time and skip breaks. So we have that. Okay. I'm going to ask that if you are one of those people that came from the law and crime chat, you started your day over there, don't do the thing. You know what thing I'm talking about? The thing I'm talking about is the,
oh my God, AV, this just happened. This is about to happen. And I'm just letting you know that that's about to happen.
don't spoil it for us that started over here. Okay. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Also, the other funny thing I mentioned is this shirt gives me the Jailhouse Blues vibe. So we're doing that. Speaking of shirts, for lunch today, I'm giving away 5 shirts from the merch store. So if you're hanging around until noon, please hang around and go from there. All right, y'all, let us jump into the stream and get it started. I am going to boost the audio because we know people are going to complain about sound. So let us jump in. Audio booster to the max. Shut that chat off. Okay, let us come back. It looks like we have somebody in jail. Judge walks in right around here. Let's go.
Hi, this is Judge Sisko. Do I have Ms. Stiger present?
Yes.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Can you turn on your video or ask someone to help turn on the video?
Just a second.
Sure.
So this is Rashad's baby mama from jail.
Oh, now the video's on. Where'd she go? Okay. Okay.
Likes up. Make sure you hit that like button early.
All right, Ms. Stiger, correct?
Hello.
You're Charmaine Stiger?
Yes.
Okay, very good. The video is on. So we're going to bring in our jury, and then I'm going to have the clerk swear you in, and then we will begin with your testimony. Okay, let's go ahead and bring in the jury.
For anybody coming in, this is Rashad's baby mama. She got picked up on Monday for a probation violation.
Broadcast her identity. Okay, ask the media not to broadcast her identity.
Too late.
Pardon me? It's okay. It's fine. don't show the screen. Right. They know what that means. It's okay. It's okay. Going forward from this moment forward. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. So when we broke yesterday, we had one, oh, sorry. That's right. Okay. So yesterday when we recessed, we had a witness on the stand, but due to scheduling issues, we have to call another witness out of turn, all right? So I believe Rashad Murphy is calling Charmaine Stiger, correct?
That is correct.
All right, very good. Ms. Stiger, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You may proceed, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
Charmaine Stiger.
And Ms. Stiger, I believe you're in custody in jail in the Duval County Jail in Jacksonville.
Yes.
And are you in jail for a violation of probation?
Yes.
And are you scheduled to be released in the next few weeks, sometime in June?
Yeah.
Ms. Stiger, do you know the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And how long have you known him?
Since we were teenagers.
And how would you describe your relationship? Are you a romantic relationship? Are you his fiance?
Yes.
And you've known each other since you were teenagers. Would that be over 15 years?
Yes.
And do you have any children together?
Yes. We have 4 children.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we have 4 children.
4 children. Now, how would you describe Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, as a father and in your relationship with him?
He's a good man. He's a good father. He's a super father. Meaning he's there through any and everything with his children. He never leaves his children's side. Anything that they need, anywhere that they have to go, he's there. He's a good man. He's a gentleman. And just from this situation happening, it's it's a situation that my children have to go through each and every day. And this pain here is just causing them to not be focused on the things that they need to be focused on. And everything has been stripped away from you.
Okay. So, Ms. Stiger, I just need you just to answer the question that is asked, okay? Mr. Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you. Do you love Rashad Murphy?
Yes, I do.
Do his children love him, Rashad Murphy?
Of course they do.
And you said he was a super father. Did he participate in their activities and help raise them?
Yes, he did.
Now, I'd like to go back a minute. How is it do you recall how you first got together with Rashad Murphy? How did you get to meet him?
I met him at a football game.
And were you together pretty much the entire time after you started your relationship?
Yes.
Back in, starting I believe in 2018, did several members of his family pass away?
Yes, they did.
Now, did his mother and cousin pass away in 2018?
Yes.
And his grandmother in 2019?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was Rashad the pallbearer for all 3 of those people that I just mentioned, family members, mother, cousin, and grandmother.
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you observed how that affected those experiences? How did that affect Mr. Murphy?
As any other person would have lost a loved one, he took it really bad.
To your knowledge, were they all buried next to each other?
Yes.
And are you aware if there was any type of vandalization of those graves?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
And how did that affect Rashad Murphy?
He was pretty hurt by it.
What do you know about Rashad's childhood? His father. Let's start with his father.
What about his father?
Was his father part of his life?
No, not them. No, not really.
Are you aware that, or was Rashad ever placed in foster care?
Yes, I'm aware.
And what about his mother? What type of mother do you have knowledge of was his mother to Rashad?
She was a great mother.
Pardon?
She was a great mother.
Do you know if Rashad is a religious person?
No.
When you and him were together, was he employed?
Yes.
Did he provide for you and your children together?
Yes.
Now, after the death of his mother, did you and Rashad become the legal guardian for Rashad's siblings, his brothers and sisters?
Yes, we did.
You've already described him as a super father. Can you describe what type of brother he was to his siblings?
He was an excellent big brother to his siblings.
Who named the children you both share together?
He did.
What are their names?
Major, Prosper, Adriana, and Gabrielle.
Would coaching the kids in sports be one of his favorite things to do?
Yes.
Would cooking for you and the children be another thing that he enjoyed doing?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to say that Rashad loves helping those in need?
Yes.
Was there a time that Rashad worked at Walmart?
Yes.
And was there a time while working at Walmart that you saw a man sleeping at the bus stop after you picked him up from work?
Yes.
Do you recall what Rashad did?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Okay. In 2023, a day before Thanksgiving, do you recall if Rashad was working for Amazon?
Yes.
Was someone waiting for him to check out of work?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Do you recall what happened that night?
Yes, our house was shot up after we left work.
Did Rashad quit his job after that?
Yes, he did.
What about Murphy and Sons? Did he work for them?
Yes,
What is Murphy and Sons?
a business of his grandfather.
And did he work for them to also help you and your children financially?
Yes, he did.
Has his grandfather passed away since he was arrested in this case?
Yes,
Did Rashad ever propose to you?
yes, he did.
And were you and Rashad planning on getting married before his arrest in this case?
Yes.
Before he shot people up. Okay, so real quick, I just want to show you guys something. So this was filed a few days ago. This is the amended list of mitigating circumstances. Y'all might have heard us talk about this. So for Rashad, here's his list of circumstances. Basically, don't give me the death penalty. He has 11 things on here. Number one, he was only 30 years old when the homicide occurred. Interesting. The capital felony was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. The capacity for the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct of the requirements of law was substantially impaired. The defendant has a history of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse as a child, consistent with childhood post-traumatic stress disorder. The defendant has maintained a loving relationship with his family and friends while incarcerated. The defendant has displayed appropriate behavior and the ability to follow rules while incarcerated. The defendant has developed religious and spiritual awareness while incarcerated. The defendant helped raise his younger siblings, including working jobs at a young age to provide financial support, and the defendant loves his children and has been a good father to them. The defendant, as a minor, was removed from his primary home and placed into foster care due to negligent and abusive situations in the primary home. The defendant has no prior felony convictions. So now we know Rashad Steele. I just wanted to show y'all that real quick. Let's go back to the courtroom.
Now, I asked you, and I want to make sure, do you know if Rashad is a follower of Jesus Christ?
Yes, he is.
Well, he said, the question was originally if he was religious, then it's no, but if she's amending. I didn't understand. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is Rashad a follower of Jesus Christ?
Yes, he is.
Did he make sure that you followed the faith as a family?
Yes, he did.
Are you aware that he taught Bible studies since he's been arrested and to other inmates since he's been in jail in this case?
Yes.
If Mr. Rashad Murphy is sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, would you continue to have contact with Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I will.
Will you visit him in prison?
Yes, I will.
Will you make sure that his children, your children, would remain or still be able to have contact with Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
Is Rashad, would you describe him as goal-oriented?
As what?
Goal or oriented?
Yes.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor. Oh, one second. Before I finish, I just want to have you elaborate, if you can, a little bit more about activities when Mr. Murphy was not in custody and serving as a in-person father to his children. Can you describe what activities he participated in with his children?
Football games, basketball games, soccer games, pageants for the girls, father and daughter dance, all kind of activities.
How did Rashad's taking in and his siblings after his mother died, how did that affect you and your lives?
It didn't affect us. We just know that the kids needed support, and we took care of them like they were our own kids.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any questions?
No questions, Judge.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Stiger. Your testimony is now concluded, okay? Oh, wait, sorry, we do have a few more questions. One moment. I believe the counsel for Davion Murphy has a couple questions for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you know Davion Murphy?
Yes,
And how is it that you know him?
he's Rashad's cousin.
And what's your, can you describe Davion as a person?
I can't because I haven't got to know him. He's been in prison
Okay,
for a long
Alright.
time.
thank you.
Okay, any redirect? Oh, okay, very good. All right, thank you, Ms. Stiger. Now your testimony is concluded, so you can go ahead and end the Zoom on your part, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And is that it as far as Zoom witnesses this morning? Yes? Okay. All right, so let's get Dr. is it Eisenstein back on the witness stand.
We're going to pick it up with the doctor from yesterday afternoon, and we are switching back to Davion's list. Davion has about 5-6 people, 2 of them being inmates, another doctor after this one, and then another lay witness. So we're going to get through Davion for the first part of the day and then Rashad afterward.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. All right, doctor, you remain under oath from yesterday, okay?
Correct.
No. May it please the court?
Yes, if the doctor is ready to go. It looks like he's still unpacking
Yeah, I'll wait.
from where I am. I assume that's what's going on.
Good morning.
Good morning. You all settled?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Sir, you are a neuropsychologist, correct?
Correct.
That is what you've done for, you said 4 decades, correct? Or about approximately?
Correct.
Okay. And you maintain, or you did at some point maintain clinical practices? Is that correct?
I still do.
You still do? Okay. So in addition to your forensic work that you do, where you consult with attorneys like Ms. Toomey, for Mr. Murphy, you do clinical practice where you see patients,
Correct.
but Mr. Murphy is not a clinical patient, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And consulting in legal cases like this, specifically capital murder cases where you would testify in penalty phase, you would consult to determine if there's mental health mitigation. That's a major part of what you do in your forensic work, correct?
Correct.
Right. So this isn't the first time you've come into a penalty phase like this in front of a jury and testified,
Correct.
right? After your client's been found guilty, you come in and you're going to testify to what your findings are, correct?
Correct.
You are not a medical doctor, correct?
Correct.
You're not a psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
Those are two distinct things. Would you agree with me?
Correct.
Okay. So you did some work at Yale University, but you didn't go to school there, their medical school, to seek a medical degree, correct?
Correct.
When you met with Mr. Davion Murphy, and I'm going to continue to refer to him as Davion Murphy because we have another Murphy sitting over here, okay? When you went to meet with him, did you advise him of the purpose and your role in the case?
Correct.
And you made sure he understood that, correct?
Yes.
And you told him it was your role, if I understand correctly, to evaluate him and assess this case for any potential mental health mitigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you went through these tests, you explained to him the test, correct?
Correct.
That you administered? All right. And you did obtain a history from him, correct?
Correct.
So he would have known you were there not to hurt him, correct?
I'm sorry?
You were there not to hurt him. You were not there in an adversarial position, correct?
Correct.
You were not sent by the state attorney's office or the prosecution. He would have known that, correct?
Correct.
And you made sure he knew that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Doctor, this is not the first time in a penalty phase situation where you have examined a defendant that you have recommended that there be diagnostic scans, correct?
Correct.
So you've done that in other cases too, correct?
Correct.
Out of all the times that you've testified for a defendant in a penalty phase proceeding, and you've told us most of those were here in Florida?
Correct.
How many times do you believe that you recommended that they have some type of brain scan?
The vast majority.
And how many of those times that you've testified was that on behalf of the prosecution?
Always on behalf of the defense.
Do you know who Dr. Rubino is?
Yes, I do.
Have you worked on cases that he has been consulted by the same party?
Yes.
So one of the tests that you administered in this case was the TOMS, correct?
Correct.
The TOMMS?
It's TOMM.
I'm sorry, TOMM. But a lot of people will refer to it as the TOMS or the TOM test.
Well, it's an acronym.
It's an acronym, correct. What does it stand for?
Test of memory malingering.
Okay, so that's a test, that is a scale specifically designed to detect malingering, correct?
Correct.
And you don't tell the person that when you give them the test, correct?
Correct.
All right, so malingering is not giving genuine, reliable effort, correct?
Correct.
It's faking, basically, right?
Correct.
Okay. And how many times did you administer that test in this case?
Well, it's administered one time, but there's 3 parts to the test.
There's 3 parts to it, okay. So in that single administration, he is actually participating in 3 separate subtests or 3 tests?
Correct.
All right, but that's all done on the same day, is that right?
Correct. The same time.
Okay. How many days did you meet with the defendant or did your partner meet with the defendant to administer testing?
I believe it was 7 times.
7 times. And your partner in your practice also participated in this, correct, with administration of tests?
Correct.
And she is a psychologist?
A licensed psychologist.
Licensed psychologist. Is she your spouse, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Now, your practice, you maintain this generally out of your house in Miami, is that correct?
No, we have an office.
You do have an office. Okay, my mistake. I thought you had most of your practice done out of your house. So you have an office where you meet with your clinical patients?
Correct.
Okay. So your assessment of the defendant's reliability and credibility and effort, that was only done on that one day, correct?
Well, with that particular test.
That particular test, yes. So the other test you're talking about is a subtest of the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, correct?
That was one.
Right, and that's a subtest that can be utilized to detect malingering, but it's not the primary purpose of that subtest, correct?
Correct.
So that's a test that in the literature, you can utilize it for effort and to determine if there's been a genuine effort.
Correct.
Okay, and that's one of the several subtests of the Wechsler.
Correct.
I want to say it correctly. That would be the WAIS, the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, correct?
Correct.
All right. So on the other days where you were administering tests, are those, is that it? Are those the tests that you administered for malingering?
No, also gave the word choice, the advanced clinical solutions.
Okay. Is that a single test?
Correct.
And was that given on the same day as the Tom or on a different day?
No, it was a different day.
A different day. Okay. So on how many of the 7 days did you test for malingering?
So y'all see Scott up there. Scott is he's trying to see if there was any testing for malingering. Now, I know that that's a strange word if you're not familiar with it. Basically, as he was doing these IQ tests and all this other testing with Davion, he's trying to ask if those tests included an option that shows if the person might be faking it. Okay, that's what Scott's getting at here. And it's taken a little long for the doctor to answer the question, but that's what Scott's trying to get at. Let's go back on in.
Well, it was official tests were 3 times, but really it's throughout the evaluation itself. So it's 3 malingering measures on 3 different days.
On 3 different days out of 7, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So even assuming that he wasn't hedging or faking in some way in those malingering measures and just was not detected, on the days when you didn't test him for malingering, you had no measure to assess whether he was. No measure. And I'm not talking about your clinical assessment. I'm talking about a measure, a test. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Doctor, you are, this is a consulting business that you maintain, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, it's part of your business to consult in these types of cases, correct?
Well, we're doing evaluations and we're assessing the individuals.
Yes, but you're getting paid for what you're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I want to talk to you about. Can you tell us how much you're charging for your services, for your consultation with the defense?
$300 an hour.
And is that a flat amount that goes across anything you do in the case?
Correct.
Okay, so $300 an hour to administer tests
Correct,
and to conduct interviews
correct,
and $300 an hour during your testimony.
correct.
All right. And when the state of Florida took your deposition, you sent us an invoice for $300 an hour, correct?
That's correct,
For the multiple hours in that deposition process.
correct.
Okay. And do you charge any kind of fee for your travel from Miami to here?
Yeah, that's charged at a lower fee,
At a lower fee? What is that?
$125 an hour.
And is that actual travel time or is that some kind of a flat fee?
No, it's actual travel time.
Okay. So at this point, have you submitted invoices for payment?
Yeah, up until this point, yes.
Okay. How many invoices have you submitted?
There have been several.
Several. Okay. Do you know the total amount that you've been reimbursed or billed for?
It's approximately $30,000.
Okay. And that doesn't include your testimony last night and today, correct?
That's correct.
Doctor, one of the things that you mentioned the DSM-5, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that is something you recognize as a diagnostic manual that is utilized by psychologists and psychiatrists.
Correct.
And you utilize it in your practice, correct?
Correct.
And are you currently using the DSM-5 TR,
Correct.
the current version?
Yes.
Okay. But at some point you were, I'm assuming, utilizing the DSM-5 that I'm holding up here.
Correct.
Okay. All right. When you're conducting testing and evaluation for cognitive functioning, correct? The DSM-5 and general practice in the field of psychology would indicate that you should, depending on the test scores, you should always seek collateral information, correct?
Correct.
And that was the part, that's why you interviewed the defendant and spoke to his mother.
Correct.
When the defense provided you the materials in this case, you've told us you've received several records, including medical records and school records that included psycho evaluations of the defendant?
Correct.
Did they provide you with any of the law enforcement reports in this case?
I don't believe so.
Did they provide you with any video evidence in this case?
No.
Did they provide you with any of the video of the actual murder itself?
No.
Okay, were you aware that the actual murder was captured on video evidence?
Correct.
Okay, but they didn't provide that to you.
That's correct.
All right. And did they provide you any digital evidence, like social media evidence,
No.
or any audio, visual interviews, anything like that?
No.
Any deposition transcripts?
No.
Now, they didn't provide you any police reports and they didn't provide you any of these videos, but you never requested those either, correct?
That's correct.
And you could have done that, right?
Correct.
Right. It would be fair to say that as far as that decision, in your position, you kind of drive the bus on that. You can make the decision to say, hey, I want all the police reports. I want any evidence that shows your client being interviewed or any statements he may have made, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing to prevent you from making that request, correct?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, had made a statement to the police?
Correct.
Right. Do you know the contents of that statement?
No.
Have you reviewed any of it?
No.
So you haven't even reviewed like a minute of it?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to know it's 2 hours long?
No.
And in the interview, the defendant is being interviewed by detectives, law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And the defendant is being questioned, at least in large part in the interview, about this case and about his culpability in this case. Were you aware of that?
No.
And in portions of the video, he is left alone in the interview room for several minutes in a couple different occasions and can be observed. Were you aware of that?
No.
And if the video was recorded and the defendant was interviewed approximately 7 months after the murder happened, that would be closer in time than any other information, collateral information you were provided, correct? And I'm not talking about your testing or anything like that. I'm talking about collateral information.
I'm not sure what you mean by collateral information.
Well, history given by the defendant or any records that were provided.
That is interesting that he has not seen the interrogation footage of Davion acting crazy, because it is clear that he likely is not insane from that video, right? So Scott's actually kind of cooking right now, because he's basically making it seem like this expert didn't do their due diligence. Okay. Quick reminder. I know you guys forget, especially in the morning. If you have not hit the like button, please do that. It helps me. It helps you. It puts us in your algorithm right away in the morning, and it just puts us at the top, right? So if you could do that for me, that'd be fantastic. We do have a plan for lunch, and I am going to be giving away 5 pieces from my merch store. So if y'all could get me to those 1,000 likes quicker, that would be fantastic. Let's go back on in.
Well, I'm looking primarily at educational records.
Mhm.
I'm looking at medical records. I'm looking at those as history. So that's where my primary focus is on.
Oh, I understand that. I think that's pretty clear. But if this interview occurred 7 months after the murder, you would agree with me that that is closer in time than any documented event that you've been provided through those records, correct?
Well, it's different. It's different times. It's different material.
Right.
It's a different look.
You're looking at, it's a different look at a different time in his life, correct?
That's correct.
You're looking at incidents that occurred when he was in elementary school. You're looking at incidents that occurred when he was 17, when he was 20, maybe when he was 20, I think 25. This is 7 months after the commission of the murder that he's been convicted of. So that would be closer in time to the murder than all of those events that you were looking at, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And one of the things that would be important, and I'll come back to that, but one of the things that would be important in your assessment, since you're relying so heavily upon your neurocognitive testing of the defendant, would be an assessment, as you talked about, that you tested for, of his effort, of his genuine effort in those tests, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that if he is not giving genuine effort, then the tests are really not a good reflection, correct?
That's correct.
And a lot of your testing, you're trusting on him to give you effort, are you not?
Well, we're assessing for that.
But other than that, the time when you did assess for that, even when you assess for that, even if you gave him tests later that day or right after that, you're still going to be relying upon him to give you genuine effort, correct?
Well, again, that's my examination and evaluation of him. That's correct.
Right. And then on the days when you didn't test whether he was malingering or faking, you had to rely upon him. You had to trust him to give you genuine effort, correct?
Well, I'm not sure the word trust is correct. It's just giving effort in terms of what he's doing.
Right, but you're relying upon him to do that, correct?
That's correct.
So that you have valid scores and valid testing, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So as a person who is analyzing and evaluating the defendant and his results on those tests, you have to consider any potential motive or bias that he may have to fabricate or to fake, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And, or not give valid effort, right?
Correct.
Okay. And looking at a 2-hour interview of your client by detectives, that could be critical in making an assessment of this person's reliability, correct? And their credibility.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And having the facts of the case, the actual facts of the case, to be able to even make a more informed decision as to the credibility when he's being interviewed by the detectives, to be able to contrast what the evidence shows and what he's telling the detectives. That would be critical also, wouldn't it? Or could be helpful, right?
Correct.
It would have given you possibly a lot more data and a lot more information to consider his potential bias and credibility, correct?
Well, again, that speaks to that particular time, his responses, but I'm looking at it a wholly different aspect.
So you would agree with me as far as bias, that there is no one involved in this case. There's no one sitting in this courtroom that has more bias than Davion Murphy or these other defendants would have to potentially fabricate or fake their way through neurocognitive testing, correct?
That's a possibility.
Right, and they
But
have.
I evaluated for that, I assessed that, and I made a determination
I
that
understand.
he was not faking. I said that.
Right, I understand that.
And if he would have been faking, the test would have been quite different.
Well, what I'm asking you is, he has a bias, correct? An inherent built-in bias, right?
Everyone has a bias.
But he has a massive potential bias because he may potentially be facing the death penalty, correct?
That's correct.
And at the time you administered those tests, he was facing charges of capital murder and, if convicted, a potential death sentence, correct?
That's correct.
And he had that in his mind. That would have been in his mind when he was taking these tests, correct? That you were administering.
Well, again, as I stated, if he would have been faking on the test, they would have shown up, the scores, the results would have been quite different. That's not the case. So from a neurocognitive point of view, in terms of doing tests, assessing his cognitive abilities, I made the determination that he was not faking. If he would have been faking,
Yeah.
the results would have been quite different. My testing would have been different, and that was not the case.
Right. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking about his potential bias, right?
But I think I answered that, and I
Right.
think I'm telling you that during the
Okay, Your Honor, at this
examination,
point, I'm going to object that he's being non-responsive.
Well,
Now he's arguing with me.
okay, all right, I think the question
All right, they starting to squabble up over here.
has been answered, so please ask your next question.
Okay. Okay, we established, you agree with me, that he has a very large and obvious bias. So my question to you is, that bias would have been in his knowledge and in the back of his mind when he was taking the test.
I think I answered that already.
And that would be yes, right?
No, the answer is no.
It wouldn't be in his mind?
Again, I think I answered that. You stopped me in the middle of
Okay.
my answer.
So you're telling this jury you do not believe that Davion Murphy would have had in the back of his mind, knowing that you're there to assist and help him and knowing that you're there to find any potential mitigation, that he is potentially looking at a capital murder conviction and then a potential death sentence?
I didn't say that.
Well, that's my question.
That, of course.
I didn't ask you about your findings about whether you think he's faking. I'm asking about his bias.
Well, of course, that's on his mind.
Now, going back to the interview of the defendant, assuming that the detectives had identified themselves and had identified what they were questioning the defendant about, all right, I just want you to be fully informed in this question. If the defendant lied to the detectives during that 2-hour interview, not once, but multiple times, that could potentially also be critical evidence for you to look at as far as assessing his reliability, correct?
Well, it relates to that particular incident.
Well, it would relate to this person and whether he's telling the truth in a very pressure tested situation, being questioned by detectives, right?
That's true.
Okay. And if he had the ability, and we're going to move now beyond looking at collateral evidence of his reliability or his trustworthiness, if he had the ability to fabricate lies where he is weaving them around facts. I was in Tampa, I was there Sunday, but I didn't get there till Sunday. And I know you don't know a lot about the facts of the case, but this is really to remind the jury in this question. he's able to lay into a weave of lies some facts to try to anchor in more that lie, that would be significant to you in your analysis and your evaluation of his cognitive ability, correct?
I told you, I think I answered that, and I'll answer it again.
Well, I haven't asked you about cognitive.
Well, you just
assessment.
mentioned that. So if you want, I can answer that.
Okay.
You can ask
It would
another
be,
question.
it would be critically important to that, right? Or potentially critically important to that.
Again, that is something on his mind, but that's what I did not evaluate what his state of mind was or his interview. That wasn't part of what I did.
Okay. Well, you would agree with me. It's not just something on his mind. That goes to his cognitive functioning, his ability to create lies out of whole cloth, correct?
Again, that's how he that's how he responded. My neurocognitive evaluation goes to another area altogether.
And you would agree with me, I think you said this yesterday. There is no perfect test, correct? I think you said that. There is no perfect test or test performance.
I'm not sure in what context.
I'm talking about your neurocognitive testing, especially the administration of the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, that there is no perfect test or testing scenario.
Well, I don't think I said that. What I said was that the ultimate score of any test, there's room for error in terms of how it's scored and how it's interpreted.
Good enough. It's not 100%.
That's correct.
All right. And that's why there's a 5-point up and a 5-point down, and it's a band that it sits within, correct?
Correct.
In the waist. Okay. So you have that error rate of 5 points either way, correct?
Correct.
All right. The ability, well, let me rephrase. Were you aware or made aware of the fact that after the murder in this case, after the defendant had fled back to Jacksonville in the day or so, actually the same day as the murder, in the days, weeks, and months after that, that there was basically a manhunt going on in Duval County, Jacksonville, for this defendant? Were you aware of that?
Correct.
Okay. And there were advertisements by law enforcement on social media, on billboards, and on TV up there with the defendant's face being plastered around. You had been made aware of that?
I'm not sure to what extent.
Okay. All right. Considering that fact, and the fact which is pointed out to the defendant in his interview by the police, that the defendant for 7 months was able to live in Jacksonville, the city of Jacksonville, and evade the police, evade capture. Wouldn't that be significant to your evaluation, that fact?
Again, I think I answered the question, but
No, this is a different question.
well,
Doctor.
it goes back to the same point that you're trying to make. The neurocognitive evaluation
I'm
is
not trying to
separate.
make any points. I'm just asking you a question. This would go to his cognitive functioning
No.
and your evaluation of that,
Okay,
correct?
again, I think I answered this, but let me answer it again. My evaluation of him was independent of what his conduct was at the commission of the crime or his behavior. I think I mentioned that, and I'm going to reiterate that
Okay.
because I'm not going to discredit his performance based upon what his conduct was at the commission of the crime or how he conducted himself.
So your assessment was independent of his conduct or his mental state during the commission of the offense. That's what you're telling us?
I've told you that several times.
Okay. So let me ask you about this. You gave an opinion yesterday to this jury, did you not, doctor, that the defendant, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his or her conduct or to conform his or her conduct to the requirements of law was substantially impaired?
That's correct.
So are you talking about at the time the murder happened?
That's correct.
So you are giving an opinion about the defendant's mental state at the time the murder happened.
That's correct.
Okay, that seems to be completely opposite of what you just told this jury.
That's not true.
Okay, so then going on from that, you also gave an opinion that the defendant was, the felony, the murder in this case, was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance, correct?
That's correct.
And again, you're giving an opinion about his cognitive state, right, at the time the murder happened.
That's correct.
All right. So let me ask you some questions about that. So since you didn't look at a shred of the police reports in this case or see any of the video of the murder in this case, were you aware of the fact that the defendant in the hours before the murder actively took efforts to conceal his identity from any camera systems or from detection by the victim and his friends? Were you aware of that?
He's harassing the witnesses and asked and answered repeatedly.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the defendant, when the murder happened, was dressed in all black, covering every part of his body except for his eyes, which had an orange or reddish colored ski mask on? Were you aware of that?
No.
That he took active measures to conceal his identity? Were you aware of the fact that the defendant, before shooting at the victim and his friends, snuck along, excuse me?
Objection. This is repetitive, it's been asked and answered.
Overruled.
Were you aware of the fact that dressed up in that outfit with a high-powered rifle in his hands, that he snuck along behind a bunch of cars to avoid detection by the victims and took up a position of concealment? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the defendant did not come out of concealment until he absolutely had to, as the victim was fleeing in his car in a desperate attempt to get away, that he then revealed himself and opened fire on the victim's car? Were you aware of that fact?
No.
Were you aware of the fact that as the victim was fleeing in his car, that the defendant actively, purposely, intentionally followed the victim's car, running towards it, and then opened fire as the victim was fleeing away from him? Were you aware of that fact?
No.
And were you aware of the fact that after shooting at the victim's car, the defendant immediately, without hesitation, turned and ran back to a getaway car where he then secreted himself from the crime scene in the middle of the darkness in the night? Were you aware of that, sir?
No.
Okay. Wouldn't all of those facts have been critical to your assessment in determining these two opinions as to whether the defendant's cognitive abilities were impaired at the time he committed the murder?
No.
Don't all of those facts demonstrate a person's ability to adapt, their ability to conceal themselves, and to make purposeful, intentional effort to do so?
Perhaps.
Okay. And your testing is just one component of cognitive assessment, correct? Under the DSM-5?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, when you're assessing a person's intelligence or their cognitive abilities, IQ testing like the WAIS, that's just one aspect of it, correct?
I conducted a neuropsychological battery that consisted of many different areas of brain function, not just the IQ.
Right, I understand that. So in addition to your neuropsychological testing, the DSM-5 recommends, when you're determining cognitive ability, that you need to also look at adaptive behavior, correct?
That's correct.
Behavior where a person is able to adapt to everyday living conditions, correct?
Correct.
All right. And wouldn't you agree with me that adapting oneself to a living condition where you're consistently, continually aware that the police are seeking you out and attempting to locate you and find you, that adaptation would be critical to your assessment in this case?
I answered that already, and I said, again, my adaptive functioning that I did test for was not looking at those aspects.
Right. And the DSM-5 speaks to that, doing testing for adaptive
And I
behavior.
did that.
Correct. But the DSM-5 also speaks to looking at collateral information of adaptive behaviors, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Let's go through a couple of those, if you don't mind. I don't believe we heard about these yesterday. Let me find my glasses. So this would include the practical domain, which involves learning, which you've gone through, self-management across life settings. I'm reading directly from the manual, including personal care, job responsibilities, money management, work task organization. Would you agree that those are all adaptive behaviors that you need to look at?
Correct.
Okay. Further, the DSM-5 specifically states adaptive functioning may be difficult to assess in a controlled setting like a prison or a detention center. If possible, corroborative information reflecting functioning outside those settings should be obtained. Would you not agree with me? That's the exact setting that you were conducting your adaptive behavior testing in?
Correct.
In the county jail here in Hillsborough.
Correct.
And what I'm talking about is corroborative evidence outside of the jail, correct?
Well, what you're referring to is the case in point, which is not necessarily adaptive, and therefore I did not look at that.
Let me talk about some other adaptive behavior that we didn't hear about yesterday. So one of the things that you're to look at, as I brought up there, was job responsibilities and work task organizations, basically employment, the ability to obtain and maintain employment. You would agree with that, right? That would be an adaptive function.
Correct.
All right. When you interviewed Mr. Murphy, he gave you a work history, did he not?
Correct.
Okay. And the work history included his first job at Burger King, where he worked, I believe, for 6 months. Correct? Do you remember that in your report?
I don't think it was Burger King.
If you look to, let me see if I can find it. If you look at the top of your page 4, Doctor.
I'm sorry. You're right.
Okay. So his first job was at Burger King preparing food, and he worked there for 6 months, correct?
Correct.
All right. He also worked as a dishwasher at Cracker Barrel. He maintained employment there for 8 months, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he worked at International House of Pancakes for a couple of months and Steak and Shake for 6 months as a grill cook, a short order cook, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that would demonstrate, would it not, his ability to apply for employment, right?
Well, not necessarily that he applied, but yes, he got the job. That's what we know.
He got the job. And most jobs require some type of application and an interview, right? Before
Correct.
they're hired.
Correct.
You would agree with that, right? Okay. So it required him to go through an application process, including an interview, answering the person who's reviewing it, whether it's an HR person or it's the manager of these facilities. He also worked at a place called SteelCon, where he was doing industrial fabrication of some type, right?
Correct.
And I believe he worked at Lowe's. Do you remember him mentioning that? I don't believe it's in your report.
I don't recall.
Okay. But he was able to apply and to obtain a job. And before any of that, he was able to, you would agree with me, to have the adaptive behavioral ability or functioning ability to understand that he needs to get a job to make money, right? To live.
Correct.
To sustain himself. So that goes to his personal skills, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, and then to have a job and maintain it, even for that long, is going to require that he follow their expectations for his position, whatever his duties are, his roles, correct?
That's correct.
He's going to have to show up on time, right?
Correct.
And give good effort in his work, correct?
Correct.
And short order cooks, that's a position that is under a time restraint normally, correct?
Correct.
At breakfast places like IHOP and even at Steak and Shake, there's a
Scott is like, this ninja is not crazy. If he can handle all of these high pressure situations and these different jobs, this ninja is not crazy. He's not crazy, doc. What are you trying to tell this jury? Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. We're almost at 1,000. Just I know you guys forget when you come in. Just hit the like button. We're doing a t-shirt merch giveaway around lunchtime. So make sure you hit the like button. And if you know Davion's not crazy, hit the damn like button. Oh my God.
Real incentive, I guess, put on speed and getting food out quick, correct, to the servers.
Correct.
I mean, I think everybody knows that if you ever go out to eat breakfast or dinner somewhere in a setting like that. So those things, you put that in your report. You didn't talk about it yesterday, but that would demonstrate adaptive behavior, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Doctor, I believe in your opinions yesterday, and you correct me if I'm wrong, have you provided any Axis 1 diagnosis in this case?
No.
Okay. There was, you mentioned yesterday there was a time period where the defendant was prescribed Seroquel.
Correct.
It was a short time, correct?
Correct.
And you said Seroquel is an antipsychotic medication, correct?
That's correct.
That's what it was, I think, originally developed for and still is used, correct?
That's correct.
But it's also utilized to treat depression, correct?
Correct.
And anxiety.
Correct.
And especially in incarcerative settings, like in the Hillsborough County Jail, in low doses, 30 to 60 or 80 milligrams, it's utilized for insomnia or for inability to sleep.
Perhaps.
Okay. And in fact, I believe what he told you was it would make him tired when he took it.
Correct.
Okay. And so you don't know of any diagnosis of this defendant anywhere in the records you provided having any kind of an psychotic disorder, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Before I move on from work, I know it's not in your report, but you interviewed the defendant on multiple occasions for multiple hours, correct?
Correct.
And you've distilled that down to about a page and a half, correct, of history in your report?
Correct.
Did he advise you that at one point the Cracker Barrel job, maybe the IHOP job, those were jobs he held in the city of Orlando?
That's correct.
You remember that? Okay. So you were aware of the fact that the defendant was able to manage a move from his home of Jacksonville to the city of Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And all of the associated things that involves obtaining residence, paying rent, signing a lease, all of the things that you would think of when someone moves from one place to the other, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he was able to do all of those things, correct?
Well, again, he wasn't living alone. There were some assistants. He was living with a girlfriend.
For a part of that time.
Right.
correct?
So
Yeah.
what he did and what he got assistance was, that's unclear.
Still a move though, right?
That's correct.
And that would show the ability to manage oneself through everyday life, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You would agree also, before I move on, as far as the work itself and being able to maintain employment, that a person in those positions that the defendant told you that he held, the work he held, would require someone to work as part of a team, right?
Correct.
To be able to get along with their fellow employees and work efficiently with them.
Correct.
And without getting into the specifics, he told you the reasons that he may have lost a job had nothing to do with merit or his ability to perform the tasks at the job, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Were you aware, did he tell you that at one point, because of the cost of living in Orlando, that he actually was juggling 3 jobs at the same time?
Correct.
And he actually lost one of them because he was trying to do 3 at the same time?
Correct.
He crazy, but could have 3 jobs at the same damn time. Right.
You would agree with me, doctor, that financial responsibility is another adaptive function?
Correct.
So I want to talk to you about the ADHD diagnosis from his childhood. That was a diagnosis made at some point when he was a little boy, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know who made that diagnosis, do you?
No.
And you don't know their level of education or what degrees they may hold?
That's correct.
You don't know their qualifications?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, especially during that time period in our school systems in this country, a lot of little boys were being diagnosed with ADHD. You would agree with that?
Correct.
And he was seen by a Dr. Quinones at one point, a psychiatrist. Is that right?
Correct.
With his brother.
Correct.
Yeah. And Miss Beeks, Serena Beeks, his mother, took her boys to that doctor for about 3 years, right? When they were little.
Correct.
And you don't know what he treated them for or any diagnosis he may have made, correct?
Correct.
There's nothing to reflect that that doctor did anything in reference to ADHD, correct?
Don't know.
Okay. He was treated with medication when he was a little boy for ADHD, correct?
Correct.
Vyvanse, is that how you pronounce it?
Correct.
And Ritalin?
Correct.
And he stopped taking it when he was in adolescence because he told you he didn't like the way it made him feel. It made him feel slow and lethargic, right?
Correct.
But in fact, he told you even when he was a little boy that he didn't like the way this medicine was making him feel, right?
Correct.
And stopping the medication for a child who's been diagnosed with it in adolescence, that's not uncommon, is it?
Correct.
Now, you've talked about the defendant, some medical records you have suggesting that he had a motor vehicle accident. I think twice.
Correct.
Twice, okay. But his diagnosis with ADHD, that was years before that, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, it wasn't discussed in your direct examination, I don't believe, and it may have been. If it was, then it's my mistake. There was a lot of ground covered, but he did give you a history of substance abuse, correct?
Correct.
And what he told you was he started using substances in his early adolescence, right?
Correct.
That included drinking copious amounts of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
Smoking marijuana,
Correct.
and I believe taking MDMA or ecstasy.
Correct.
And that's behavior that he told you has persisted into his adult life.
Correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the DSM-5 always advises in anything that you're looking at, as far as mental health, that you need to rule out any kind of substance abuse and its effects or the effect it may be having on the person, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may we approach real quick?
Sure. Yep, come on up. It's Jimmy.
All right, looks like they're taking a sidebar. Davion putting that thing almost in his eye. A longer sidebar. Some of you guys, and y'all know the ones, the people that come from the law and crime chat, and they're like,
Oh my God, AV, the sound's about to go out.
and they let you know what is happening. So I do have a backup option just in case the sound does go out on law and crime. So I did pull up Court TV as a backup. So when that does happen, we will switch. So don't worry, I got y'all. Thank y'all for getting closer to 1,000 likes. We are almost there, almost there. Let me skip ahead. This is a longer sidebar. And remember, this is Davion's first witness. Ah, here it is. It did go out. Okay, we're going to skip ahead.
Here
Here we go.
to people taking it,
Correct.
for lack of a better way of saying it. So I want to talk to you a little bit about this Texas Functional Living Scale that you utilized. This tested Mr. Davion Murphy on his ability, number one, to tell time on a clock, right?
Correct.
And he had to reverse the hour and minutes, and he had some difficulty drawing the correct time on a clock. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're talking about an analog clock with hands, right? Hour, minute, second
Correct.
hands?
Just like the one that's here.
Yes, just like that one. Thank you. I was looking around and I didn't see, oh, there's one over here too. Okay. And you would agree with me that at least watches are kind of being phased out other than smart watches for phones and smartwatches, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You have not seen that phenomenon in our culture?
Well, there's different options.
Right. There are, you're right. But people utilizing their phone or a smartwatch to tell time, and it's going to be digital, correct?
But son, an individual needs to look at the clock and be able to read that as well.
No, I agree with you. I mean,
So that's current.
that certainly makes sense, but I would suggest to you that in the current day, people are moving away from that type of time telling. And
Well-
would you not agree with that?
There's other options that I said, but still, you have to know the skill to be able to look at the clock and say, and
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that would be a good idea. So let me talk to you about another subtest, money and calculation subscale. In this one, you have him in the severely impaired range because he was, at times he was able to count change correctly, but was more inaccurate than not in changing out dollar bills and coins that were placed in front of him. So I think you know where I'm going. Currency is kind of being phased out in this country too over the last couple of decades, right? People are using their credit cards, their debit cards to pay for things. They just swipe, or even better yet, and I don't know where my phone went, which is scaring me a little bit, so I'm using this Doherty's phone. People are using their phones. They just put it up to the register and it rings up, right?
people still use cash.
A lot of people do. I agree.
Cash has not been discontinued.
Okay. Then one of the other things you had, one of the next things was difficulty writing out a check, right? A bank check.
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Murphy told you he had never written a bank check.
Correct.
Correct? You would agree with me as far as making payments like lease payments and rent payments and things like that. A lot of that occurs online now with bill pay, Venmo, PayPal, all kinds of things like that, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Murphy, another one from this test, did not know how to look up a person in a telephone book, right?
Now, what's significant about that is that it's
Enough.
true
Yeah,
that
go ahead.
telephone books perhaps have been discontinued, but the skill that we're looking at is going in alphabetical order, knowing the ABCs, and that's a skill that you have to.
Part of the test was giving Davion a phone book and asked him to look somebody up. What? Interesting.
And you need, no matter what you're
Right.
using, what means of media that you're using, one has to know the alphabet in order to find anything that they're looking for.
Mr. Murphy is 28 years old, is that correct? He was born in 28 years old at the time of your test that you wrote?
Correct.
Okay. January 10th, 1997.
That's correct.
Okay, so he's 29 now.
Correct.
Okay. You would agree with me that there is a large section of the 20-year-old population in this country that have never laid eyes on a telephone book, correct?
Again, I mentioned that even though it's discontinued,
I understand.
so you have to know the alphabet. That has not been discontinued.
Now, another thing he had to do was address an envelope correctly, correct?
Correct.
And he had problems doing that?
Correct.
He was able to follow written directions and to describe the steps necessary to complete a simple task, though, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you wrote in the last section of that test before you moved on to the Kaufman Functional Academic Skills Test that he was able to carry out an instruction after some time had elapsed and was able to remember most of the factual information presented.
That's correct. The skills are varied.
On the reading subtest of the Kaufman Functional Academic Skills Test, he had a standard score of 82, right?
Correct.
Which put him in the below average range.
Correct.
For those in South Carolina, breaking news. Alex Murdoch is getting a new trial. Wow. I didn't think that was coming. Crazy.
Going on to your executive functioning testing, the DELIS, that's DELIS, Kaplan Executive Function System Verbal Fluency Test. A measure of letter fluency, is that right? Category fluency and category switching.
Correct.
All right, I'm just reading from your report. He scored in the low average range, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, his category switching was in the average range, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to make sure I say this right. Tactual, is that the way you say it? Is that
Correct.
the way it's pronounced? TACTUAL, tactual performance test, which is a measure of tactile form recognition, memory for shapes, and spatial location, as well as psychomotor problem-solving ability while blindfolded, right?
Correct.
Okay. He was tested on his total time in the average range, correct?
Correct.
He was able to complete the assignment in 4 minutes and 13 seconds, which was in the average range. Is that right?
Correct.
And on the second trial, using his non-dominant right hand, he was able to complete the assignment in 4 minutes, 4 seconds, which was in the mildly impaired range, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, on the third trial, when he's able to use both hands, because part of this test he's using his dominant hand, part of it he's using his weak hand. Now he's allowed to use both hands. He's in the average range, right?
Correct.
Okay. He was able to localize 6 of the shapes in their correct locations, which put him into the average range. Is that right?
No.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right.
He remembered 6 out of the 10, which was moderately
Impaired range. On the Wisconsin card sorting test, a measure which assesses the ability to form abstract concepts, to maintain and shift set, and to utilize feedback. He completed 7 categories, which put him in the average range, right?
Correct.
And then he committed 6 perseverative errors. Did I pronounce that right?
Perseverative.
Perseverative, which put him in the average range of functioning.
Correct.
Okay. In the learning and memory section, you administered a test called the Brief Cognitive Status Exam. In this test, which tested for auditory memory, visual working memory, immediate memory, and delayed memory, he scored consistently in the low average range with a borderline score on the visual working memory. Is that right?
Correct.
And you noted the scores were, again, better than expected compared to his IQ scores, correct?
Correct.
Auditory memory index, was that another test that you administered?
That was part of the Wechsler memory scale.
That's part of the Wechsler memory scale. This is a subtest then.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is on top of page 10. You indicated his ability to recall word pairs over multiple trials was in the average range, correct?
Correct.
And his ability to retain the information after a delay with interference was in the average range.
Correct.
Under the visual memory index of that same test, Mr. Murphy's ability to recall visual and special details was average, both immediately and after a delay, right?
Correct.
And his ability to view a design and draw it immediately from memory was in the low average range. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Going to your language area, are we still under that same general test, or is this a different area now?
These are different tests.
Okay, these are different. Under language, in the expressive vocabulary test, second edition, which measures word knowledge and expressive language, you put his score in the low average range of expressive language functioning, correct?
Correct.
His expressive language score was 31 points higher, significantly greater than his receptive language score. Is that right?
Correct.
There's also a visuospatial ability test, and I'm going to have you explain or pronounce that for us. The REY test, Ray.
The Ray Asterisk Complex Figure Test.
Thank you. A test of constructional ability, visual constructional ability, and visual memory. You indicated that Mr. Murphy obtained a 16.5 of a possible 36 points, correct?
Correct.
And that put him within the average range.
Correct.
And then in the Hooper visual organization test, he again scored in the average range.
Correct.
You can go to your page 4 of your report. Thank you, sir. Mr. Murphy reported crashing a golf cart into a car wash when he was a little boy, right?
Correct.
And he said he hit his head on the steering wheel. Is that right?
Correct.
And he had headaches.
Correct.
Now, was he the only source of that information?
Correct.
And then at age 14, he was a passenger in a car that crashed into a tree, right?
Correct.
But he didn't seek medical attention in that case. He ran away from the crash, right?
Correct.
And in that instance, in that case, that crash into a tree, he's not reporting to you any kind of head injury, correct?
Correct.
And then he reported to you that in 2015, when he was 18 years old, he fractured his third metatarsal bone of his right hand, correct?
Correct.
And he was treated, I believe, in the emergency room in Jacksonville. But that had nothing to do with his head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In 2017, when he was 20 years old, he was taken by fire rescue to Shands Jacksonville ER after he was shot in the groin, and you talked about the injury that affected his penis and then went into his thigh, correct?
Correct.
Again, that
I forgot about this. We learned about this yesterday. So Davion not only had all these head injuries from car crashes or golf cart crashes into a car wash, He also got shot in the D yesterday. So we talked about that quite a bit. Rashad had his nuts tased. This one's, they're just, the Murphy brothers just don't have any luck. Interesting stuff.
Had nothing to do with his head, correct? That he didn't suffer any kind of injury to his head because of that, correct?
Correct.
And then about a little less than a month later, he's involved in another motor vehicle accident. He's taken to the ER at Shands. And that's when you talked about the Glasgow coma scale of 13 out of 15. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, there wasn't just one CT scan taken during that hospitalization. There were multiple CT scans taken, correct?
Correct.
All right. And none of them showed any kind of an acute intracranial hemorrhage, correct?
Correct.
Or
No bleeding.
Or bleeding, or mass effect, or territorial infarct.
No broken bones.
No broken bones, no brain swelling, right?
Correct.
Okay. They were normal.
Well, it said, you're right, there was no bleeding.
No bleeding. Okay. He did break his leg, correct?
Correct.
And was treated for that.
Correct.
And then in 2023, when he was 26 years old, he was a passenger, the rear seat passenger in a car that was hit by a truck, correct?
Correct.
And he was taken to Jacksonville Shands, where he's diagnosed with a pain in his forearm, a pain in his elbow, and a pain in his left hand, correct?
And his back.
And his back, yes. And in fact, there was a CT scan done at that time on his lumbar spine.
Correct.
All right. Which found no I don't know how to say that, osseous abnormality.
Correct.
He had x-rays done of his forearm, his elbow, and his hand, which revealed no fracture, dislocation, or any kind of abnormality, right?
Correct.
Now, it says in your report, he reported hitting his head very hard. Was that what he reported to you?
Correct.
Okay. So that's not in the medical records, correct?
Correct.
Going back to when Miss Beeks had taken him to the Christian Academy when he was in 8th grade, Mr. Murphy told you, Davion Murphy told you that he did much better academically and graduated from elementary school in that facility, correct?
Correct.
And talking again about Miss Beeks and her commitment to her son, at one point, I believe when he was in either 9th or 10th grade, she exercised what a lot of folks call tough love and kicked him out of the house, right?
Correct.
And he had to go stay with his grandmother, right?
Correct.
And that was for misbehavior, right?
Correct.
By his own admission, right?
Correct.
So you would agree with me, there was always someone there to take care of him, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned and you were asked questions about the FCAT testing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the Florida Comprehensive Assessment Test.
Correct.
That's a test that is a standardized test, right?
Correct.
It depends on what grade the content of the test, correct?
Correct.
And that's a test here in Florida that's given through multiple years in elementary, middle, and high school.
Correct.
And that is not only standardized, but it is a timed test, correct?
Correct.
At least in high school, it's not dissimilar to the SAT or similar tests, correct?
Correct.
Standardized test that is testing accumulated knowledge.
Correct.
And when those tests were being conducted that you've discussed his performances on, there is no type of validity or effort testing that's being administered by the school, correct?
Correct.
Because that's not a forensic setting, right?
Correct.
So the score on that test is going to depend in large part on the effort of the student taking the test, correct?
Right. And it measures the ability.
Right. It measures their ability. But if they come in and they blow that test off, and for lack of a better way of saying it, and they just have no desire to take it, or they don't really care, or even if they get halfway through it and they get tired or they just don't want to do any more work, it's going to affect the results, correct?
Correct,
Their effort is, right?
correct. But this was repeated over and over and over.
Right. And if the child had the same mindset towards taking standardized tests, that he didn't like taking them, it could have the same effect over repeated tests, right?
Perhaps.
Now, standardized tests, there's a lot of literature that they're not really good for a lot of people, right? A lot of
Correct.
people just don't perform well on standardized tests. They don't like the time structure. They don't like being pressure tested like that, right?
Perhaps.
The only IQ test in his history before you tested him was the WISC, right?
Correct.
And the Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children. That is, you indicated that the WACE is a gold standard test for intelligence, correct?
Correct.
For adults,
Correct.
right? And the WISC is a gold standard test for children, correct?
Correct. But any IQ test for children has to be discussed with a caveat that the age, which is 8 years old, and the developmental period of the individual. So it could change, and it was recommended that he be retested, but that didn't happen.
Right. But it could certainly stay consistent, correct?
Well, it should, but again, like I said, one really can't extrapolate from a test that was given at the age of 8 or 9, where I mentioned yesterday that puberty would be, or adolescence would be a better indication of consistent IQ.
So the only IQ tests we have in this case are going to be a WISC that is administered to an 8-year-old little boy in a school setting, who is going to be of the tender mind of probably not having a massive bias like the defendant has in this case, correct? Or motivation to not exercise full effort, right? Genuine effort.
Well,
First-
you just mentioned that the FCATs he doesn't, and this he does. I mean, again, we have the assumption is that he gave full effort, and the consistent performance
Right.
is what we look at.
Right. And I'm not talking about his effort full on in that test. He could have very well have scored higher if his effort had been better in that test.
Well, we don't know that.
Right. Well, you brought it up, so that's why I'm asking. you.
Well, again, we take at face value what we have. We don't
So
we
what-
don't
okay.
we don't say it could have been higher, it could have
Right.
been lower. It is what
Yeah.
it is.
Well, before you interrupted me, the point I was making, the question I'm asking is, we have a test that he took at 8 years old where he doesn't have the same bias that he would have today sitting in this courtroom versus a test, the only other test that we have in front of us, the test you administered in the county jail, telling him that you're there, trying to evaluate for mental health mitigation with him sitting there facing capital murder and potential death sentence. We have that test. So we have these two tests at the opposite ends of his life, correct?
Correct.
So we don't have IQ tests that could have been or should have been done throughout school multiple times tracking his intelligence and a much more, let's just say, environment that would be conducive to genuine effort, right?
Correct.
And his test at that time at 8 years old was an 81. You told us that yesterday, correct?
Correct.
That would rank him in the low average range, right?
Correct.
Just that score.
Correct.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor? May I have one moment? Real quick, Your Honor. I have nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So before we do rewrap, let's just take a quick 10-minute morning recess, okay? We'll be back.
All rise.
Okay, chat. So we made it through that laborious long morning. That was a cross-examination by the Scott Harmon. What did we miss? We started with Charmaine Stiger, who is not Davion Murphy, Rashad Murphy's baby mama, who is in jail. She got picked up on Monday for a probation violation and will be in there for a few weeks until June. Okay, so we started the morning with her. Then this doctor came up for cross-examination. As you just saw, the focus of the cross-examination is to discredit this doctor and the analysis that he performed, the reports that came out of it, and to really dive into the testing, what the testing consisted of, when they took place, things of the like. I think he could have got there a lot faster, but at the same time, he took his time with it. And because we are getting close to the end of these proceedings, think that it is something the jury's going to remember. Davion doesn't have a lot of people on his list, and this is just one of them. Okay. So luckily for us, we can skip through this 10-minute break and come back to redirect. It's 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so they might be able to fit in one more witness before lunch. For lunchtime, the plan for us is I am going to read our super chats, and then we are going to give away 5 pieces of merch from my merch store. All right. So just, because you guys are, I appreciate y'all. You coming here watching the trial every day. You don't have to do that. You can watch it anywhere. But the fact that you came to one of the dopest chats on the internet, it has its advantages. It does. Why don't we skip through this break? Looks like they come back right around here.
I was going to ask the court, I think the next witness, if I'm not mistaken, is Rubino. Is that correct? Yes. I was going to ask for if we could take a break, either lunch break, or if I could have an extended 15 to 20-minute break before he testifies. I need to consult with my expert witness, who I just retained basically over the weekend. I just got Dr. Rubino's deposition late yesterday and provided it to him. He has not produced a report. He's given me a PowerPoint with multiple images on it. And I haven't really had a chance to communicate with my expert about it.
Okay.
And I have my doctor, if the court wants to call him out.
Dr. Collins?
Collins.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go, Collins?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can do
Oh,
Collins.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can at least do his direct. How long do you think you'll be on direct, Danny?
Probably 45 minutes.
Maybe we could do that up to lunch or something.
Do
That's
what?
up to the court. We could do direct before lunch and I could cross him after
Yeah, that's
lunch. Okay, all right.
I do have a 1 o'clock, but
No, I know.
Yeah,
So
no,
we're
I
just,
figured.
yes, it's fine. No, so you're going to do your redirect of Dr. Eisenstein. And then if you want to go ahead and call Collins out of order, that's fine. If you're ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, welcome back. All right, let's bring our jury in. Okay.
All right.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, and redirect, Ms. Toomey.
Good morning, Doctor. All right, just want to follow up on a few things with you. The state indicated that pretty much every time you evaluate someone, that you always recommend brain scans. That's what the state had indicated to you.
Judge, I would object. I never said that. That's a misrepresentation.
All right, well, why don't you rephrase your question?
Do you recommend that everyone that you evaluate get an MRI or a CAT scan or a PET scan of their brain?
No,
Would you agree that individuals in your training and experience, individuals that have been charged with first-degree premeditated murder, have a lot of mental health problems?
Objection leading.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Do a lot of people?
No, individuals charged with first-degree premeditated murder.
Just generally speaking?
Yeah, leading and relevance.
Yeah, sustain the objection.
Would you come here and testify?
Objection. Self-serving.
Well, why don't you rephrase? Go ahead, rephrase, ask your question.
Would you jeopardize your career?
Objection, Your Honor. Self-serving, improper, and leading.
Go ahead and finish the question.
Would you jeopardize your career and fabricate your testimony?
absolutely not.
Is there any reason to believe that when you evaluated Davion Murphy and met with him those 7 times over 20 hours that he was faking?
No, he was not faking.
If you had been provided the police reports and any video evidence regarding the charges in this case, would that change your opinions that you offered today or yesterday?
No,
The state asked you questions about Davion Murphy's credibility during these evaluations that you performed. Do you recall that?
correct.
The psychoeducational evaluation that was conducted when Davion was 8 years old, do you believe that is false?
No,
Have any reason to believe that was made up?
no,
What about the ESE courses? You think that a school would place a child in special courses for no reason?
no,
What about the IEP program?
Objection, vagueness, objection to speculation.
Just rephrase your question as to what?
Was Davion Murphy placed or given an IEP program in school?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer.
You can answer.
he was given IEPs every year, the same way that he was given,
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled, go ahead.
the same way that he was given the FCATs as a means to measure, assess, and place him in the most appropriate academic setting.
Do you know what goes or is involved in obtaining or getting a child in an IEP program at school?
It certainly requires special evaluation and assessment and looking at the child in a more comprehensive manner.
And children aren't placed in these programs just willy-nilly, right?
Correct.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, go ahead.
The fact that Davion Murphy repeated the 4th grade, you think that's
Objection, Your Honor.
false?
Asked it, or outside of the scope of cross.
Rephrase your question.
Do you
Mr.
believe?
Sonardi, Ms. Toomey's got this, okay? Go ahead.
Did you review Davion Murphy's school records?
Yes,
Okay. And did you find anything in there for you to believe that it was false?
Judge, objection against speculation.
Overall, just, did you find any, go ahead, you can answer.
no,
The fact that he repeated the fourth grade, do you think that was fabricated?
no,
Objection, asked and
That
answered.
is sustained.
And the fact that he received a level 1 in reading in 4th, 5th, and 6th grade on the FCAT, do you believe that to be true?
correct.
Judge, I'm gonna object that this has all been covered and correct. It's asked and answered.
I understand, but based upon the cross, go ahead, you can answer.
And in your experience, how long have you been doing this again? I apologize.
Over 40 years.
Oh, in your 40 years, and I think you said 30 years in evaluating defendants, or?
Correct.
How often in your career do you find defendants lying to the cops?
Objection.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. That's an improper question, Ms. Toomey.
Would that, hypothetically, if an individual lied to the cops, would that have any bearing on the evaluations and the opinions that you're offering for this jury today?
Objection, relevance.
He can answer. Go ahead.
No,
Adaptive behavior and adaptive function. Would you believe, or would you say that the adaptive behavior that was described by the state regarding this entire offense would be equivalent to having survival skills on the street?
Objection, speculation, vagueness.
What do you mean? You need to clarify. What do you mean by adaptive skills as to this whole
Judge,
case?
can we approach real quick?
Yeah, come on up.
Do you recall the facts recited to you about how this offense occurred by the state when they were
Correct.
questioning you on direct? Does that change your opinions at all?
no,
The state addressed with you Davion Murphy's employment history. He had, 8 months at one place, one job, 6 months at another, and 2 months at another job. Is that the extent of pretty much his employment history?
correct.
Would you say that substance abuse goes hand in hand with having mental health issues?
Correct.
Why is that?
Individuals that abuse substance generally self-medicate. Their psychological state is it's compromised, feelings of depression, feelings of loneliness and anxiety that he all described. So it's very common, typical, that an individual will use substances because that will make them feel better. Of course, it's not controlled, but substances are like, in a certain sense, like taking medication or self-medication.
Self-medicating.
Correct.
And you met with Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, in person, right?
Correct.
Not by Zoom, right?
Correct.
And you met with him for over 20 hours, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, doctor. You're free to go. Okay, and I think we're going to be calling another witness out of order. So Mr. Hernandez, on behalf of Rashad Murphy.
Your Honor, thank you. On behalf of Rashad Murphy, I would call Dr. Michael Collins.
Okay, very good. So let's let Dr. Eisenstein get his stuff packed up, and then you can step out.
Is it okay to stay while other witnesses in this case?
I don't have an objection. Does anyone object?
No objection from Stiger.
Sure.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach the really quick?
Yep. All right, come on up.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, very good. Ready to proceed? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and your occupation?
Michael Collins, licensed psychologist.
And are you a forensic neuropsychologist?
Yes, with specialty training, I'm allowed to practice in forensic and neuropsychology.
Okay. And if you could please tell the jury what exactly is a forensic neuropsychologist?
As a forensic neuropsychologist, I've met all the state requirements to function as a licensed clinical psychologist first and foremost, and then through education and training, I've completed requirements to practice forensic psychology as well as neuropsychology. So it's really just additional training, specialized training on top of the standard training to be a clinical psychologist.
Dr. Collins, can you give us a brief history of your educational background?
Yes. I received a bachelor's degree from St. Cloud State University in psychology with a minor in biology. I obtained a PhD in clinical psychology, a specialization in neuropsychology from Nova Southeastern. I'm here in Florida. And then I completed a neuropsychology internship at the North Broward Medical Center. And I completed neuropsychology postdoc requirements as well as forensic psychology postdoc requirements following my graduate school and formal internship training.
And what is your, tell us a little bit about your work history, the experience that you've had, and how long have you been practicing as a licensed psychologist?
I've been practicing as a licensed psychologist since 2015. Since then, the majority of my work has been in clinical neuropsychology, conducting neuropsychological assessments for individuals with cognitive dysfunction, or doing working on forensic cases, competency, sanity, risk assessment, mitigation, and so on.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the field of clinical or forensic neuropsychology?
Yes, many times.
Approximately how many times?
I would say, if you include trials and hearings, probably in the neighborhood of 100 times.
And were you asked to participate in this case by myself?
Yes.
Were you actually appointed by the court to testify and be a witness in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what it is that you were asked to do with respect to this case, and specifically with respect to the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
I was asked to meet with the individual where he was in custody and complete a comprehensive psychological evaluation using both my skill in neuropsychology as well as my experience in forensic psychology.
Were you provided some records to familiarize yourself with the case?
Yes.
And the defendant, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I was.
Can you summarize what documents you were provided?
There was several records from the Hillsborough County Jail. They were both medical records as well as some educational records from there, as well as an arrest record, and then just the appointment for me to join the case.
Were you made familiar generally about the facts of the case?
Yes.
And were you also given information about the defendant, Rashad Murphy, and his background?
Yes.
You said you met with, or did you in fact meet with Mr. Murphy at the jail?
Yes, I met with him on 2 different occasions.
Okay. And approximately how many hours did you spend in the 2 occasions that you met with Mr. Murphy?
Each visit was about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Now, is meeting with the defendant, is there more than one purpose? Is to talk to him, to find out if he's cooperative? Would that be one of the things that you would want to determine?
Yes, certainly. The individual's willingness to be forthcoming and cooperative with the evaluation is critical to any opinion that I can draw.
Now, in addition to just interviewing him, talking to him, were there certain tests that you were that you felt necessary to conduct?
Yes, I conducted several different tests with him. I screened for his cognitive skills. I looked at his effort and any presence of possible malingering, and then I specifically looked at factors related to possible trauma or stress that he has endured.
And was Mr. Murphy cooperative with you?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned, and we can go back to it more specifically, but you mentioned one of the things would be to determine whether or not there was any malingering going on, correct?
Correct.
And did you find any evidence that he was in any way malingering?
No, my opinion that I took away after meeting with him was that he put forth his best effort, and any measures that I administered, he was able to pass, showing that there was no signs of poor effort on his behalf.
Now, if you could go a little into detail about the different tests that you conducted to give the jury an idea of what each test, what is the purpose of each test, and what your findings were.
Yes. There's really 3 different levels of the testing that I completed for this evaluation. One was really just a basic cognitive screening to get some type of understanding of what his cognitive functioning would be, and if there would be any cognitive factors that would potentially be of interest for the case. He completed both a cognitive screening that looks at various cognitive domains, as well as a pre-morbid intellectual test. Both of those measures came back as average functioning, indicating his overall intellectual skills were in the average range, and there was no red flags with regards to any of the cognitive screening that I conducted. I also administered multiple measures of effort and malingering testing. Those are important just to ensure that the results that I'm getting during the evaluation can be indeed considered to be valid and reliable, and that his reporting to me can be considered to be accurate. And then specifically for this case, I conducted some measures in relation to his mental condition. In this case, it was post-traumatic stress disorder, and so I administered multiple checklists, as well as conducted a comprehensive interview with the defendant in order to feel for how significant were there any events brought on trauma, and would this be something relevant to what I was asked to do in this evaluation.
Now, I will ask you a little bit more specifically about what you just mentioned, the post-traumatic stress disorder. But in addition to the test, you interview him, correct?
Correct.
And is part of the interview information about his background, his childhood, the environment that he grew up in, things of that nature?
Yes, that is a portion of the clinical interview that I conduct.
Okay. And do you compare what he's telling you to the records that you were either provided with from the jail or from other sources?
Yes, when they're available, I can, yes.
Okay. And did you find any inconsistencies between what he told you and what the records reflected?
No inconsistencies that I was aware of.
Now, what did you find out about the background that he grew up in, the environment, the community that he grew up in?
His upbringing, I think, would be considered to be turbulent, in that he was in an unstable household. His father was in his life for portions of his life. He had a good relationship with his mother, but his mother had substance abuse issues. She had a hard enough time managing her own well-being, taking care of herself, let alone trying to care for children. So his upbringing in his early years, I think, would be considered to be pretty turbulent. And then at one point, I want to think around the age of 8, he enters into the foster system, where that goes on for a few years. And then, based on what he reports, what I'm aware of, he was exposed to several more traumatic and stressful situations while he was in the foster care system.
Before we get to that, what type of father figure did he have?
His father was in and out of his life. His father had his own issues, I think particular to mental health. There was also some concerns about his mother with mental health and also substance abuse issues. But from the way it was described to me is that his father was in and out of his life and that his father could be abusive at times in the household.
Abusive towards him and his mother?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did his mother have a remarried or had another significant other that became part of the household in which Mr. Murphy grew up in, the stepfather?
Yes, I'm aware that there was a stepfather that was part of his life growing up as well.
Was there also evidence of physical abuse during that relationship?
Yes, that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, you mentioned foster home. Do you recall how old he was when he was actually placed in a foster home?
I believe it was him and his younger brother were both put into foster care. I believe that he was in school at the time that he was taken from the school, brought into foster care. And then he was in that system for, like I said, multiple years. And he had described some of the families that he had lived with as being abusive towards him and his brother.
So even after he was taken out of his house, his family home, and placed into foster care, did you determine that he actually had faced additional physical abuse while in foster care?
Yes, physical as well as mental abuse.
What does he mean by mental abuse? Mentally abusive, huh?
You mentioned his mother, that he loved his mother. Were you able to determine if his mother had a drug addiction problem?
From what I understand, his mother had both mental and substance abuse issues, and it impacted her, being a mother and her ability to take care of her children.
Are you, from your records and from your interview, did you determine if Mr. Murphy had any male role model in his life?
He was close with his grandfather, and I know that as he got older and he was involved in sports, he had a good relationship with coaches through high school.
Are you familiar with, did you gather information about the neighborhood, the community that he grew up in when he wasn't in foster care?
From what I understand, it was a pretty tough neighborhood with violence throughout the area that he grew up in.
Are you familiar with an incident that happened in 2023 when he was shot at?
Yes, I'm aware.
Please tell the jury about that.
In 2023, I believe he was in a car and another vehicle or somebody came by and they shot at the vehicle, I want to say like several dozen times.
What did you do? Were you able to determine his relationship with his fiance, his relationship with his children, and his relationship with his siblings? Are you able to provide any information about that?
Based on what he told me, he had been in a relationship with the same woman since high school. I want to say like 15 or 16 years. They had, I want to say, 4 children together, and then that they were also helping take care of his younger brothers after his mother passed.
Are you familiar with other childhood friends or some of his childhood friends that were actually killed?
Yes, he told me that.
And these are things that he experienced?
Yes.
You mentioned, I think you said PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. Please tell the jury what exactly that is.
Post-traumatic stress disorder is a mental condition that's diagnosed by psychologists like myself as well as psychiatrists. It is a mental disorder that is unique to other mental disorders in that for PTSD, there must be a known etiology. The known etiology is the stressful event that then perpetuates the symptoms after that. For PTSD, you need to experience the symptoms for a number of months, and it's considered to be a chronic condition in that it's not a condition that just goes away. It's like a disease. It's a condition that can act up and be severe, but then, through treatment, through medication, it can start to remit and it can settle down and stabilize some. But a lot of that is really just depends on the type of treatment that the individual engages in. So PTSD, it's a mental condition. The unique part of it is that there's an etiology. There may not necessarily be a known etiology to other mental health conditions, but for PTSD, we're able to identify an etiology or multiple.
Is that what you have or what is your diagnosis with respect to to Rashad Murphy after reviewing records and conducting tests and interviewing him?
I diagnosed post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, I think you've already said, is it something that can be cured?
I wouldn't say cured. It can be treated, and based on treatment, the symptoms can stabilize or they can remit. But you should really look at PTSD the way you look at any other type of disease, in that the disease state can have periods where it's more active and severe, and then with proper treatment, the condition can stabilize and become less severe.
If you suffer from PTSD, is it something that can affect your judgment in making day-to-day decisions?
Yes, it could.
And on the same lines, does it limit your judgment with respect to decision making?
It could, yes.
And is it something that can limit insight into clinical conditions and legal problems?
Yes, it could.
Is there anything in your analysis, evaluation that would indicate that Mr. Murphy, that this PTSD condition is something recent, or is it something that would go back to the childhood and all the trauma that he's experienced?
So in this case, the first known events date way back into childhood. So those would be the first events that would, trigger the diagnosis. Now, as he's gotten older, he's been exposed to more incidents of deaths, more incidents of violence. Those would just be additional stressors on top of the origin of where the PTSD stems from.
Now, I would like to show you some exhibits and ask if you're familiar with them. I'm going to obviously take one at a time. I have
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you seeking
May I
to
approach?
admit? Are you seeking to
I
admit?
am seeking to admit Defense Composite Exhibit 1, Defense Composite Exhibit 2, and Defense Composite Exhibit 3.
Okay, admitted.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what has been admitted into evidence.
Well, do you want to put it on the Elmo or?
Oh, well, I was just going to show it.
Well, it's been admitted, so you can go straight to publishing it.
How do you adjust the size?
I'm sorry. My glasses off, I wouldn't be.
Okay.
So that's why.
Okay. If, okay. Sir, if you could look at the screen, and this is a defense exhibit number 1, and I'd ask if you could identify it.
This is a high school diploma for Rashad Murphy.
Okay. And related to that, part of the composite exhibit, do you recognize or having seen that before?
This is an official GED transcript.
And does this indicate or support what Mr. Rashad told you, that he did complete his GED requirements and got his high school diploma while incarcerated at the Hillsborough County Jail?
Yes.
Now, I'm also going to show you defense exhibit number 2, which is sort of a different category, but I'm going to have to take them pretty much one by one to see if you recognize these documents.
Yes. 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 Yes.
So far, these exhibits that I've shown you, what do they represent?
Religious coursework that he was completing while he was in custody.
Okay. And are you aware that he also taught some classes to some inmates, Bible classes?
I'm not sure if I heard that before.
Okay. Also, were there also other parenting classes and things of that nature that you're aware that he, Mr. Murphy, completed?
Yes, I'm aware that he completed those while in
Would
custody.
it be, so in addition to religious, Bible studies, things of that nature, you aware that he also has been active in taking a series of self-help classes while in custody.
Yes.
And this is defense exhibit number 3. Does that suggest 15 hours of parenting skills instruction?
Yes.
And when I refer to self-help, would this be another one of those types of classes,
Yes, I believe so.
as well as this one being emotional regulation?
Yes.
And this one would be Alcoholics Anonymous for the general population?
Yes.
Do this activity that Mr. Murphy has participated in while in custody, would it suggest that he has taken a as positive approach as you can when you are in custody?
I'm not sure everything that he was offered, but it does show that he put forth effort to completing some of these educational requirements while he was there that he would see to be helpful.
Did you see any records whatsoever that he has been a problem while in custody?
None that I'm aware of.
Do you have any opinion as to whether if he spends the rest of his life, he's sentenced to life in prison, that he would be a troublemaker or otherwise, as opposed to a troublemaker, someone who would be a positive influence to other inmates?
It's impossible for me to predict the future. Certainly, he would be encouraged to put forth the same effort in any correctional setting, to participate in their mental health services, to participate in any parenting programs, to participate in any religious programs. Those are services that should be available that would be recommended for him to continue doing going forward.
Backing up a little bit, before he was incarcerated, do you have an opinion or able to determine if he pursued lawful employment?
Yes, he had reported that he had worked with several different companies, one being a family-owned company, and I know that they were seeking out housing for him and his family prior to his arrest.
And did he, any indication that I think at one point, did he also work for his grandfather's lawn service?
Yes, that was the family company.
Are you aware about him helping raise his younger siblings, including working jobs at a young age to provide financial support for them?
Yes, I'm aware.
And are you aware of, or made inquiry and made a determination if he was in fact has been a good father to his children?
In terms of what's been reported to me, yes.
And are you aware, sir, that the defendant, Mr. Murphy, has no prior felony convictions?
Yes, I'm aware.
Now, and maybe you've answered it, but I want to make it clear. The defendant's history of being raised in a violent environment and the abuse that you've testified about, are all these consistent with childhood post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, as far as I know, these are events that occurred in childhood and then persisted through adolescence and adulthood.
What type of treatment do you believe would benefit Mr. Murphy in his condition?
There's really a couple of different options. One being more the therapy option, which I would certainly recommend an intensive individual therapy trauma informed with a licensed practitioner that's, well versed in treating PTSD and other severe anxiety and stress disorders. I would also suggest just a psychiatric consultation to meet with a psychiatrist and talk about what some of the possible effective medications that would be available for him.
Now, sir, in addition to your diagnosis that you've already provided to the jury, in reviewing records, did you determine that this diagnosis of PTSD was already diagnosed by the Hillsborough County Jail?
Yes, I'm aware.
When arrested, are you aware that at that time that he was arrested, he was raising 6 children
Yes.
and actually was working, receiving, or with the help of food stamps, basically trying to financially support 6 children plus his fiance?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination.
Scott.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Doctor, you are, just to clear this up a little, you're not a medical doctor, correct?
That's correct.
Not a psychiatrist?
That's correct.
Okay, so in fact, one of the things you're recommending for the defendant is that he have a psychiatric consultation for evaluation for potential medical treatment,
Yes.
which would include medications.
That would be up to the
Well, potentially include medications.
potentially.
So let me ask you about the Hillsborough County records that counsel asked you about. He actually didn't the Hillsborough County jail records, medical records, indicate he'd already been diagnosed with PTSD.
The records had shown that they had previously treated him for anxiety and depression.
Okay. So, and that could be a result or a causative effect from PTSD.
There's many overlapping symptoms between PTSD, a general anxiety disorder, a depressive disorder. A lot of the symptoms do overlap.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that depression is not uncommon in people who are incarcerated in the jail awaiting trial or awaiting sentencing.
Certainly situational depression or adjustment disorders would be common for individuals that are, maybe in custody, they have pending legal situations and whatnot.
Right. So that's a common diagnosis in a jail setting, like the Hillsborough County Jail or the Broward County Jail from your home county.
Yes, you're going to see a lot of those types of mental health conditions treated in those settings.
Right. That's something not uncommon and not unexpected for someone in Mr. Murphy's shoes who was facing trial on a capital murder case, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, Mr. Murphy told you, and you indicated in your report, I just need to find where I highlighted it. He reported, and I'm looking at page 2 of your report, Doctor, in the second to last full paragraph. he indicated with regards to his medical issues, he reported he is healthy with no serious health problems. He reported his primary stress now is in relation to his legal case, right?
Correct.
And he reported to you that he has suffered from anxiety and depression. He's now in the jail taking medication for depression and anxiety while in jail. Just reading from your report.
Yes.
Okay.
That's probably why he always looks spaced out. You know, that looks like a depressed man. I'm just saying. He's always looking. He just like, this is Rashad. He's the eyes emoji. That's a depressed man, chat. That is a depressed man.
And just to add on to that, anxiety is also not an uncommon event for people who are incarcerated in the jail setting awaiting trial or sentencing.
In general, depression and anxiety are the most common mental health diagnoses, not just in correctional settings, but just in the general population.
In your testing of Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, for premorbid intelligence and cognitive status, is that he's functioning in the average range.
That's correct.
Mr. Murphy also reported to you that prior to his arrest, that, and this is what you have in your report, I'm sorry, let me draw your attention, page 3 of 7.
Okay.
That he was fully independent when he was out in the community before his arrest.
Correct.
You've indicated he drove a vehicle and he could support himself.
Correct.
And he could support his family independently. Is what you wrote in your report.
Correct.
He had indicated to you, and from what you learned in this case, he was a very good athlete when he was in high school.
That's what he told me, yes.
He excelled at football, I believe.
Yes.
And he, in fact, he had dropped out of school in the 10th grade because he wasn't allowed to play football anymore or participate.
Correct.
Okay. And then he was able, here in the Hillsborough County Jail, to get his high school diploma.
Yes.
As far as his work as an adult, he indicated to you that he has worked for his grandfather's business, a family-owned business, doing construction, plumbing, and I believe some lawn services.
Yes.
Okay. And he also reported to you that he'd worked for Amazon.
Yeah.
You did administer, well, first you did a diagnostic interview, correct?
Correct.
And you made behavioral observations. You administered the premorbid intelligence test, the word choice effort test, the reliable digit span test, and then a brief cognitive status examination. Is that right?
Yes.
You also administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test.
Yes.
Went through a life events checklist with him.
Yes.
And then you did a PTSD checklist 5.
Yes.
Now, is that going through the 5 diagnostic criteria from the DSM?
Yes.
Okay. How many diagnostic criteria are there in the DSM-5? TR, I would assume you're utilizing.
The one that I have here is the DSM-5.
That's fine.
Yeah, there's several different criteria. There's a criteria A, a criteria B, C, D, E, F, and H.
How many of the criteria are you finding in this case with Mr. Murphy?
So for each criteria, or excuse me, for each area, there's a certain number of criteria that are met. So for example, with criteria A, exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, sexual violence, I found that he had both witnessed and experienced episodes of life-threatening violence in his lifetime, dating back to childhood as well as some episodes in adulthood.
How many criteria are underneath that subheading?
There's 4 different possibilities. You don't necessarily need to have all 4 of them, but there's 4 different ones. Directly experiencing, witnessing, learning about traumatic events, and then experiencing or extreme exposure to the aversive details of a traumatic event.
Okay. So are you familiar with the diagnostic criteria, the DSM-4 that was existing?
The previous?
Yes.
Yeah, and I just want to note that there's significant changes from 4 to 5.
Yes, and that's what I was going to ask you
Okay.
about. That learning about traumatic experiences, that is an expansion of the DSM-5 that didn't exist in the DSM-4. Is that right?
Yes, this is something that was added when they got together. When the authors for the DSM-5 got together, they made some, I guess we would say, tweaks to the previous diagnostic criteria for PTSD.
A lot of those criteria had existed in the DSM-4, the DSM-3, and prior editions. But the DSM-5, and they've been labeled differently, but that one of learning about trauma through some other source, someone telling someone that, maybe they experienced trauma in combat or something like that, is sufficient to cause PTSD. That is an expansion that was new to the DSM-5. Is that right?
Right. It's a change from 4 to 5.
And then going to, I guess it would be B.
Right. And B is the presence of one or more of the following intrusive symptoms of PTSD. It can be recurrent in involuntary or intrusive or distressing memories, recurrent distressing dreams, dissociative reactions, intense or prolonged distress and exposure, and then marked physiological reactions.
And do you find any of those to exist?
Yes, for in this case, nightmares, insomnia, those were both reported to me. No presence of dissociative reactions, but certainly 1 and 2, the distressing memories as well as nightmares.
So dissociative reactions, what would that be that you're saying he doesn't have?
So that is a dissociative reaction is when somebody may create kind of like a fantasy type setting that they use to distract themselves from the reality of what their stressful situation is in the moment. So when people talk about dissociation, it's a way that they cope with extreme stress in the moment as opposed to facing it, they dissociate.
And then what are the next 2, I guess, subcategories?
The next one is persistent avoidance of stimuli associated with the traumatic events, and then negative alternations in cognitions and mood.
And you found those to exist?
Yes, I did.
Now, you were provided some records. You were provided educational records and medical records from the Hillsborough County Jail staff, correct?
Correct.
And we saw some of that here. We saw the diploma where he was able to get his high school diploma while in the jail.
Yes.
Did you receive any records related to his time, the 3 years he spent in foster care? Any kind of Department of Children and Families or the old HRS?
I don't believe so.
So would it be fair to say that your diagnosis of the traumatic events being the, did you call it etiology?
Etiology.
Etiology, which would be the events that are really what causes the subsequent PTSD? Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
So the events that occurred or he experienced or saw, witnessed while he was in foster care, it's your opinion that it is those events that are now causing these symptoms of PTSD?
I would say that would be the initial onset.
The initial onset, that's how you would term that?
Yeah.
Okay. So the existence of the causative initial onset, that would be, if I'm understanding you correctly, and you correct me if I'm wrong, solely based on his self-reporting to you, correct?
Yes, initially his self-reporting. I have since reviewed the mitigation report as well.
Okay, now that's a mitigation report prepared by someone who is employed by Mr. Hernandez?
Miss Adams.
Ms. Adams, okay.
Yes.
And did she summarize in there anything that you relied upon or?
Not necessarily that I relied upon, but I did review it. It was consistent with what I had gathered during my assessment.
Are these statements being made by, does it include statements being made by someone else or family members?
Family members.
Okay, but you yourself, you didn't interview any of those family members?
No.
So now you administered several measures or tests or scales that test for effort and malingering, correct?
Yes.
Did you measure or test for malingering as far as your mental status exam or your, I'm sorry, first of all, let's start with your diagnostic interview.
The diagnostic interview is really just based on my interview with him as well as substantiation from any of the records.
Okay. And that's when he's reporting to you as the historian of what occurred or what he saw when he was in foster care.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. So you're relying upon his credibility and his reliability as a historian for that information. Would that be accurate?
Yes, anytime I conduct a clinical interview, I'm relying on the individual that's giving me that information.
Now, Mr. Hernandez asked if you had some limited information from the underlying crimes in this case in general, the investigation of this case. I see on your report you have an indictment in relation to this case.
Correct.
So you know what the charges were against the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And are you now aware of what this jury has convicted him of?
Yes.
Okay. And other than convicting him of attempted second-degree murder on those 3 attempted murder counts, everything else would be the same, and you're aware of exactly what he is now currently been convicted of?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. Other than the indictment, are you aware of any of the underlying facts of the case?
Only what's been provided of me. To me.
Have you seen, or has it been provided to you, the videos that depict the actual murder itself?
No.
The videos or images that depict the defendant's appearance during the time of the murder?
No.
Are you aware of the very violent nature of the murder and how the murder occurred?
To some degree, I'm aware.
Were you aware of the fact that the defendant and his co-defendants transported multiple weapons to the crime scene and fired multiple weapons simultaneously during this event?
I don't think I was aware of that, no.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that the defendant was firing a fully automatic weapon?
No, I was not aware.
And it was being fired in fully automatic mode, rapid fire? You're not aware of that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that his co-defendant was standing just feet away from him shooting an AR-15 chambered in 5.56 NATO? at a fairly high semi-automatic cyclical rate.
No.
You would agree with me, I'm assuming you have some knowledge of 9.
Wait, chat, hold on. I just noticed something. Are Sean and Gutazay in the courtroom today? Have y'all seen them?
millimeter pistols and AR-15 rifles and the percussion and the sound that they cause when they're fired.
Yes.
And if it's a dark or dimly lit area, or if it's just night and you're in an area that has ambient lighting, it's still going to result in
Overruled, go ahead.
still going to result in muzzle flashes. You would agree with that? In addition to percussion
Yes.
and burning gunpowder and smoke.
Yes.
All right, y'all saw them.
Are you aware of the fact that the defendant,
Maybe it's just the cameraman not focusing on them today.
after this murder, after leaving the city of Tampa and returning back to Jacksonville, to his home city, that he shortly thereafter drove one of the vehicles used in the murder and fled the state?
No.
And were you aware, or were you given any of the details about the subsequent interview of the defendant that occurred at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
No.
Now, if a defendant is interviewed within, say, month and a half of the offense date, and he's being interviewed by the police, is that something that you would want to consider as a neuropsychologist, as far as it goes to the reliability of that person as a historian? Maybe look at them being pressure tested in an interview setting like that.
You know, in terms of records, I'm always open to review any records. The degree to which they're going to impact my opinion, I don't really know until I see them.
Okay. Now, those records were not provided to you, correct?
Correct.
All right. And there was no request made by you or your office for those records, right?
Correct.
If the defendant in the interview with detectives who are interviewing him about this case lied to the detectives, would that be something that you would have considered in evaluating the credibility of the defendant as your major historian in this case?
It could be based on what the information was.
And if the defendant lied to the police multiple times and then started changing the lies to comport with evidence he was being confronted with, would that also potentially be significant?
It's hard to say how significant it would be on my opinion, because my opinion is rooted in his mental health condition. So whether that would relate to any mental health issues that I'm exploring during my evaluation, it's just, I can only say maybe.
You would agree with me that the depictions of what occurred, the etiology, am I saying that right? Etiology,
yes.
Etiology of this PTSD that you've diagnosed the defendant with, what he actually saw and experienced is coming directly from the defendant's mouth. You may have some documents where he has told other people something similar. Is that right?
I'm not, what's the question?
Well, let me rephrase. The major source of it is the defendant.
Yes. Anytime I'm conducting an evaluation with a person trying to determine their condition, my primary source is going to be that individual, their responding, their results, their information, and whatnot.
The defendant, just jumping, I don't mean to jump around, but going back to what he related to you about school, he told you he got good grades, right?
I believe so, yes.
We have one moment.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, redirect?
And no, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ready to go?
Thank you.
All right, very good. Members of the jury, it's a little after, it's 12:05, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess. We're going to reconvene today at 1:30, all right? So just remember my previous instructions. Don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. Don't read, watch, listen to any news, social media posts. See you back here at 1:30.
All rise.
All right, court is about to go on its lunch break. The plan for us, I just want to watch a little bit to make sure we're not missing anything. Sometimes they talk about stuff outside of the presence of the jury. So let's see what happens. Then we will move to our t-shirt giveaway. I am giving you guys 5 t-shirts today. All right, so we're going to do that. I'll give you the instructions in a second. And then on top of that, we will read some super chats, catch up with all of that stuff. And then as a backup plan, I've been holding Alicia's testimony from her last trial. You guys have really been asking about her and the status of her case. I just turned the mic up. So we will take a look at how she did on cross-examination with Michelle. It's riveting content. It's riveting content, but we are hanging out for the afternoon. We have a full game plan on what we're going to do for lunch to pass the time. And then afterward, it appears that we're going to go back to Davion's witnesses. There has been a lot of back and forth this morning between Rashad and Davion, but that's why I called it the Murphy Day. It is the Murphy Day. Of course, Davion's strategy has been this morning. Actually, let's start from the top. Who do we have at the beginning? We had this morning, we had the doctor, the first doctor, the one that looks like Bernie Sanders, and he was going back and forth with Davion's attorneys, right? And also Scott Harmon. He really showed out on cross-examination. So we started with that cross. We also heard from Charmaine Stiger, who has 4 kids with Rashad. All right. This is her, they have been together since they were in high school. Okay. Now, she is one of the first witnesses that we have for Rashad Murphy, but then we just finished up with this second one, and it appears that we're not quite done yet with this one. She just said that may this witness be excused. So it looks like we'll go back to Davion's in the afternoon. So there's this ping pong effect with the Murphy brothers. It can be a little confusing because it's not so linear. Now, what we learned with Davion is he's had several injuries that impact his cognitive abilities, apparently. But what Scott did this morning is that he was looking at the validity of these tests. You had things like having the dude draw out what time it was on the clock, having him pull out it's an outdated test, but having him pull out a fucking phone book and asking him if he can locate somebody's phone number, right? Little things like that. Having him write out a checkbook or write out a check in a checkbook. And apparently it is said that Davion does not know how to do that. But then on cross, Scott cooks him because we're like, all right, well, how is he able to hold all of these jobs then? Right? Because you guys know how it is when you get paid, even when you were younger and you get paid, you're issued a paycheck. You sign up for things like direct deposit. You have to have some cognitive function to be able to do that. A lot of Davion's jobs were centered on the food service. So, he had several jobs ranging from fast food, Cracker Barrel, I think I heard Burger King, a few things like that. You need to be able to see what an order is, either cook that order, or if you're on the line, work through that order with the rest of your team, put it in the bag and deliver it to the customer successfully. All right. You do have to have basic cognitive function to do that. And I mean, if he's had 6 of those type of jobs, this crazy thing, letting us know that Davion is crazy, I don't know if that's going to fly. Right now in chat, I'm trying to do it with both. It's just hard because today is both of them. But maybe in the afternoon, once we get fully immersed into Rashad's side of it, I will poll you guys again. But right now, the poll is Davion, like, what is his fate? Do you guys think he's going to get life? Do you think he's going to get the death penalty, or will he end up in a mental health facility? We will do this with Rashad later on. Now, check this out. You guys have, we had Davion's up first. Midday check-in. 2,600 votes. 46% of you think that he is going to get life. So that's the majority. However, 40% of you guys think that Davion's going to get the death penalty. It was not this high yesterday for Sean or Isaiah. It's very high for Davion right now. I'm surprised that you guys feel that way. And then we put the mental health facility on there too, just as an option, because they're trying to make it seem like they're nuts, especially the Murphy cousins, right? They are the ones that are making it seem that way. That's only at 14%. Wow. So he's the first one where you guys think that's what he's going to get the death penalty. I mean, wow. A majority of y'all are having conversations just about the humanity aspect of this. Most of y'all think that they're going to get life. But that's what we're seeing so far. So interesting stuff there. The second witness that came up was also a doctor. It has been a little bit dry. Mr. Harmon was up with him and also just kind of poking holes in the validity of their test because it's cross-examination. That's what they do. Let's go back to the courtroom, see what happens, and then we will jump into our t-shirt giveaway. It is 12:26 Eastern Standard Time. Court is coming back at 1:30. So we have about an hour to kill, but let's go back in to see if we missed anything. But that is your midday recap on what happened in court today.
Okay, very good. All right, so we come back at 1:30. It's gonna be your next doctor, correct? Okay, and then do you have additional witnesses after that?
There's 2 inmates, yes.
Okay, and are they appearing in person or via Zoom? Okay, and then you're gonna rest?
Yes.
Okay, and then who do you?
Your Honor, I have 2 more family members, but I do have Winston Murphy, who's Jimmy's calling. I'm also calling.
Right.
But I spoke to Mr. Harmon, and we're thinking it would be more expeditious for me to do my direct examination while he's on the stand.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. That's fine.
Yes.
Okay. And finally, Your Honor, I have a stipulation signed by myself and Mr. Harmon that at some point I would like the jury to read it to the jury.
Okay,
And
very good. When jury comes back, I'll read the stipulation. And then, okay, so it sounds like everyone's gonna have rested by close of business today, is what I'm hearing. So,
That was my next question. So.
right,
We are working on, I wanted to confirm with the court to have an expert here first thing in the morning. But I wanted to remind the court, Dr. Glickstein, as far as I know, still is not available until 1 tomorrow.
so how many rebuttal witnesses do you have?
I have Dr. Werner who will be rebutting as to Isaiah Chance and Mr. Davion Murphy and possibly to Rashad Murphy to this testimony of these witnesses.
Okay,
And then Dr. Glickstein. So that's going to be it.
okay. What's your best estimate on your first witness, how long he's gonna be on the stand?
It's a she, Dr.
She.
Werner. I would say an hour and a half of direct, hour and 15, hour and a half of direct, and then whatever cross. And the cross, I could handle all defendants in the same direct, which is, I assume, what the court wants me
Yes.
to do. And then Ms. Toomey and Mr. Petridis could cross her, and if necessary, Mr. Hernandez. I'm still not sure whether she's rendering opinions as to Mr. Rashad Murphy's.
Okay, so about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 on the stand.
It's going to give us a little bit of time.
Well, we can start a little later tomorrow morning, just so jury's not just hanging around for hours over a lunch break.
Okay.
So, and then after your 1 o'clock, doctor, then you would rest?
Yes,
For your rebuttal?
yes.
Okay. Okay, so that's fine. Then the only issue is whether or not we're gonna start doing closing arguments tomorrow afternoon once you rest. I'm inclined to. So, which means we need to go over the jury instructions, which means I really need your list of non-statutory mitigators. Okay? So please email them to me or my JA no later than 3 o'clock today. All right? Okay, very good. See you all back here at 1:30.
Okay, so we just heard a little bit about the schedule. I'm just writing down some notes here. It looks like we are going to start later tomorrow, which is interesting. Okay, it looks like the state has one rebuttal witness. Her name is Dr. Warner. And after they rest, so it sounds like Davion, okay, it does look like Isaiah's in there. They're all there. So it does look like Davion is about to finish up. Right. And then we're going to get a few people for Rashad. So it sounds like Rashad has, I think, 2 family members that are coming. His doctor just went. And then we heard from Charmaine. So it's likely, I think around 3 o'clock we'll be all done here. So let me just mute this so you guys don't get that feedback. All right, perfect. So that is muted. So it looks like we're going to wrap this up. We're getting very close towards the end, chat. And we're going to figure out whether these boys get life or whether they get the death penalty. So right now, if you have not had an opportunity to vote, Davion's poll is up. When we come back from lunch, I'm probably going to change it to Rashad's poll to see what you guys think is going to happen with him. And I will give you the same options: life, death penalty, or the mental health facility. Now, it's interesting that Mr. Harmon has his own rebuttal witnesses. He says he only has one. So that means it's likely that we'll start tomorrow afternoon. And then after his rebuttal witness, all 4 teams will be able to cross-examine. We switch tomorrow. They will be able to cross-examine the state's doctor. Then we'll go into closing arguments tomorrow. She's saying that she's not sure yet if she's going to have them start, because if they take 2 hours and we start at 1 o'clock, we'll be done with the state's rebuttal round 3. And then closing arguments can take long, but, do you want to keep a jury? I just don't think closing arguments are effective after 3 p.m. because people get tired. They want to go home, so we'll see what she does. So Thursday definitely looks like we'll be here. And if we are here, then she is likely going to have closing arguments, but she's saying she's not sure if she's going to start it tomorrow or not. Now, the other thing is the non-mitigating factors. Some of the teams haven't submitted them. I looked at Davion's and Rashad's. Let me just show you guys what I'm talking about. That's this document here. Okay, that's basically, here are factors to keep this person alive, right? So this is Rashad's. It sounds like not all of the attorneys have submitted theirs for their clients. So we know the Murphys are in. I thought I saw Sean's or Isaiah's yesterday, but somebody has not submitted their document yet. And that just includes reasons why they shouldn't get the death penalty, right? Here's some mitigating circumstances. So examples include defendant was only 30. The capital felony, it happened while he was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. It's basically reasons to not give him the death penalty, right? So Rashad has 11 reasons. It can range from the defendant has no prior felony convictions, things like that. He was placed into foster care, stuff like that. So I know I saw Davion's. I think we might have went through Isaiah's yesterday too, but one of them has not submitted it. So she's been asking them to submit this for the last few days. So we're going to see what happens. I've got all their witness lists up here. We're all done with Isaiah and Sean. So we're not going to hear anything more from their teams unless it's cross-examination tomorrow and their closing arguments. That's why I think it's probably smarter for her to just do closing arguments by itself on Thursday. So we can start at 9 o'clock. You know, Scott Harmon's going to be up there cooking for like 2 hours. So give him his time to cook. And then you can have the defendants, continue to plead for their life for the last time to the jury. Then you give the jury time on Friday to deliberate fresh and decide what they want to do. I think that's fair, but we'll see how she handles the rest of the schedule. All right, let me come back to the courtroom. Actually, no, we're not going to come back to the courtroom. Now that we've talked about what the rest of the day looks like, it's time for fun, chat. It is time for fun. What is that fun? Well, let me show you. We are going to come to the AV merch store, okay? This is avto7power.com, very easy. I have a I Don't Recall spring collection, okay? Put this up around the time that Nathan Wade had that hearing with Fonnie Willis in March. And so it was right around St. Patrick's Day. So I developed these products. It comes with this I Don't Recall t-shirt, okay? This is one of the things that we're giving away today. These are the colors. They're very pastel-y because it was around spring, So you have I Don't Recall in green. You have I Don't Recall in neutral. I own these two shirts. You guys might have seen them on the stream. You have I Don't Recall in blue, and you have I Don't Recall in pink. These are unisex, so that means they're for men and women. Now, I'm also going to give you another option. I'm going to give you this one. This is for people that want darker colors. We have it in like a emerald green. Shout out to Boston. And then I also have it in navy since we're heading into summer. Very comfortable, breathable. You guys don't pay for this at all. So I'm going to give away 5. That means my team takes care of the shipping and the handling. I have a winner's form. So the way that this is going to work is if you are a winner, it's going to be randomized. I have a randomizer. Okay. We're going to play some music, give away 5 shirts. If you are one of the 5 winners, I'm going to validate, because here's what happened last year. Some of y'all are trifling. You were emailing me saying you want a shirt and you didn't win a goddamn shirt. Okay. Some people were doing that. And here's how I know. We used to do these shirt giveaways every day during the Karen Reed trial, and it was for a good cause. It was really to help people, to promote people to buy from the merch store. I didn't want any of that money. We actually took the money and sent it to Karen Reed herself for her legal defense fund. Now, I don't know if these boys have some type of charitable thing going on, but it was fantastic. In fact, we had an NFL player who's a mod on this channel, Roy Williams, played for the Cowboys, was here in the chat, and he was giving away shirts every day. I think we gave away something like 400 t-shirts last year. It was crazy. And Roy, y'all called him the t-shirt daddy. Like he just came through, was making it rain. It was like, we giving shirts away, AV. So this one is on me. We're only going to do 5 because I am not balling like a Roy Williams, but I definitely want to make sure that, we give back to the chatterhood. Y'all mean so much to me, and we're so close to 100,000 subscribers on this channel. That's going to be a party. But as far as showing y'all the appreciation for taking the time out of your day, you could watch this trial anywhere. But the fact that you chose to watch it here with me, with all the people that are watching, it really does mean a lot. Okay. So we're going to do 5 and we're going to go from there. Last year I learned a lot because last year people were doing the trifling thing. I couldn't believe people were like, oh my God, I want a shirt and you didn't. So now I got to validate. Okay. So these are the items. And then the other big thing that I have for y'all, if you don't want to wait, you just want to purchase a shirt, you could do that too. I mean, the cups are up here as well. There's some jackets and other little things. And if you want to keep up with all the content that I do, anytime I post anything, it is on my website, avto7power.com. All right. So those are the items. So just keep in mind, if you win, you can get one of the pastel colors or you can get the darker version. All right. So the I Don't Recall shirt. Shout out to Woody. All right. Shout out to Woody and Nathan Wade. That is where this statement kind of came from, but very comfortable, breathable. You guys will love it. Now, here's how we do this. We are going to come to the StreamYard giveaway tool. In order to qualify for the shirt, because we're all subscribers here. You have to be subscribed to the channel, and you have to type in #justice. Okay, you see that? I'm going to come and put some music on so we have some fun doing this. I'm going to give away 5. All right, we take care of shipping and handling. You don't have to pay for nothing. Now, you just need to type in #justice. Okay, I'm going to play the music and we're going to let it go. And I need to see, okay, we got some entries. I see #justice. Mac the Rabbit is doing it. Okay, 6 entries, 2,000 of you guys in here. That is how you do it. I'm going to play my theme song and I'm going to spin the wheel. Okay, I'm going to spin the wheel as we do this. So keep typing in #justice. Once I have 100 entries, we're going to start spinning the wheel. All right. So I want to give you guys a fair shot. There is a 2-minute delay between what I am saying and how it is delivered to you via StreamYard. So once I have 100 entries, we're going to go. Let's put on some, let's hang out. You know, I think I have some GTA music on here too, but. 100 entries. Are we ready? Let's spin the wheel for the first winner. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who's gonna win? Gail won a shirt. Shout out to Gail at night. Won the first shirt. The best mom on YouTube won a shirt. Y'all get the Gail. You can still enter. You can still enter. There's still time. There's still time. So Gail gonna get a link. Gail gonna get a link. All right, let's spin again. Winner number 1 is Gail. Winner number 2, 147 entries. I now have 149. Keep typing in #justice. Let's go. Let's go. Who is number 2? Who is number 2? Who is number 2? Who is it? Ant-Man! Shout out to Ant-Man. Ant-Man is winner number 2. Congrats, Ant-Man. Ant-Man 0960. I'll give you your form link in a moment. There's still time, y'all. Type in #justice. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Hold on. Sit down. Frankie Rizzo. Number 3. Frankie. Sit down, Frankie. Oh, nobody. Sure. All right, Frankie. 2 more spins. 170. Cool. #time. What do we got? What do we got? Slow down. Who do we got? Raleigh Girl! Shout out to Raleigh Girl. Raleigh Girl is winner number 4. Raleigh Girl. Girl, down here. All right, last one, chat. Last one. Okay. Spin it one more time. #justice. 10 more seconds. You gotta type that in. #justice. 170, 180. All right, here we go. Last spin of the day. What do we got? Who is our 5th spinner? Oh, shout out to Keep Code. They won. Congrats on the last winner. To our winners. If you have won a t-shirt, that's what makes this community, the Chatterhood, very special. I give back to y'all, so we have completed our t-shirt giveaway. Thank you guys for typing in #justice. Don't worry if you didn't win this time. I try to do this with every trial. Maybe we'll do it again on Friday, right? So somebody said I'm a fat boy and I wear 5X. Y'all are funny. But listen, I go up to 3X, okay? Extra small to 3X. Congratulations to all of the winners. Here are the next steps. If you are one of my 5 winners, Gail at Night, Ant-Man, Frankie, Raleigh Girl, E. Capone. Here's how you claim your shirt, okay? I have a link for you. We're going to shorten that URL. I'm going to drop it in the chat right now. This is for winners only. Don't be trifling and try to get a free shirt if you ain't win. I'm going to check. Okay, I'm going to check. So I'm going to drop it in the chat right now. This link is for the winners only. If you had, if you're watching it in the future, you have to be here right now. So I'm sorry if y'all are watching in the future, but maybe we'll do one on verdict day too. But this is the Google form. You have to fill out this Google form. This Google form is for my 5 winners only, okay? Once you get the form, the next thing that's going to happen is I need to generate a link so that way you don't pay for anything, all right? So once you fill out the form, we will send you your link. You get that link, and then you could check out and put all your shipping stuff. You don't need to tell me any of that, right? It's just like checking out for free, okay? Somebody said, toss salad for Sean. Y'all are funny. We used to do, like, if we had a longer trial, we used to do these like every day and like come up with different shirts and stuff. I mean, you know what? Oh, chat, we should do a let me out shirt for Sean. Would y'all wear that? If it said let me out, like, would y'all wear a let me out shirt? That would be hilarious. So again, for the 5 winners, this is your link, okay? Fill it out. I will email you so that way you don't have to pay for your shirt, and you'll be all set. We might do a let me out shirt and do this again on Friday. Do y'all want to do that? That would be hilarious. just let me out. Like, that was insane. Or the prayer emojis and the boys becoming, you know, all of a sudden they're religious once they're looking at the death penalty. But yeah, y'all want to let me out shirt. That is a joke from this chat. Like, y'all have been coming through like, let me out. Like, it's so funny. Okay, so all the winners, and Gail, since you are a winner, if you see anybody that's still looking for the link, that's it. I will check on y'all in a little bit to make sure that you have your links. We'll send the emails out so you have the link to your shirt. You can pick it and we'll go from there. What does the Let Me Out merch look like? I can't stand y'all. We going to hell. We going to hell together. Oh my God. Listen, let's keep going. But anywho, I'm now going to switch back over to the courtroom. It is 12:47 Eastern Standard Time. They are back at 1:30. I'm just going to read some super chats, answer y'all's questions, and then we will continue with the proceedings for the day. Let us see who we have here. Shout out to D, very, very top of the super chats, dropped the 5, says, what is so great about prison? Why are so many young brothers so anxious to go? I don't get it. I mean, there's a big study. There have been studies on this. We've talked about it as a community for years. You know, there is that, school to prison pipeline. You know, Black and brown people in this country are the most incarcerated, and it really started a few decades ago. You know, it's unfortunate, but I don't think people ever really plan when they're younger. Like, what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to go to jail. I don't think that's a thing. You know, there are mitigating circumstances, and sometimes we're dealt cards in life. But I do think one thing I've noticed about a lot of you guys in this community is you have either been to jail yourself, know somebody that's been incarcerated, or have been impacted by the criminal justice system in somehow, some way. That's also one of the reasons why I decided to go to law school. You know, a lot of people don't know this about me, but I grew up in a pretty shitty part of Boston. Like, I grew up in the hood, Dorchester. I mean, I grew up in the hood. A lot of people do not know that about me. And I fought my way to be a good example for you know, I'm the eldest of my siblings, but I worked really hard to show my brothers and sisters, like, it's possible. We weren't dealt the best cards, but it's possible. You know, that is not the case for everybody. But as we all grow, you know, being a positive impact on your community and the people around you is how you can make change, you know? So I don't think anybody ever wakes up or wants to go and go to prison. Like that is just not a thing. You know, when we did the YSL case, there was one gentleman who he was like one of the biggest donors of this chat. His name was Edgar. Edgar did 20 years in prison, came out and opened a rehabilitation center for people that were struggling with drug addiction. And Edgar used to come in here and make it rain. Why? Because he wanted to give back. You know, so if this is a place where people are learning and things of the like, you know, something like that is amazing. Even when Roy was out here, you know, he was doing that because there are many LawTube spaces or places where people learn about the law and want to watch trials and stuff. But like people saw the impact of what Lead and I did together, but also what the impact of this channel can be if we do something positive with it, you know? So I'm over here getting goddamn death threats from YNs. Like, you know, I'm doing all types of stuff trying to help people. And then, you know, shit like that happens. But yeah, deep conversation. But thank you so much, brother. Hope you are having a wonderful day. Shout out to D again with the 2, says there are also high IQ people who commit murder. Yes, yes, yes. This is a good point. Serial killers. You know, people, I think there are autistic murderers out there that just don't value human life in a regard, in a way that a normal person would. You know, like some of the most serious serial killers are like high IQ. That's actually a really good point, D. So thank you so much. Shout out to Carla, who became a member. Welcome, Carla. You're going to love it here. You're going to love it here. And honestly, I should probably do something like that for my members, like a member only stream where we do a giveaway or something like once a month. Definitely going to do that. Y'all are like threatening a legal person is crazy. Yeah. Listen, I got connects, man. After I got that threat yesterday, because here's the other thing. I didn't tell you guys about Pitch Lift. That's another thing I do on my spare time. And it's also it's also a business that I am now part owner of. Okay. So Pitch Lift is a way where I'm giving back to founders who start businesses. And we're doing it in Boston, but we're going to do it around the country at some point. I'm just showing y'all out of conversation. But we just put out a reel on my Instagram this morning. But me and my business partner got $100,000. We ended up raising that money. And throughout the year, we're having almost like a Shark Tank thing. And we're going to do it in different cities across the nation. Really just to give people an opportunity to start businesses, but we're going to give them $100,000. And the premise is you get in an elevator and you have to have the best elevator pitch. There's a panel of judges and you have 30 seconds to pitch your business to us. How creative are you going to be? Right? So this is what my other big project is right now. We do it every month, last Wednesday of every month. Right now we're starting in Boston, but I want to come to DC. I want to come back to Atlanta. I want to come back to Miami. I want to come back to lots of cities, but this thing has, you know, I'm an equity founder in it. So we're doing really good. You know, people can apply to pitch here. We tell you what Pitch Lift is. If you want to learn more about it, it is thepitchlift.com. This is the show we did last month. That's my partner, Rob. He is on the left-hand side, and that is the winner we had last month. So Ross got a key. He was the show winner. He did not win the $100,000, but he got a key, which gives him access at the end of the year for the finals for that $100,000. So every month people come in, there are going to be 7 keys that we give away. And when you get that key, you can come back for the end of the year. We are working with many companies that are giving us money for this. So it's really fun. So we have 7 events. It explains all the rules there, how you can get the $100,000. That's how you enter, you apply to pitch. There's the FAQ stuff. We have judges. That's me and my buddy, Rob. I've known him for like almost 15 years. So, you know, we came up in banking together, but yeah, that's Pitch Lift. And that's what I do when I am not talking about court cases online. Like I'm pretty passionate about business and giving back to people. But I think my side of it is I do want to give back to Black and brown communities and give people an opportunity to have some success in life, you know? So I'm not just on YouTube, just watching trials. Like, no, this is, I'm looking at the long-term strategy of things and going from there. So anywho, I don't know how I got all the way over there reading Carla's membership, but thank you so much, Carla. Let's keep going down the line. It is 12:55 Eastern Standard Time. We are back in court at 1:30 p.m. Oh, that's why the death threat. Because I'm doing this and I'm moving out here, like, you know, I've talked to people about the threat from yesterday. Because I'm out and about doing stuff like this, I take threats very seriously. So I escalated it to YouTube. I escalated it to my YouTube partner manager, but I also have a friend at the FBI. Don't fuck with your girl. So don't fuck with your girl. That's all I'm saying. I don't take that lightly, and it's not funny. So, you know, getting a little YN to come out here and like, you're messing with the wrong one. Let me just tell you that. Shout out to Trust in the Nerd with the 2, says he's presented pseudoscience as if it is science. Yeah, you know, I think that one doctor, the reason why Scott Harmon chewed him up is the whole phone book thing. It just seems like outdated principles. If you look at Rashad's doctor is a little bit younger, but also used more modern practices with, you know, like what psychiatrists would use to diagnose somebody. And he kind of talked about that a bit more. That one was a little bit more coherent. I do think that the first doctor, Davion's doctor, was a little tough to listen to. It took a while too. But like some of the practices that he's using, they just seem like there's some issues with them, you know? So, and also I look at it like if Davion was able to have all of those jobs, successfully keep them, was he bullshitting you when he did the test? Did he fail the test on purpose? That's what Scott Harmon was getting at. So we'll see how the jury takes that, but very interesting. Thank you so much, Trust the Nerd. User dropped me a super sticker. Thank you so much, user. Cute dog, little cutie. Trust the Nerd came back with the 2, says the entire field of psychiatry is fraudulent AF. It depends. It depends. You know, my criminal law professor used to say that all the time. The words, it depends, those are 2 sexy words, right? Psychiatry, you obviously have to go to school to be a licensed psychiatrist, but there's also therapy, right? Where you have a mental health professional. And the biggest differences between the 2 is the psychiatrist can prescribe medication. Now, if you have a mental health professional, they cannot prescribe medication. So some people go through different forms of therapy where one, you get the medication that you need, and you know the other, you just get the talk therapy. I've done it before, you know, like when I was in law school, I was always stressed out, so I would want to talk to somebody about it. And then there was a point, probably like 2 years ago, I went through a breakup, so I needed to process that. I was like, "What's wrong with me?" And so I just needed to walk through that. It wasn't like trauma or anything. It was just really stress. But both times it was talk therapy, right? Now, the ones that prescribe personally, I'm not a fan of that, but sometimes you need it. Like, you know, I've had family members go through stuff where it actually looks like you can benefit from the medication. The medication does change you. Sometimes, you know, I've seen people take anti-anxiety medication. They put on a lot of weight. You know, but it balances them out. I think I told you about a young lady in my family who was on anxiety medication and it made her overly happy. You know, looking at Rashad in the courtroom, he looks zoned out half of the time. So you have situations like that, right? But psychiatrists, you know, they definitely move to see their patients a little bit more. Now, there are other situations. This is where I do agree with you. I've seen people that kind of go into this like holistic type of healing type of thing. You gotta be careful of that because when you look at like traditional psychiatry and mental health care, you really got to pay attention to these prices. If you have insurance, obviously your insurance takes care of it. And with many health plans, it comes included. If you don't have insurance, that's where you get into some problems. Now, this holistic healing type of thing, which can be a benefit to most people, but I've seen situations where I've gone to one and it became hey, you need to come back every 2 weeks. And I'm paying the lady like $250. I'm like, this is $500 a month to talk. And I know I'm not that fucked up. I know I'm not. You know what I mean? And it's like, it was a different thing. So when I say be safe out there, I'm telling you guys to be careful out there, with these options when it comes to that stuff. Caesar says, I paid $35. This lady wanted $250. I was like, I'm gonna see you like once a year. Like, that's a bonus. That is a bonus. But I'm really not that fucked up. But anyway, just be careful with what you select out there. I do think it could benefit a lot of people, but it really depends on what you select as far as, your journey in healing. And I mean, many of you guys have kids. We were talking about a lot of that yesterday, where some kids struggle with ADHD, but they grow up and they're perfectly fine after, or ADD. There's also another big, and I don't know if you guys have seen this on like TikTok or YouTube. These days, there's this big movement to make things ADHD friendly. Like content that is ADHD friendly, instructions that are ADHD friendly. I am not surprised that 3 of these defendants are saying they have ADHD. Notice that Sean didn't. Sean didn't talk about any health problems. Interesting. I just realized that 3 of the defendants are, but Sean is not. Anyway, where were we? We were here, Trusted Nerd. It is 1:01 Eastern Standard Time. They are due back at 1:30. 29 minutes to go. Let's keep going down the super chat line. Shout out to Shanta with the 5, says, as an occupational therapist. I didn't know that, Shanta. Bulldog pisses me off. Plenty of special needs people get routine jobs. Can't watch this attack. Okay, yeah, I mean, you see it at the grocery store. Like now, when we're at grocery stores, sometimes you might see special needs people, or you see a lot of elderly people during the daytime. I know that because, I work from home. So like on days where I'm not trial streaming, if I just need to run to the store, I just look at the different personalities. And then like, in the evenings and weekends, you get teenagers with part-time jobs, right? But yeah, no, Shanta has a good point. I don't know. I don't know if Davion's being truthful with his issues, but at the same time, a psychiatrist wouldn't have prescribed him an antipsychotic if there wasn't proof that he needed it. But at the same time, we also learned today that Davion has played around with ecstasy, okay, at one point in time, okay? So I don't know. It's kind of a question mark. And the reason why it's a question mark is because it doesn't even matter what we believe. It's what this jury believes, okay? These 12 people, and only 8 of them need to vote death penalty. We will see what they do, okay? In Alicia's case, it seemed like people were more lenient. They didn't give her murder in the first degree. They didn't give her second degree. They went with manslaughter, which was the lightest of the charges. So we will see what happens here. But thank you, Shanta. Great point. Great insight. Shout out to Nate with the 2, says Murphy wasn't spaced out when they smoked his crib. He wasn't coming outside. He was not coming outside. He said, I'm staying inside for 7 hours. Y'all are going to have to get a ladder to come in here. You're going to have to kick in the door, wave in the 4-4. You're going to have to throw in that gas thing. You're going to have to come and get me, which is a good point. Good point, Nate. Great observation. Thank you, brother. Shout out to Vank with who became a member. Welcome, Vank. Go love it over here. I've been telling my members, I think we will do like a monthly giveaway just for y'all because, membership has its benefits and you're actually paying to support the channel. And that means so much to me. Like I said, I have people that I paid to do thumbnails. I have people that I paid to do editing. I have people that support me in so many different ways. There's a brand manager. This is a team, so I thank you guys for all of the support. Thank you so much, Bank. Shout out to Chris Bibby with the $10 super sticker. Thank you so much, Chris. It's always great to see you. Thank you for supporting during this trial. I've been recognizing your name throughout these past few weeks. So it's always great to have you in here. Appreciate the super chat. or the super sticker. Shout out to Michael Love. We got a little bit of a delay going on. Hold on. I hope this is not freezing. I hope this is not freezing. Are we freezing? Okay, there it is. Okay. Shout out to Michael Love with the 5. It says, from looking at all these trials, it seems like the reason for most going to prison is trying to fit in. Yeah, I mean, and that was one of the most heartbreaking things we learned about in the YSL trial. Woody was very vocal about changing his life and very vocal about the decisions that he made when he was around Thug and YSL and the promises that were made. It's unfortunate that these boys are not friends anymore, but he talked about changing his life because he had gone to jail so many times and lost out on opportunities to spend time with his family, opportunities to spend time with his kids, opportunities to, not better his life in a different way. And he's doing it now. Unfortunately, Woody did lose his newborn baby last year. His brother been going through it. Had a biking accident, fell off a bike at one point. But he was trying to really change his life for the positive. So he admitted that it was more about, fitting in with people. But a lot of people make decisions early on in life that impact them later that they regret. All of us were not the best teenagers. I had a little, I was a little badass for a little bit. I told y'all my dad used to whoop my ass. You know what I mean? Just once. Never happened again. But we do have that rebellious stage. Not everybody, but most people have that rebellious stage. And then later in life, you come out of it. And it happens in your early 20s too. That's when these kids start learning how to turn up and go clubbing. You know what I mean? And that's where a lot of these mistakes start to happen. But later on in life with maturity, it gets better, right? So there is a possibility of rehabilitation. But when you're like these 4 boys and you want to go pick up mama's AR, Sean supplying the ARs to these other kids, and they go and take somebody's life, that's not normal rebelliousness anymore. That's a conscious decision. Ain't no way you didn't think that it was wrong to shoot up a hotel, a fully booked hotel. Like that already shows like you're not thinking well. What if they caught him at like a gas station or something? It's the same thing. You're putting other people in danger in addition to your intended target. Look at the other 3 victims. That's why Scott wasn't playing yesterday with Sean on the stand. Oh, Sean, you're remorseful? You see this picture of Gino Norris? You see this picture of the other guy? You hit up a girl too, a woman, a female. It's attempted murder, but they could have lost their lives too. So bunch of shenanigans happening here, but mama's AR and mama's car, the Impala. Crazy, insane. But it is 1:08 Eastern Standard Time. We did our t-shirt giveaway. I'm all caught up on the super chats. I think there's a few cash apps for me to read. Once I read those, we'll check out some old Alicia Andrews footage until we get to 1:30, but we'll have about 20 minutes for that until they come back at 1:30. Shout out to E. Capone hit me this morning at like 4 a.m. You were up. Hit me with a 7, says people are jealous of your success. I mean, I hope not. I definitely, there's room for everybody on YouTube. Like seriously, ain't nobody need to be jealous and nada. But thank you so much. Shout out to Freddie with the 10, says the Mick Rabbit says Davion do the stanky leg. Well, thank you, Freddie. Freddie is he's hilarious. He used to be a comedian and is in Chatterhood. Drops another 5, says, I won before. Never gave my address. Give mine away. Yeah, no, that's the other thing. When I did the t-shirt giveaways last time, some of y'all wouldn't fill out the form. So I was just like, you won. Why did you even want to enter to win if you're not going to cash in on your prize? Shenanigans, but interesting stuff. All right, chat. So we are all caught up on Cash Apps, I believe. Let me just double check to make sure I didn't miss anything. Go to the history. Okay. Yeah. I'm all caught up. All right. And I'm going to hit those hearts right now so you know that I covered it and we are in good shape. So let's go to some historic Alicia Andrews footage because her court date is next week. I am very curious to see what's going to happen with this young lady because we saw a lot of things that implicated her in this trial. Jeremy has made a few appearances in court. He has. I think he was there yesterday for quite a little bit, and he was also there for opening arguments. I think he's watching this closely to see what the outcome of these folks are going to be, what happens to these young boys, and he's preparing for his portion for his client. So that's what's coming up next. All right, let's do Alicia Andrews cross. Alicia Andrews cross. We're going to show that part. That one came up with, she was crossed by, what is her name? Here it is. I found it. She was crossed by Michelle. Let's come over here. Watch this. Make sure the audio booster is on for y'all.
So that you agreed not to go see him, right?
Yeah, if you don't want me there, I'm not going to go.
October 7th of 2023, when he said that he was traumatized and that he was mentally not well, not right in the head.
I think I remember that conversation. I asked if he wanted me to be around him for, just more support. Yeah, but he didn't want me to come.
And you remember that conversation. He didn't want you around because he was not in the right headspace the day after his friend Tilly died, correct?
Yeah, I remember. I mean, who would be in the right headspace after their friend died?
And so much so that you agreed not to go see him, right?
Yeah, if you don't want me there, I'm not going to go.
And you were worried about him, right?
Yeah, but I know if he doesn't want me there, I'm not going to just go.
And that was October 6th and 7th of 2023. Are you aware that Charles Jones, his life, there was an attempt on his life that occurred on October 7th of 2023, the day after his good friend Tilly was killed?
I've heard about it.
You heard about it from Charles Jones, right?
Yeah, I believe he went live or something.
Yeah, and in fact, not only did you hear about it from Charles Jones, you had conversations on your phone about it, and you assured him you would delete it, right?
Delete what?
Delete. I'm sorry. You had conversations with your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, about it, and you deleted the conversations, didn't you?
About what?
About what he had done.
He never told me he did anything. I don't remember.
Well, then let me ask you, with looking at your messages with him on October 7th of 2023, refresh your recollection. You see that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been in this trial, correct?
Yes.
You heard that the shell casings that was taken off of your boyfriend's best friend's Toyota 4Runner, that the ballistics matched the casings that were used to shoot at Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, on October of 2023, right?
Yes.
It's been tied to that ballistically, right?
Yeah, I've heard it.
And it occurred the day after Tilly was killed.
Yes.
And he was torn up, and you guys had conversations about it. You and your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, had conversations about that. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, he's telling me he's not himself right now. He needs space. He never told me he did anything.
Then what is it that you're referring to after he tells you to stay loyal, right? He tells you that. He texts that to you after that, after he said he needed some time.
on October 8th, now that we're talking, the
Yes.
day after Charles Jones, where they tried to take his life, right?
I mean,
Overruled.
He says to you, don't go run off normally, what you normally do, be loyal, stay loyal. That's what he said to you, right?
yes, and you're misinterpreting what he's saying. When he says stay loyal, he means don't go cheat. Because, I mean, I talk to who I want to talk to at times. When he's not paying me no attention, I feel like you ignore me, you're doing what you want to do, I'm going to go talk to other people. So that's why he's telling me stay loyal, don't do what you normally do.
So when he's devastated because his friend died, and then he and his friend tried to kill their rival, what he's worried about is you staying loyal to him?
I mean, I guess so.
Okay. And so what are you referring to when you say in direct response to that, you're saying, it's fine, you're all right now, it's somebody close to you, not a random person, so I mean it's normal to feel how you feel. I'm not bae, we're straight, we're just together, we're good. I deleted what you said, and I'm not texting nobody, even if you don't want to talk about it at the moment. So what exactly are you referring to that you deleted?
He told me to delete a message with somebody's texting me. So it was a different guy.
So again, he's worried about you cheating. He didn't make any sort of confessions and confide in you as to what happened on October 7th?
No, he didn't.
Overruled.
And so when you are with law enforcement and they are interviewing you and they bring up Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, and they specifically talk about this beef, you lie to them and act like you don't know nothing about that, right?
Yeah, he asked me if I had knowledge, like I knew exactly who did what. Like, no, I don't have no direct knowledge. I know what's on the internet, but I didn't assume that's what he was asking me, so I said no.
You know nothing about Julio, the big rapper, right?
I said I know what's on the internet. I don't know personally if it's true, who did what.
You know more than what is on the internet. Isn't that true, miss?
No, I actually don't.
You have just read to the jury about different deaths.
That's on the internet in our city. I don't know if it would be in Tampa, but Jacksonville is on the internet.
And also a person you know that's been shot, Will.
Yeah, I went to school with him, so I know.
Okay, so that's not just on the internet. That's something that you lived through, right?
I lived through it. I mean, that's his situation. I just know about it.
And you're dating Isaiah Chance Gutta, right?
Dating him when at that time?
And you know that his best friend, 23, has been killed.
I mean, okay, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
Okay, but you're aware of it, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
And you know that Tilly has been killed.
Yes, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
But again, you are aware of it, right?
Yeah, it's on the internet.
Overruled.
And you know that Bibby has been killed.
Yes, just like everybody else knows.
And you yourself know about it.
Yes, it's on the internet.
And law enforcement are informing you that they are asking you about the death of Charles Jones in Tampa, right?
Yes.
And they are talking to you and they are mentioning that they know the beef between these two groups, right?
Yes.
And your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is connected to many of the people who have died in this rival gang war.
Yeah, he's connected, not me. So,
But you know about it.
yes, I know.
And you lied to law enforcement and withheld all of that information, knowing that they are investigating another death in this rival gang war, right?
I mean, in the beginning, they told me to talk about what I want to talk about. I don't have to talk about what I don't want to talk about. And I didn't want to be in the middle of that. I don't know for sure if any of these deaths for real. I looked on the internet. No, so I didn't answer it.
They read you your Miranda rights, right? They told you that before they read you your Miranda rights, right?
I don't know if it was before or not.
You didn't just watch this video?
Yeah, I don't remember if it was before though.
They read you your Miranda rights and told you you had the right to remain silent, that you were in the driver's seat, right?
Yes,
They also informed you you could have an attorney present with you if you wanted to, right?
yes.
And you chose to speak with them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was there for, so I didn't have a problem speaking to them.
You didn't know what you were there for? They told you multiple times that you were there for the murder investigation of Charles Jones, right?
I'm saying as soon as it started, when I got arrested from my house, they said I had a warrant for resisting arrest. So that's what I was assuming I was going to jail for. I later ended up in a room with 2 guys. So I did sit there and talk.
Who told you what you were being questioned about?
Yeah, and I had no issue. I can answer the question.
And then multiple times in that interview, they were trying to impart to you the seriousness of what you were being questioned about.
Yes.
You would agree?
All right, guys, a brief interruption. We are watching old footage right now. This is not live. Court is back in about 9 minutes. We're just killing a little bit of time until they are back, and we will continue with the sentencing day 3 for Davion and Rashad's witnesses. So we're going to pick it up with them. I think we're going to do a few of Davion's, then a few of Rashad's. But for the time being, we are watching the debacle that was Alicia's cross.
With that statement, multiple times they tried to reach you and let you know how serious these charges were.
Yes.
And they asked you for details about who was involved, and they started showing you evidence.
Yeah, they did.
And in that moment, you chose to protect your boyfriend. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say I protected him. I literally pointed him out, so that's not protecting him.
You never said that he was involved with a homicide, did you?
I didn't know if he's involved in it, so why would I tell him that?
You never said who or gave descriptions. If you truly believed he had nothing to do with this homicide, then why wouldn't you just share information and tell them and give them descriptions, even if you didn't know their name, what they look like, and where they came from?
I mean, again, I didn't know for sure, so I didn't answer that. And I'm not about to do that job for them, put my life on the line, to be in the middle of that, so I didn't answer it. I answered everything pertaining to me. Anything about them, I didn't answer.
You didn't seem like you were afraid in that interview. Were you afraid in the interview or not?
I was, but I handled myself well.
Okay. You weren't afraid of Isaiah Chance?
No, he's not even in there, so why would I be?
So, well, then I don't understand. Were you afraid to give up their names because you're afraid of them? You're afraid of Isaiah Chance and Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy? Or are you protecting them in that interview?
I wouldn't say I'm doing any of that. I mean, you understand it's about a gang. I'm a female. I don't want to be in the middle of it, so I didn't answer it. And I don't know for sure if they did anything at the time of that, so I didn't say anything.
Then why are you up here testifying about how Isaiah Chance hit you?
Because, I mean, that leads up to why I act the way I act out of town.
You were afraid of him or not? Are you afraid of him? Does he beat you? And are you afraid to stand up to him?
Yes, at times.
And you said, I think you said in your direct examination, that people can't really understand because they don't know when you cannot leave. Is that what you said? Something to that?
I said people wouldn't understand a domestic violence relationship because you'll think, why don't you leave? Why don't you walk away? It's not that easy unless you're in it.
But that's not exactly true, is it?
It is true.
You say cannot leave. You did not live with him, did you?
No, I didn't.
You never lived with Isaiah Chance.
No, I didn't. But he knew where I stayed. He would pop up at my house, ring the doorbell all times of night. So I couldn't go nowhere. So
He never had financial control over you. He never paid your rent, did he?
I don't pay rent, so no.
You live with your parents.
Yes.
You live with 2 loving parents in a safe home. Isn't that true, Miss Andrews?
Yes, I do.
And you never mentioned to your mother or your father that Isaiah Chance was hitting you or abusing you ever, did you?
I did.
You never reported it to police?
No, she asked me, but I didn't want to cause any problems with him or his family, so I left it alone.
So you had choices, didn't you?
That was the very last time, so I told him.
Are you afraid of him and do things because you are fearful of him? Is that what you testified to on direct?
Yes,
So fearful of him that you have to do everything he says. Is that correct?
at times, yes.
And you are claiming to this jury that you're not in a relationship with him anymore. Is that true, ma'am?
I'm not. I said he may think that because I never broke up with him, but I'm
You
not.
think that he thinks that because you still talk to him even though he is locked in jail, right?
Yes, I do still talk to him, and that's because of my issue. I don't want to cause any safety issues in his jail. He sends me verbal messages and where I'm at, so, I mean, I just keep him at ease. There's nowhere for me to go.
What safety issues? He is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot get to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, you do know it's ways in a jail. You can send messages to people. People look at me sideways. Oh, that's your boyfriend? He said this. He told me to tell you this. Like, it's safety issues. Like, literally before I came to trial, a deputy told me one of my co-defendants were trying to have me jumped. So I just do what I have to do.
You are also safely in jail. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I wouldn't say safely. You can get in a fight at any time.
Okay. There are all kinds of deputies. Is that correct?
Yes, all of them don't do their job also. So
And we're not talking about your safety from.
She said one of her co-defendants tried to have her jump. Who do y'all think it was? I think it was Davion. I think it was Davion. Sean's too soft. Sean too green for that. Rashad is zoned out. What if it was Davion? Chat. I forgot about this. 4 minutes out. They're back at 1:30. We're watching old footage. Y'all think it was Davion too? Y'all like, she a lie. Yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, I think it was Davion. I was just looking at some stuff on Twitter. And remember when Davion was laughing yesterday? It was around the time, and we thought he was laughing at his mental health report. It was allegedly when Sean or Isaiah, I think it was when Sean was on the stand. I think he was laughing at Sean, green ass. My God. I forgot about this. Let's go back in.
From other people, we're specifically talking about your safety from Isaiah Chance, someone you claim to be so afraid of that you will go along and do anything for him, right?
I wouldn't do anything for him, but
You wouldn't go along with a murder plot for him?
no, he never told me anything about a murder plot.
And you wouldn't try to call him multiple times incorrectly from the jail, right?
What do you mean incorrectly?
You're not allowed to phone another inmate, can you?
I don't call him like that, so what do you mean?
You're right, you don't call him like that. You have to break policy of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and do some kind of three-way call involving Isaiah Chance's mother. Isn't that true?
Yeah, we do that.
You do it all the time, right?
Yes, when he asks for me, I do it.
As for you, you have to initiate your own phone call. He can't call you in the jail either, can he?
I said when he asks for me, I do it. If he tells me to call, I'm going to call.
It's not just that he answers for you. You can't call him directly. Isn't that true, ma'am?
No, I can't.
You have to coordinate and you have to make arrangements with some third party who is not in jail so that you can talk to him. Isn't that true?
Yes, and like I said, it goes back to me keeping him happy. I don't want to cause any issues while I'm sitting here. If he gets mad, if I don't call him, it's no telling what he's going to say. I'm the odd one out of this. They can all turn around and say, oh, it was Alicia, and I'm not getting in the middle of that. So I keep him happy while I'm here. He wants me to call, he wants to talk to me, let him know about the baby. He lets me know, I let him know I'm okay. That's what I do.
You call him 5 to 10 times a day in there.
Yes, when he says, call back, I call back.
And you also do messages. There's a kiosk system where you can kiosk with him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he texts me and I text him.
And you have intimate conversations about your case, don't you?
Yes, when he asks, I let him know.
And he sends you messages, which could be called sexting, right?
Yeah, he do. I keep him happy, like I said.
And you're no longer in a relationship with him, correct?
No, he thinks that.
And you call him multiple times a day, every day for several months. Isn't that true?
Yes, like I said, I'm doing what I have to do. I'm not gonna let him know. I'm not gonna get on the phone and act like it's a change. I'm acting the same. I'm doing what I have to do.
Ma'am, you understand you're on trial for first-degree murder, right?
Yes, I do.
And it's for hanging out with him.
I do.
And you are still protecting him, right? To this day, you're protecting him.
I'm not protecting him.
You are still calling him and communicating with him, aren't you?
Yes, that's not protecting him though.
So much so that you call his mother, right?
I do.
And you have been advised and you report to his mother that you don't care that your attorneys tell you not to talk to him. You're going to do it anyway, right?
Yes, because I feel like that's the best way to do it.
So you are so desperate to talk to him and have communication with him, you don't even care if it may be hurtful to your case.
I wouldn't say desperate because when I did disappear and listened, he texted me from another person and said, why are you not listening to me? Why are you not responding? When are you going to get it to your big red forehead? And all these other things. So I started back talking to him.
So now again, you're talking to him because you're still afraid of him, right? Even though he is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot go near you.
I didn't say physically come to me. I'm talking about other people.
You take advice from him, don't you?
I listen to it.
He discusses the case with you many, many times. Isn't that true?
Yes, because he knows I don't know, so he tries to make sure I know everything.
In fact, he tells you to kind of stay strong because the state thinks you're the weaker link. Has he told you that before?
Yes, he told me that.
Have you responded to him on, let's see. What's the date? Recently is June 27th of 2025. Did you tell them half the witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit? I'm just lost because this is all pointless.
Said what?
Did you say to him, half of their witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit? I'm just lost because this is all pointless.
Yes, I told him, and that's my opinion. I don't understand why I'm here. It's really about them.
So you're still talking about what you're charged with him?
Yeah, he's aware, so I can say.
All right, again, we're watching this. This is old footage, guys. This is the cross. I do have the penalty phase live feed up on my other tab here. They were supposed to be back at 1:30. It's 1:33 Eastern Standard Time. So as soon as they are back, we will switch courtrooms and get back to current times.
And he tries to tell you what you should do in your case, right? And he tries to tell you what is the plan about the Airbnb. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, and I don't control him, so he talks about what he wants to talk about.
Don't you say in response to him telling you all that, you don't got to say all that. Don't walk me through those stops. You said that, right?
Yeah, I stop him when he talks about the case because I already kind of know that. So he tries to let me know, and I already know.
It's not because you've already discussed what you two are going to say that you're on some kind of vacation to Tampa.
No, we haven't.
That's not what you're referring
talked
to?
about that. No. He's talking about the girl in the Airbnb.
On July 5th, 2025, you didn't tell his mother that you made the defense attorney's investigator so mad because you told him you're not going to leave until you want to, and that they can't tell you who you can talk to, specifically referring to him. Isn't that true?
I was referring to other people too, but him too.
Because you are not going to give him up. Isn't that true?
Like I said, I'm doing what I think I should do to keep him happy.
And that is calling him hundreds of times, multiple times a day.
Yes, you don't see the messages when he asks us. He says, "Can you call? I need you to call. Are you okay? How are you? How's the baby?"
All right, chat. We got action over here. We're switching back. We're back. That was just what we did for lunch. It looks like everybody's filing back to the courtroom after the lunch break. That was Alicia's old footage. If you're interested, the next court date she has is on Friday, the 22nd. And of course, we will tune into that one. Y'all know we here for it. We got to watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Let's go back to this afternoon with the boys here. And it looks like we are going to pick it up with Davion's witnesses and then Rashad's. Remember, if you haven't voted yet, it's still up on the, it's up in the chat. So vote for Davion, what you think is going to happen with him. And then I will put up a Rashad poll for the majority afternoon when his witnesses come up. Let's get back into it.
All right.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. And we are ready to proceed. Ms. Toomey, call your next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may proceed, Ms. Toomey.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full legal name for the record?
Mark Patrick Rubino.
And what do you do?
I'm an adult neurologist.
And can you give us some idea of your background, your training?
All right. Well, a long time ago, I went to Northeastern Ohio University's College of Medicine, now called Northeastern Ohio Medical University, as part of a 6-year BS&D program. I went to my BS at Kent State and my MD in 6 years.
Okay.
And then I went on to do my transitional residency at Akron City Hospital, and then my neurology residency at USF here in Tampa.
And how long have you been practicing neurology?
26 years.
And do you have any licenses?
I'm licensed in the state of Florida.
And are you in private practice?
I am.
And have you ever been allowed to offer an opinion or give an opinion in the field of neurology?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
82, 83, something like that.
In state court and federal court, or?
State and federal, yes, but all in Florida.
And doctor, what's a neurologist?
A neurologist is a doctor who is trained in disorders of the brain, spinal cord, nerve, and muscle. So I deal with everything from dementias, head injuries, Parkinson's disease, movement disorders, Huntington's disease, spine disorders, MS, seizures, peripheral neuropathy, balance problems, and then unfortunately a lot of pain too.
And so then you have clinical patients that you see on a daily or weekly basis, I assume?
Yes,
And were you retained by my office in this case?
I was.
And what were you tasked with doing?
to evaluate neurologically, I think specifically because he'd had some head injuries, I was tasked to find something to order some imaging.
Okay, and did you actually meet with Davion Murphy?
I did meet with Mr. Murphy, yes.
Okay, and was that at the jail?
At the jail here in Tampa, yes.
And did you do some type of evaluation or something with him?
I
at the
did
jail?
a history and I did a neurological examination.
And tell us what that is. What did you do?
A neurological examination is different than a general physical exam because it focuses on the nervous system. The first part is called mental status. Then I'll assess cranial nerves, which are the nerves coming out of your brain to your head. And then the rest of the motor system, like arms and legs. I test for motor strength, tone, sensory examination, coordination, and gait, which is the ability to walk.
I could approach the witness. Well,
Yes.
actually, Judge, I think the state would be stipulating to the introduction of defense exhibit 4.
Okay, very good. Be admitted.
Thank you. These gadgets. Is this what you're kind of talking about?
Well, this is the first part, the mental status. So I do a standardized test for the mental status called a MOCA, Montreal Cognitive Assessment. And this is how he did.
So in that first section, the visual, spatial, or executive functioning, what was Mr. Murphy asked to do?
He was asked to complete the trails, which is the first task on the upper left side, where you're supposed to connect the 1 to the A to the 2, and connect the rest of them in the same pattern that's been established.
And then what about the cube?
You're supposed to copy the cube.
And how did he fare on both of these tests?
He did the trails okay, but the cube was not good at all.
Okay. And then draw a clock, how did you do on that?
The clock he did okay, except the hands, he couldn't figure out exactly where the 11 went on 10 past 11.
Okay, and is there a number of points that are assessed or given to each one of these different tasks?
Yes, on the clock.
Be honest, chat. Is Davion not, and this is not me making fun of anybody with cognitive disabilities. I mean, I just am curious about what y'all think. Did he fail on purpose? Put a 1 in the chat, or put a 2 in the chat if you think he really is just cognitively not there. And be honest. And again, this is not making fun of anybody. I just want to. I don't know. I don't know. So we're in the top left-hand corner. Apparently the cube situation is one thing. Then we're on the hands on the clock. Naming of animals. let's keep going.
Clock, the contour of the clock is a 1, is a point. The numbers are part on it, that's a 2, although one can argue his spacing is off because there's a lot of space in it between the 1 and the 2 and the 2 and the 3, but I gave it to him. And the hands, that's what he failed, is the hands.
Okay. And then we'll say you got 3 out of 5 on that. Points.
On naming, because he was able to name the lion, the rhinoceros, and the camel.
What I'm talking about here, the first.
Oh,
set
yeah,
of
3 out of
points.
5 on the,
3 out of 5.
yes,
And then on the naming,
he named the animals correctly.
3 out of 3. And then the memory portion, tell us about what that is.
Memory portion is I give him the 5 words face, velvet, church, daisy, and red. And I'll say that 3 or 4 times and have him repeat it to me. And then I'll say, I'm going to ask you these, I'm going to ask this of you in a few minutes after we do the rest of the test.
And how did you do on that?
He ended up getting 4 out of the 5 right.
And then you have something here that's called attention.
Yes.
What's that for?
This is where I tell him to repeat numbers, and I'll give them the numbers. First one is forward order, and the second one is reverse order, backwards.
Okay. And the points on that one?
He couldn't get he did do the one that was in reverse.
Okay. And then you've got language, abstraction, delayed recall, and orientation. Is this your initial evaluation kind of thing that you do, or is this something different?
This is part of the mental status component of the neurological examination.
And do you do that in the beginning or towards the end after you?
I do that in the beginning of the neurological portion of things.
All right. What else do you do in addition to this? Is there some type of exercises with the arms and hands or something?
Well, then I test the cranial nerves.
Okay, tell us about that.
So the cranial nerve is going to be testing for the nerves that go to your face and structures of your head. Part of that is going to be oculomotor, which is the eyes. So I'll have him hold my finger as I draw an H, and I'll watch his eye movements. And his eye movements, he had some jerking in his eyes. I couldn't call it nystagmus, but it was really bizarre. I've never really seen it before, but it's abnormal.
And how did you do that test?
I draw an H and have him fall. I draw an H with my finger and have him track my finger with his head sitting still.
So can you demonstrate for us?
Yes. Just follow my finger. And you go in, check for convergence.
Is that similar to the horizontal gaze nystagmus test administered in DUIs, or similar?
It's going to be similar because they're looking for the same thing.
What is that?
Nystagmus.
Which is?
Jerking of the eyes. There's usually a fast and slow component. It was close to nystagmus, but he had no fast and slow. It's all the same component. It's all just jerky.
And you had no reason to believe that Davion Murphy was under the influence of anything?
No, he was not. I mean, he's in jail, but I didn't think he was under influence of anything.
And you say you've never seen that before? Is that what you said?
It was just bizarre.
Okay.
I've been looking at a lot of eyes and I haven't seen him jerk quite like that.
But you have seen eyes that have jerked.
Yes.
And what is that a symptom of?
It's usually, it could be one of two things. One would be if he's currently experiencing vertigo, that can cause some nystagmus. But he wasn't having any vertigo. So the other thing that causes it is be disruption in the brainstem, where the oculomotor nuclei exist. There's going to be some disruption to it. And usually you see that in people with brain injury is that they don't just damage their cortex or cerebral hemispheres, they damage their whole brain.
Okay. What other kind of physical testing or examinations did you do?
Next, I assessed his motor examination.
Okay.
Where I have him resist deltoids, biceps, arm, wrist flexors and extensors, and hand intrinsics, leg flexor, leg extensor, quadriceps extensor, and foot dorsiflexion. And then he had 5 out of 5 of that. He was full strength, no weakness. But when I checked his tone was elevated. Now, let me explain.
What does that mean? You say his tone was elevated? Yes.
So I have him with one arm, have him draw a circle, sort of like this. While I then work with the other hand, trying to have him relax. While he was doing this, he was unable to relax and exhibited a tone increase, and contrary to both sides. Most people, when you do that, they can relax because they're fully capable. He wasn't able to do that.
So what is that indicative of?
Upper motor neuron, basically somewhere in his brain is not working right.
Okay. Did you administer any other physical tests? And if you need to refer to your report, you're more than welcome. Just tell me.
Look at this here. Then I did reflexes,
Okay.
deep tendon reflexes, which I use my reflex hammer and tap on his tendons and places.
And what did that tell you? If anything?
Well, he had normal reflexes in his arms, 2 out of 5. In his legs, in his patellas, he had 3 out of 5, but his ankle jerks were 1 out of 5. He also had a cross adductor.
A what? I'm sorry.
It's called a cross adductor.
He was also shot in the D. So maybe some parts don't work. I don't know. I don't know, chat. Is this convincing?
Okay, what is that?
It's a pathological reflex.
Which means?
It means that he has an upper motor neuron problem. And basically, upper motor neurons is meaning spinal cord or brain.
Okay.
There's a problem. And the increased reflexes in patella and decreased his ankle jerks telling me something else is going on.
What do you mean?
Well, then I did a sensory examination, and he had sensory loss, all compatible for a polyneuropathy.
You say polyneuropathy?
Yes, polyneuropathy.
And what does that mean?
He has something going on that's causing him to develop nerve damage in his legs that eventually is going to give him numbness, tingling, and balance problems in the future.
And do you attribute that to anything?
But considering he's 5'11" and 300 pounds, I would, if I'm a betting man, he's at least pre-diabetic.
Okay. But that has nothing to do with any of the other physical examinations that you conducted.
Correct.
Did you do anything else?
I ordered MRI with DTI, neuroquant, and I did a CT PET.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Okay.
What's a CT PET? What is that?
A PET scan is a
chia pet for a 300-pound pre-diabetic man who is likely playing with you. But let's see what the doctor has to say here.
nuclear study. Basically, what happens is a radio-labeled sugar is administered. Well, your brain, sugar, it's glucose. Glucose is a type of sugar. It's the main sugar your brain uses. Matter of fact, it's the primary food your brain needs. Only other thing that uses glucose, either use glucose or ketones in starvation, but glucose is what it uses.
Okay, so the person is injected with some kind of sugar.
It's radioactive glucose, basically. That's a simple way of saying it. Radio labeled means radioactive, medical grade. Anyhow, this is injected in the body, and they track it as it goes into the brain. They do a CT first, so they have something to map it on. That's why I call it CT PET. Otherwise, it'd just be a blob in space. So they map it onto a CT, and the parts of the brain that uses glucose would be the cortex. The cortex is where the neuron cell bodies exist. Neurons cell bodies give rise to axons. Axons don't use any sugar.
What's the purpose of an axon?
Axon is as important as part of this neuron. Axon is the part that traverses to other
Connect?
They connect synapses at the end of this axon. It's part
And
of the
communicate with other parts of the brain?
yeah, it's the wire.
The wires, okay. All right. And then, did you explain that one? The CT PET, so is that,
Well, I'm still
sorry, go ahead.
So the cortex should light up, and all the cortex should be relatively the same intensity of sugar used because it's all doing the same thing, all being used.
Okay. And then the MRI DTI?
We did an MRI and DTI. I never did get a neuroquant. That wasn't provided.
So tell us what the MRI DTI is.
MRI is going to be a little different. It tells us about structure. Structure would be if you had a brain tumor, I would be able to see it. If you had a stroke, I would be able to see it. DTI is a little bit different, where it stands for diffusion tensor imaging. And this uses MRI technology to try to tease out water flow
All right, it's about to get real. We are now going to look at scans of Davion's brain. Okay, so I know we're poking fun here, but the brain scans are not going to lie. They're not. All right, so let's see what comes up with that. Let's see what comes up with that.
And water flow is basically how axons show up on MRI. And there's a hole in the axons. It'll show us a hole in the DTI.
Okay, so you ordered those 2 different scans for Davion Murphy.
Those are scan. Yeah, those are
Those scans.
2 different scans.
Okay,
MRI and CT PET.
did you make a PowerPoint in order to go through these scans to explain your findings?
I did.
Okay, and is that the first page of your PowerPoint?
That'd be the first one. It'll be on my name and what it is.
All right, so this is the first image. And maybe,
I had some controls here, but they're gone now.
you got here. Like an approach judge. So will this assist you in helping explain what's going on in some of these images?
Yes. So
No objection to accuse, Judge.
Okay.
this part, this first image is a slice right about through here. To the very pretty top of it.
Go to the next one.
Well, I need, can I have my pointer back?
Your pointer?
There's supposed to be a pointer here. It was on here, but it's gone.
Oh. That was my mouse.
There it is.
Okay, but what does that
Well,
mean?
if you need to stand up to point something out to the jury, you can do so, okay? 'Cause it's-
Oh. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. This is very important, this scan right here. This red,
Judge, can we have a question posed to the witness?
Yes, what's next question?
What does that red dot on the left side of the screen indicate to you?
that indicates that that's what the brain is supposed to look like.
Okay.
The red is going to be where you get more higher glucose utilization.
Okay. Is there a lot of glucose or metabolism by the brain on this image?
Right there.
Okay, what about the rest of the image?
This front is diminished, and more so the back part.
So are you saying that this red should be throughout?
This red should
Objection
be,
to leading, Your Honor.
this red should be
Sustained.
all the way.
Okay, first of all, I know this is hard to follow, guys, but that's because she has not prepared this witness at all. I can fucking see it. It's terrible. She's doing a shitty job. She's not doing a good job, to the point where she didn't even ask a question and just letting him run his presentation. Scott's getting annoyed and he's like, is she going to ask a question or is he just going to go in? Doesn't have the tools that he needs up there to properly explain this. No microphone. Jerry don't know what's going on. You just showed us that brain, the top of it, but I don't even know what the fuck that means. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? The jury's confused. The jury's confused. If we are confused, the jury is confused. Not good for Davion. Bad, 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 bad. Terrible.
Around here. The blue is the myelinated fibers. That's white matter, so it's not going to be sugar. But
Judge, I'm going to object on responsive narrative.
What is the blue, the color, the blue colors indicate?
it's the myelinated fibers or the axons. It
Okay,
doesn't use sugar, so it's blue.
okay. So that's normal. The blue is normal.
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled, go ahead.
Is there something on the very tip there that you noticed?
That thing is a calcification along the falx. I don't think it's pertinent to anything. But theoretically, on one of the images I looked at, that you will look at later, there's some red next to it. This tells me that could be a focal seizure.
Okay.
Judge, I'm
Can
gonna
you-
object and ask to approach.
Okay.
I can't even verbally untangle that for y'all. I don't know what just happened. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't know. I don't know. I can't even explain that. For the first time on this channel, I can't tell you what just happened. I can't. I don't know what the hell that was. That was not logically linear. And I get the pre-diabetic part, but they lost me after pre-diabetes. They lost me after height, weight, pre-diabetic. We're going to brain scans, but they're stumbling here in properly explaining what this scan means. It's very easy. What does the scan mean? What does the yellow mean? What does the blue mean? What does the green mean? Is there not a lot of red? Why is there not a lot of red? You see how easy that is to ask those questions? I don't know what she's doing. That just pissed me off. This is my rant for the week. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I'd rather have Father Time up in that yacht right now. I'd rather have Father Time up there. I don't know what that meant.
Okay, Doctor, the state just informed me that your testimony that you just gave about the potential is it focal, F-O-C-A-L?
Focal seizure.
Okay, it's brand new.
Well, when I looked at images last night, I said, what the hell is this red for?
Yeah, well, you can't do that,
Okay.
okay? Yeah, okay, we can't really take it back, but don't do that again. So this was rather last minute, and the state had to depose you Monday. And so you can't discuss any opinions that were not disclosed to the state. Okay? Okay, very good. All right.
It's water.
Yeah, well,
Judge, can we ask for a curative instruction first to have it stricken and also to ask the jury to disregard?
the opinion about the potential of a focal seizure?
Yes, just to disregard the last answer he gave, the last response.
Okay, very good. And then we will get you some water as soon as Deputy Martinez comes back. He knows where the water is.
We have some right here at council's table.
Okay, sure.
This is also the same man. You know, y'all want to know who this is? This is the same man that tried to give Scott this. Remember the fucking 700-page report? That's him. It makes sense now. Now we see it. Now it's him. It's him.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, okay, and then you can bring the jury.
There's two in the restroom.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What the hell did a seizure come? What seizure? Seizure? He had a seizure? Why are you holding a brain like that? Why are you holding a brain like that? Just thinking. Like, this is funny.
You can sit down while we're waiting. That's fine. You're fine. Okay.
Oh, y'all remember Mr. Sprinkle from the DA's office in the YSL case? He used to make me so mad. Well, the way that I did my investigation, like, you know, he was just really full of himself. This does give me some Sprinkle vibes. And we should have some TiVo time. Let me skip. Somebody went to the bathroom. He is thinking about that brain.
Judge, the jurors asked if the doctor can speak a little louder. They can't hear him in the back.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And so I know when you're standing up, it is difficult because you don't have the microphone there, but just please try and project as much as you can.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Why did he exhale like that? What the hell is that? We gotta go back. Why? That was funny.
Doctor can speak a little louder. They can't hear him in the back.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And so I know when you're standing up, it is difficult because you don't have the microphone there, but just please try and project as much as you can.
Okay.
Okay? All right, thank you.
Jurors are out, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, and with regards to the last answer from this witness, it's been stricken and you all are to disregard it. Okay, very good. You may proceed.
All right, let's go to the next slide,
Oh,
okay?
no, we're still gonna talk about this.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Just speak up so that we can,
All right.
I'll hear you.
So what this looks like is as a concept known as coup contra coup.
Oh no. Cool cockapoo. Okay, if you watch the Karen Reed case, we're getting memories, flashbacks. Here it comes. Cool cock. What did Hank call it? Cuckoo comma score? What?
Term in neuropathology where you have the site of impact, but when the head gets hit, the brain suffers the area where it got hit, but as the brain shifts backwards, the back part, the opposite side of the brain hits the skull, and that causes more brain damage. So coup contra coup. So we have this impairment up here, and then this vast greenness back down here, where the contra coup would be. Next
Okay.
slide.
And you, okay, well, we'll talk about it on a different slide. Oops. What about this slide?
It's basically the same thing.
The same thing, which is not a lot of red.
Where you have the green back here, not a lot of, it's a little almost red in here. That's relatively protected in head injury. But the front part, the back part are all diminished sugar capacity.
And these are slices.
These are all slices of the brain as if we're going through it this way. Axials.
And then what about this slide? And just for the record, these are the CT, the PET scans?
This is the PET scan.
Okay.
This is the most remarkable of the images I had.
Okay, gotta speak up.
Is the most remarkable. Anyhow, this just shows that there's no point of where there's very little red here, just right here and right here. The rest of the whole brain is diminished, which supports intellectual disability.
So are we getting deeper and deeper?
We're getting deeper into the brain,
Each
yes.
slice is deeper into the brain.
Yes.
And what is the blue? What is that? Is that a normal amount and where it's at?
The blue is all within the center of the two halves. And that blue represents white matter, which is myelinated fibers, which is where the axons are and don't use much sugar, if any.
Okay. So then what are we seeing in these last three images? We're seeing brain damage.
Judge, I'm gonna object to leading.
Sustain is to leading.
What do you see, doctor?
What I see is a diminished use of glucose.
I'm sorry, chat. I am having a silly moment. It's because of this user right here. Dianora talked about Coco. Do y'all know Coco? Coco's from Foster's Home of Imaginary Friends, and she is this character, right? Like there's this other character named Wilt and Cheese, but Coco, it was on Cartoon Network. This is Coco. She looks like a palm tree and a mixture with some type of ostrich or some bird type of animal. Now, Coco is funny as hell because all Coco says is Coco. She will be just hanging out, and this reminds us of the coo-ca-coo, but Coco just says Coco. Here is an example of Coco. Making orange juice. Them pissed off Coco. Them pissed off Coco. I can't. All right, let's go back. Oh, no. My silly moment. I gotta stop sharing and share it again. Oh my God, Coco. That's a throwback. Coco just had me dying, and that's all she says is Coco, 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 Coco. Like,
There may be more here that I don't know what happened because this is so profound.
When you say the brain damage is so profound, can you expand on that?
This is going to be from brain injury, the front and the back. That's where most of this brain injury occurred. But all this, it just seems that there could be something more than this brain injury, traumatic brain injury.
And can you just, the different lobes of the brain, and you know you have that brain that you have in your hand, can you tell us, kind of explain the different lobes of the brain and what they are responsible for?
If I could have the witness sit down if he's not.
Yeah, I can sit down. Can you sit down for us?
All right, so this model, this is the frontal lobe. This is the part of the brain that makes us, because this is where most behavior arises from. Those are planning, our decision to do right and wrong, our language, our ability to speak. It's all in the frontal lobe. Temporal lobe is going to be memory and emotion.
Can you show on the other side? I don't know if the jury can see you.
Right in here, that's temporal lobe.
Okay.
Parietal lobe is going to be spatial orientation, arithmetic, a lot of things that we don't really point out in court.
Okay.
The occipital lobe is going to be visual association cortex and vision. This is where you see and place meaning on what you see.
Okay. And so far in these images, are you able to determine whether there has been damage to any of those lobes of the brain?
Yes, all of them.
All of them. All of the lobes that you just described.
All the lobes I just discussed have impairment to them.
so you're saying his brain is just fucked? Just throw the whole brain out? Like, are you what? What? Chad, I cannot do this today. I cannot. What?
Okay, what about this image? I think it's the fourth one.
That doesn't make any logical sense. You're saying this is a terrible witness. He's so bad. You're saying that his brain is just fucked up. How is he walking? How is he functioning? How is he having speech? How does he have jobs? How did he shoot somebody? What?
Same thing. It just shows this diminished glucose uptake globally in his brain.
Your Honor, if I could, can I just consult with opposing counsel real quick?
Yes.
This witness is terrible. I've never seen an expert witness this bad. This got to be Judd. And if y'all watch the Karen Reed case, a man swore he was an expert, was painting his body blue like the Blue Man Group to reenact an accident reconstruction. Then another one in the Karen Reed case lied, said he had a bachelor's degree. People looked him up. Ninja ain't have a degree at all. So this is terrible for Davion. Did they pay this expert witness? I wonder how many dollars an hour they paid this guy. I wonder, because how do you go from the whole brain fucked up to a seizure to all this other shit? I don't know. I'm swearing a lot today, chat. I apologize, but like literally, I'm in rare form because you don't typically see this. An expert witness is qualified as an expert because they have experience, background, and training in these things. And it's kind of not his fault. It is the defense attorney's fault. You have had weeks to prepare for this. You gave a 700-page report to Scott. Scott's like, this is some bullshit. Wait till Scott get up on the cross. If it's ChatGPT has not crossed anybody yet. I don't think she will. It's either going to be Michelle or Scott. The state's cross on this one is going to be crazy. We talk about cock-a-coo, Coco. Like, I can't. This is the highlight of the day. They're saying he don't even have all the colors in his brain. Like, he don't have the red. He don't have the green, the blue, the things that are supposed to light up. They're just saying, that. Look at that boy. He's reading right now. You're telling me his brain don't work? He's reading.
We're on. Oh, that's 5. I called.
His brain don't work. I don't buy it. He might have some deficiencies. I don't buy that the whole thing don't work.
Is this the slide we were just talking about? I believe it is. I said it was slide 4. It's actually slide 5 of 18. Maybe?
I think so. I think this is it.
Okay. And you said that this image indicated to you that all these slides, including this one, slide 5, global brain damage.
Right. Parts of his frontal lobe, the lateral portions of his frontal lobe appear to be okay or work better than other parts of his frontal lobe. Whereas the rest of, that's the only parts that work reasonably well.
Where, can you show us where that is? On the brain?
Where it works well? Where it works well?
Yes.
Go back a couple slides.
Oh. That's slide 3.
Well, this is where lateral frontal lobes is where it's working relatively better than the rest of his brain. PET scans be all relative.
So is that because of the red? There's
a little bit of red. There's a little red mixed in there, and it's not solid. And that could be from maybe they didn't dose enough. But this is, since it's all relative, green should never be in any part of the cortex.
Okay, if you can have a seat. When you said maybe they didn't dose enough, but then you said, but you realized that that's not the issue. Can you explain what you mean by that and why you came up to that opinion or conclusion?
PET scan is all relative, meaning that the cortex should be of relative similar values because it's all cell bodies of neurons that use sugar and they all use it relatively equally.
Okay, so there wouldn't be, so it would be underdosed.
It would be, if it's underdosed, it would all still look the same. It would just be all yellow,
right,
or all green.
Okay.
The fact that there's some red in there means that no, that's not the case. His brain simply didn't process the sugar.
It would have been uniform throughout the image.
Yes, uniform along the cortex.
Okay.
You still would have blue.
Okay, and where's the cortex at?
Everything is not blue.
Is that what we think of as the brain?
Cortex is going to be the surface of your brain. It's what we call gray matter versus white matter.
What's the difference?
Gray matter, well, on pathology, it's gray. On pathology, white matter has got myelin in it, so it's white. Cortex involves cell bodies of the neurons. White matter contains white myelinated axons.
So I think we were on, I'm going to go to slide 6.
Yes.
2 different images there. What are we looking at?
I'm just pointing out that this loss of metabolism is pervasive throughout the brain.
This loss of what? I didn't hear you.
Metabolism.
Metabolism.
Loss of metabolism is throughout the brain. It's not just frontal lobe and back. It's just,
Can you pull that microphone just a little closer?
that whole brain is impaired.
All right, and this is slide 7. What do we see here?
What we're looking at here is a coronal image. Kind of chopping through this way. And what I'm looking at here the center part here is the anterior cingulate gyrus.
What is that?
The anterior cingulate gyrus is part of your cingulate, or is part of your limbic system. The limbic system is your emotional system, but it's uniquely positioned in the frontal lobe because it's to do with behavior arising out of emotion. People with impaired anterior cingulates tend to act on their emotions because they have no stop sign in their brain.
Imagine if this is your doctor. Hey, what's wrong with me? I don't understand what he's saying. I don't. Tell me what's wrong with me. You have scans in my brain. Give me the diagnosis. What happened? Imagine if this is your doctor. This is terrible. This is the worst I've ever seen in my 4 years of watching trials on YouTube. This is the worst witness. One of the worst expert witness. The shit. He got it. I don't know what the hell he's saying. I don't know what he is talking about. I have no idea what he's saying.
I missed that last part. You said because they act on their emotion because of.
They act on their mission because they have no stop sign in their brain. There's nothing to tell them, don't do that.
Anything else on these 2 slides?
Other than just a little bit of red here and everything else reduced.
I'm going to go to slide 8. What are we looking at here?
Just more of the same of the cingulate gyrus still being here, and the rest of it is.
So essentially,
Great.
it's not firing or connecting.
It's not.
Sustainous deleting. Ask your question again.
What does that mean?
It means it's not metabolizing sugar, which means there's not a whole lot of axon or not a whole lot of cell bodies using sugar, which means it's not working very well.
And what about that top right image? Oh, is that the next slide? That's the next
Yes, this
slide.
slide.
Slide 9.
All right. Now we talked a lot about frontal lobe before. That was all frontal lobe we're talking about. Now we're talking about temporal lobe.
What's that? Where on the brain is that?
Temporal lobe is this part right here. This is temporal lobe. Part of this. That's temporal lobe.
And you have I'm sorry, do you have one of those on each side of our brains?
Yes.
Okay.
We have 2 temporal lobes. And this shows those temporal lobes are basically green.
So what does that mean?
That they're not that they're not metabolizing much sugar.
And because they're not metabolizing much sugar, what does that mean?
That they're not functioning very well.
Okay. And what if anything does that cause when those 2 lobes are not functioning well?
If your anterior temporal lobes do not function well, it usually means that you don't process emotion very well. And when you combine that, you cannot process emotion very well with that anterior cingulate I was talking about, how you can't have a stop sign for bad emotion. It usually leads to people doing things on emotion that is not usually
slide 10. What is that? Same thing? Just deeper into the brain?
Slide 10 shows me that right there is almost blue, and it's supposed to be cortex.
It's supposed to be brain.
Or it's supposed to be cortex, not
Okay.
not axons. It's cortex.
Which means what?
That it is barely eating any sugar, and it's barely working at all.
And if that part is not working at all, what does that equate to?
Emotional regulation.
All right, slide 11. It looks like we have a PET scan and then an MRI to the right.
No, it's a CAT scan.
CAT scan? Okay. Sorry.
Over here, the blue extends out to here. And the reason I include the CAT scan is you can see that there's brain over here. There's cortex over there.
So what does that mean?
It just doesn't work.
So those two slides correlate to one another.
Objection deleting.
Sustain, that's deleting.
How do those, why did you put those two images on this?
Because it's the same
One page.
section showing you that there's brain there, it just doesn't work. And this is a chronal view of the same
Slide
thing.
12. Sorry, go ahead.
This is a chronal view, meaning the slice this way, but through the temporal lobes, showing that blue right there,
Right where?
right where I'm pointing,
I know, but what is it called?
temporal lobe.
Okay.
It's the same image I was shown before, just a different view of it, to show that this is not just a optic delusional. This is real. This is a abysmal function in that temporal lobe.
All right, slide 13. What are we looking at?
All right, now this is MRI DTI.
And what, if anything, do we see on this slide?
Well, let me try to explain
Sure.
what this is.
This is 13.
This is a representation of diffuser tensor imaging. What the sequence on the left indicates is intact water flow. When there's a gyrus or a sulcus, when the brain has involutions,
Can you show us on the,
I don't know if anyone can see this,
okay,
but the brain has a bunch of divots in it, and et cetera. Those divots are called sulcuses, and the areas that are raised are called gyruses.
the area of the what?
The areas that are raised are called gyruses.
I still didn't get you.
The areas that are raised are called gyruses,
Oh, gotcha, okay.
and the areas that are lower are called sulcuses
Okay,
or sulci.
okay.
It's actually gyri is the correct way of saying it. All right. Anyhow, let's project right.
Want me to go to the next slide?
Well, I'll try to make it work, but it's hard to see. For me, it's better on your screen so what I can see. But like this little hole, there's like these holes all over the place. Most of them are supposed to be there because the brain has natural crevices. There's not going to be any axonal flow over areas of space. So it's going to create a hole illusion. But right here, that one right there, there's nothing. there's no sulci, there's no division. That's in the middle of the brain, middle of the frontal lobe. That's the left frontal lobe that has axonal damage to it.
You said it's called a hole. Are you saying that there's a hole in the brain, or you're saying
There's a disruption of axonal flow
which produces a hole
on the image, yes.
on the image? Okay. In the frontal lobe.
This is the left frontal lobe.
I'm sorry, left?
Left frontal lobe, yes.
And why is that significant?
Well, part of it is one of his frontal lobes is showing it abnormal on the DTI. But you have two frontal lobes, so typically you need both frontal lobes to be impaired to be really impaired.
All right, slide 14. What are we looking at here?
Same thing right here, but maybe a continuation of the one that we just saw.
So we shouldn't be seeing a dark image on that area of that slide where you pointed, the upper right.
No, we should not be. Possibly one of these down here might be also included, but we're not really focusing on that.
And why is that?
We're not focusing on it because it has nothing to do with behavior.
Okay, that deals with something else.
Yes, some other cognition that he's deficient in.
Okay, slide 15. What is this? Just different sections. Just, I guess we're getting closer to the top of the brain.
Yeah, let me see. Here, this one is here. But also on the flare sequence, there's this white patch right below the cortex in the white matter, which represents scar tissue in the brain.
How does one get scar tissue in the brain?
Traumatic brain injury.
Okay, can you point to that again for us, please?
It's right there, but this screen is not showing it very well. You look at your own screens where I'm pointing.
Yes. All right, now we're at slide 16. What is this?
This is the right frontal lobe. Both frontal lobes have some axonal damage to them.
Anything else?
Okay, move on.
All right, slide 17.
Now we're revisiting the PET scan again in that temporal lobe where it was so diminished. Then we have a hole right over here. Here we have, there was brain there. And there, for the next slide, there's no function there. Same spot, two different studies, that temporal lobe is damaged.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to slide 17.
So it took you that long to tell us that. Thanks.
Can you point one more time? That's the same area we're looking at?
Right there. Right in the right temporal lobe, which is on the left side of the image, because left and right differences in radiology. We have that same area.
And that's 19, Council?
This is 18.
Oh, 18.
And you point to that area because it's mostly blue or green? Or
It has both
what?
blue and green in it, but it's supposed to be at least a yellow or an orange.
All right, so based upon, you can sit down, based upon your evaluation of these images? And do you look at images? Are you qualified to look at and review images? Isn't that something that you do as a neurologist?
Yes, I look at a lot. I look at a lot of brains.
And based upon your review of the
CT PET.
CT PET and the MRI, DTI scans,
The Chia PET scans.
do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes,
What is it?
that Davion Murphy suffers from traumatic brain injury with damage particularly to his frontal lobe, occipital lobe, and temporal lobes, which can affect his behavior.
And there's no way of determining when this injury occurred, or when these injuries, it looks like, it sounds like to me that there's multiple impacts of some sort.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Is there any way to put a time frame on this brain damage?
No, there's only, all it tells us what it is now, or actually last week, because his scans are not that old.
Is this something, well, no, you saw the scar tissue. How long does it take for scar tissue to develop in the brain?
The scar tissue takes a lot more time. If it was acute, if it was like in the last couple of weeks, it would show up more as a signal on DWI, which is a stroke indicator. When there's acute damage, it shows up on DWI. The DWI is normal. Matter of fact, the rest of the brain appeared normal except for the white matter lesion I showed and the DTI.
And how, if any, could you treat a patient that has similar damage?
How do you treat?
Yeah.
Typically by,
I mean, is there a treatment, I guess? I don't know.
I mean, usually, sometimes you use low dose treatments for attention deficit disorder, but he already has attention deficit disorder and doesn't do well on stimulants. I think the best option for him is a structured environment.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, Ross?
No.
Yes, please.
We are going to cross-examination. This is going to be very, very interesting. Real quick, guys, for anybody that was interested, the person that sent me a death threat yesterday, we have fully taken them out on YouTube. YouTube, thank you so much for protecting a creator like me. I take death threats very seriously. I'm happy y'all did the right thing and terminated that user's account, and justice has been served. All right, let's get to this cross and go from there. And yes, YouTube, again, thank you for doing that. I really wanted to make sure that they protect their creators with situations like this. And that person is fully taken out, meaning that they cannot create any new accounts on this platform ever again. So I appreciate YouTube doing the right thing. Let's keep going and watch this cross. It's about to get good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, we just spoke a couple of days ago. Your deposition was taken on Monday.
Yes.
Okay. And you found out, I believe you said Friday or Saturday, that you would be testifying in this case?
I found on Friday or Saturday, whenever I got the scans, and I reviewed them. If they were negative, I wasn't going to be testifying because I had nothing to say. But unfortunately, I had to cancel some of my day in my office to be here. was hoping not to find anything. I was hoping it'd be a normal scan, but it wasn't. And I
Okay,
had,
so is that a yes or a no?
no, yeah,
Okay. When I took your deposition on Monday,
yes.
you had told me you had just found out. When I asked you that, you said I found out Friday or Saturday that I would be testifying.
I found out when I got the scans. Yes,
Okay. And the scans were just taken last week, correct?
yes,
All right. Now, you were a practicing radiologist. You have a clinical practice, correct?
no, I'm a practicing neurologist.
I'm sorry, neurologist. In fact, you're not a radiologist, correct?
I'm not a radiologist, correct?
Right. And radiologists will frequently examine MRI scans like these. Well, these are PET scans, but some of those were MRI DTI scans. They will utilize those as a diagnostic, correct?
Yes,
In your clinical practice as a neurologist, you see patients, and I think you talked about some of the types of patients you see.
yes,
You see MS patients, correct?
yes,
People for pain management,
yes,
people that have, I'm trying to remember the first term, neuropathy.
polyneuropathy.
I'm sorry, poly, did you say poly?
Yeah, polyneuropathy.
I was thinking more like neuropathy in the hands or the feet or the lower legs. That's something that is common in people that have diabetes.
Yes, carpal tunnel syndrome.
Carpal tunnel
neuropathy.
can cause it in the hands.
Yes,
You also see people with seizure
Yes.
issues, epileptic
yes,
patients. And these are people, if I understand right, in a clinical setting, they come to your office because they're having an issue, they're having a problem, correct?
correct.
And they present to you, you do your examination, whatever it is. I'm assuming on a lot of these patients, you're going to be doing a neurology examination similar to what you did with Mr. Murphy, correct?
Yes,
And then you're going to assess their symptoms and you're going to treat them, correct?
yes.
But this isn't one of those situations, correct?
No, this is simply, he's not my patient, he's a client.
Yes, and that is my next question. Davion Murphy's not your patient, he's your client, correct?
Correct,
His attorneys have retained you to give forensic consultation, correct?
correct.
All right. And that's a practice that you've maintained now for what, 15, 20 years?
15 years.
15 years, okay. And in your forensic or medical legal consultation, you have consulted on civil cases too, correct? Not just criminal.
Yes,
And in civil cases, I believe you told me Monday that the majority of the cases that you've consulted on over the years was personal injury, like motor vehicle accidents.
prior to a couple of years ago, I saw a lot of people who are in car accidents,
Car accidents, okay.
back injury, neck injuries. But I did a lot of concussion because I kind of focused on concussion.
And that the civil practice has been kind of modified based on changes in the law, you were telling me in your deposition?
Yes, now if you get into a car accident, you better have health insurance because PIP, it gets exhausted very quickly and attorneys just can't take you on if you have no insurance.
Right.
And then you can't get health care.
As a consulting physician, you're going to have problems getting paid for your services if you work those cases, correct?
Right. I run the risk of not being paid at all.
Right, because there's no longer letters of protection, I think you told me.
Correct.
But you have consulted in criminal matters and you have consulted in capital murder cases like this, correct?
That's correct.
And you have come in front of juries like you're doing today where the defendant or client that you're testifying on behalf of has been found guilty and convicted of first-degree murder, and you've come in to present mitigation, correct?
Yes.
And in this instance, when you met with the defendant, you made it clear to him the purpose for why you were meeting with him, right?
Yes.
And to make sure he understood why you were there, correct?
I don't think he thought I was going to treat him, but yes.
Yeah, you weren't there to treat him. You
Right.
were there to examine him to develop potential mental health or other mitigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you real quick about the examination. You said that you detected a nystagmus or a jerking in the eyes, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you have access to his jail medical records at that time?
I don't have any of his jail records.
Okay. You don't have any of those?
Correct.
All right. So you don't know what type of medications he may be currently being prescribed or was prescribed or taking on that day? Is that right?
He told me what he was taking. Thinks he was on Remeron and Buspar,
And what are those?
psychiatric drugs.
Okay. Can you spell those for me?
Remeron, R-E-M-E-R-O-N,
R-E-M what?
R-E-M-E-R-O-N,
Okay.
and Buspar, B-U-S-P-A-R.
Buspar, okay. Now, are you aware of either of those medications being to treat?
All right. People are saying that I'm lying about YouTube banning somebody. I'm more than happy to show you guys an email, but I don't need to do that. And at the end of the day, this person threatened to kill me. So yes, I went to the FBI, and I have a friend at the FBI that will pay this person a visit if we need to. This is not funny. I'm an educated person. I'm not doing anything wrong on this platform. Somebody literally said that they wanted to terminate my life. So people that are over here making fun of the fact that somebody did that to me and that YouTube would not permanently ban somebody, they did. They just sent me the email. I'm not going to show it on the screen because I don't need to do that. In fact, mods, I don't even want to do it. I need to take a little bit of a walk because of that. But please take that person out too. I don't know what people think this is. It's not a game.
Being utilized to treat anxiety or depression. Are you familiar with them?
Buspirone or Buspar is used to treat anxiety.
Okay. There are some medications that can cause nystagmus, correct?
Yes.
And that would include a class of drugs known as tranquilizers.
Tranquilizers is a broad category of medication, not a class of medication.
Right.
Does it mention which class?
I'm sorry?
Does it mention what class?
Wait, stop. What's the objection? Well, if he knows, he can answer, because we're talking, I think he's getting into the HGN or the possible reasons why. So go ahead.
Are you aware of the fact that certain medications such as barbiturates or tranquilizers, whatever type of drugs may fall into that, may cause jerkiness in the eyes or nystagmus?
Well, barbiturates clearly can.
I'm sorry, what you called it nystagmus, correct?
Nystagmus. I didn't call it nystagmus. I call it jerking the eyes, but
Jerking the eyes.
same difference.
Okay.
Abdominal wide movements.
All right.
Alcohol can cause them.
Oh, obviously it's
That's
used
what
in
we do.
DUI
So certain sedatives can.
One at a time.
Yeah, we need to try to not talk over each other. Go ahead, you were saying.
Certain sedatives can do it. Buspirone's not a sedative.
Okay. What about the other one?
Remeron has some sedating qualities, but is an antidepressant. I don't think I would call it a tranquilizer, call it an antidepressant.
So, but it does have a sedative quality, you said?
Yes, but it's not going to be a barbiturate or alcohol or one of those things that can cause nystagmus.
But it also includes tranquilizers, correct? Sedatives.
Certain classes of sedatives. It's not going to be everything because it has to have some effect on. Because I know benzos are sedatives and it doesn't cause it.
Benzodiazepine?
Yeah, like diazepam, lorazepam.
Right.
Those don't cause nystagmus.
But you had given multiple reasons for that, including, I think you said MS can potentially cause it. Strokes can cause it.
Nystagmus?
Yes. Or did you not
yes,
say
those,
that?
anything that causes interruption in the midbrain can cause nystagmus. So MS, stroke, central pontine myelinolysis.
But certain medications can also cause it, correct?
Yes, like butalbital, like barbiturates, alcohol.
When you were retained in this case and the work that you have done, are you being reimbursed for that?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors at what rate per hour you're being reimbursed?
I get reimbursed for $400 an hour.
Okay, and is
Which
that,
is-
yeah, go ahead.
That's roughly how much I bill out when I'm in my office, where I'm not right now.
So $400 an hour for working on the case?
Yes.
$400 an hour when you traveled up here to see the defendant? And
No, when I drive, I only charge $200 an hour because sometimes I'm not going to be doing it during working hours.
okay, so you're charging $200 an hour for your travel time?
Yes.
And then once you arrived here at the Hillsborough County Jail and you met with the defendant and conducted your evaluation of him, you're charging $400 an hour again?
While I'm in the jail, yes.
Yes. And then you're charging $400 an hour today for your testimony?
Yes.
Have you submitted invoices yet?
Not yet.
Do you have an accumulated number of hours that you've worked on this case?
Well, when I met with you in my deposition, I was 4,000, but since then I'm probably closer to 6,000 now.
Okay. And, okay, so you think you're up to about $6,000 of charged work?
I think so, yes.
Now, you work, as we were talking about earlier, you have consulted on other capital cases, correct?
Yes,
To present testimony in a penalty phase such as this, right?
correct.
And you've come in and testified in these settings before, is that right?
That's right.
How many times do you think you may have done that over the last 15 years of your consulting business?
Death penalty cases, mitigation,
Yes.
around 50 times roughly.
And all those times, have you been retained by the state or the prosecution?
I've been retained by defense.
And in civil cases, you've testified for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes,
Now, in this case, you have read Dr. Eisenstein's report, is that correct?
that's correct.
You were provided numerous records, correct? In this case, in a big, large digital download?
Yes,
I believe in your depot, you described it as a dump,
yes.
a
that would
dump
be
of
correct.
records.
A dump of records.
But you have not been provided with Tampa Police Department police records, correct?
No, just the record of filing the charges.
So you've not received any police reports, and I believe in your deposition, you told me you were looking for it, but you haven't found anything like that.
Correct.
So that would include not receiving any audio, video interviews of Mr. Davion Murphy, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, using PET scans like this, CT PET scans, you've used that, but when you have, you've used it in a clinical setting for Alzheimer's patients, correct?
Use it mostly to differentiate between Alzheimer's disease and frontal temporal dementia.
And dementia, okay. And those are two different things, right?
Yes.
And in this case, you did not prepare a report, is that correct?
I did not prepare a report.
DTI MRIs, like the few MRI scans that we saw.
Yes.
And correct me, is it scan or is it image? What is the right term?
The individual picture is an image. The whole thing's a scan.
It's a scan, okay. And both of these technologies, PET and MRI, are taking images that are basically slices of the brain in different planes.
Correct.
DTI MRI that we saw and you talked about earlier, I believe you indicated to me that you do not use that in your practice anymore because you don't do as much personal injury. Is that correct?
Correct. Insurance does not cover it.
You have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, redirect.
You weren't just retained last week, right?
Well, no, I was retained in first week of March.
All right. And would you work on behalf of the state if they asked you?
Objection.
What's the legal basis?
Relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead. You can answer.
I never worked for the state because they never asked me.
And if you were provided police reports, interviews, videos, would that change your opinion today?
No, it would allow me to see what he did and explain his behavior based on what I see. But since I don't know what he did, all I can explain is predicted behavior and his limitations.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay.
I just need to. I'm going to introduce the thumb drive into evidence, Judge.
Okay.
And those are all the questions I have.
And I'm excused.
Hold on 1 second. And that, what exhibit will that be?
That's going to be, is it 4? Sorry, 3. Exhibit 3.
Okay, as to defendant Davion Murphy. Okay, very good. Any objection?
No, Your Honor. No
Okay.
objection.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. Ms. Timmy, come up here real quick. And Mr. Harmon. Okay, very good. And what is the name of your next witness? Ms. Timmy?
Winston Murphy?
Okay, and so, and you also have direct, so how that's gonna work is, Ms. Timmy will do her direct of the witness, then you will do your direct of the witness, Mr. Hernandez, then the state will cross. And then you guys will do your redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, I do have one matter that I want to address the court on.
Yep,
Oh, and also, if you would read the
I
stipulation.
will, I will.
Okay. I have been advised, I have lost a witness, but gained a witness.
I
that has
see
not
you've
been-
got 2 more witnesses via Zoom, Hazel Dickerson and Jamila Murphy.
Yes, Your Honor. Jamila Murphy has been previously listed as a witness.
Okay,
We had also a Shaheem Murphy that was listed, but apparently we've lost her.
okay,
On the other hand, my mitigation specialist had advised me that an aunt now who has not wanted to testify now wants to testify, and she's on Zoom. Her name is Hazel Dickerson. Will be testifying about the same things. Nothing new, just simply an Ann's perspective on what she knows about Mr. Rashad Murphy. I'm asking that we be allowed to call her, but I acknowledge the fact that we were not able to get her on board before, and she was not deposed.
Okay, well, the state obviously needs to talk to her before you call her, so.
Judge, if I could inquire, I do know that we did take the depo of Shaheem, and I think Jamila was listed, but I thought that she did not show up. Is that correct? And that you took her off at one point? I don't know if we talked to her either.
I don't have a recollection at this point. I know I had listed her, but I never took her off the list. But again, it's
So
irrelevant.
here's the deal. You guys have to sort all that out. And so at the end of the day, I'm going to let the state talk to both of them via Zoom. And then if there's a problem, you let me know. Otherwise, you're going to have to tomorrow morning appear via Zoom. Okay? Okay. All right. So if anyone needs to use the restroom, it's probably a good time. So, okay?
What's the name of the other person?
All right. It looks like they are on break. My bad, guys. Just came back from walking the dog. Looks like there is somebody else on the stand, and it appears to be an inmate. So we're going to skip ahead and see who this person is in relation to the Murphys. Let us skip ahead. Here we go.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, and Ms. Toomey, call your next witness. And I believe this witness is also being called by Rashad Murphy, okay? So both Mr. Hernandez and Ms. Toomey will question this witness, and then the state will do the cross at that time. Okay, you may proceed.
Oh, is this Rashad's dad? Winston Murphy, and he's being called by both Murphys. There looks to be like some familial bone structure happening there. Interesting, Chad. I wonder who this is in relation to the Murphys.
And Ms. Murphy, please stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think that's. That was my fault. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full legal name?
Winston Leo Murphy, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated
Yes, I am.
for what?
Principal to second degree murder.
All right. And are you familiar with someone by the name of Davion Murphy?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Who is he to you?
That's my oldest brother's son, which is my nephew.
Okay, so you're his uncle.
Yes.
Did you grow up with Davion's father?
Yes.
What's his father's name?
David Murphy.
And where is he currently?
He's currently incarcerated.
For what?
Principal to second degree murder.
And what was his sentence?
I think life plus 30.
And do you recall the year that he was sentenced, if you know?
I think around about 2014.
And what about yourself? What sentence did you receive?
50 years or 20 of them mandatory, ma'am.
And when did your case resolve?
2012.
Okay. And were you and Davion's father involved in the same event?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how old were you when that happened?
26.
And how old was Davion's father when this happened?
I'm gonna say about 29.
All right. Do you have other brothers or sisters?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How many and what are their names?
Jamila Murphy is my sister, and Farrar Murphy is my middle brother, and Rashad Murphy, which is my nephew, Rashad, oldest brother. He's, I think at the time, he's like 49. My sister's like 47, and my other middle brother, Farrar Murphy, like, I think like 44, like 46.
So how many in total siblings do you have?
I have 4 in all.
All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about David Murphy Sr., your older brother. Was he, to your knowledge, diagnosed with schizophrenia?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us or give us some examples of the things that you would deal with on a daily or weekly basis as a result of him being diagnosed with schizophrenia?
He was in and out of mental hospitals mostly all my life.
Is there any event that you could share with us to let us know how it would be with dealing with someone with schizophrenia and living with someone with schizophrenia?
it's, if you don't understand them, they go through like spares of thinking people out to get them, paranoia, mind state sort of skill, sort of in that nature.
I didn't hear that, like you said, mind state.
Yeah, they're not really stable minded.
Okay.
They one person today and their character is the next tomorrow.
Do you know if this diagnosis is something that kind of runs on the paternal side of the family?
It possibly can, but I can't really say.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Yes, sustained.
Do you know of any other family members on the paternal side that suffer from that diagnosis?
My children, I have 3 children that diagnosed with mental problems, but at this moment, I can't recall which one, but I have 3 children that are.
And how old are they? How old are the kids?
My oldest is 18 and 16, and I think 15, no, it's 21, which is my oldest son, and my daughter 18, and my son 17. All 3 of them suffer with mental abilities.
And who takes care of them?
My fiance.
Do you recall a time, let me strike that, let me ask you this. Davion's father, was he also an alcoholic?
He drunk at times, you could say. I was gonna say alcoholic, but he did drink alcohol.
Did he drink to excess
Yes.
often?
Yes.
Okay. How did that affect how he acted when he would consume alcohol?
It would affect him.
Did you have the opportunity to observe your brother, David, taking care of or spending time with Davion and his younger brother?
At times, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Davion and David, the father, is not together, so David have his own place. But he took him to events, I would like a father would. I can't say out of my presence what happened, but he took him to events. He spent time with him.
When he would, meaning Davion, would visit with his father, did you have any concerns about where he was residing or would bring his nephews?
I mean, Serena, which is Davion's mother, is a wonderful woman, a wonderful mother to him.
Is there a time where she kicked
I
Davion?
mean,
Go ahead.
excuse me.
Go ahead.
My brother, I'll be concerned. It all depends on, like you say, what environment he got him in, but with his state of mind, yeah, I would be concerned. But with Serena's a great mother.
Okay, I want to focus kind of on Davion's father. Was there a time where Davion and his brother were not getting along with his mother's paramour or husband or what have you, and she kicked him out of the house? Do you remember that?
Can you rephrase that?
Do you remember when Davion's mother kicked him out of the house and he went to go live with his father in a storage unit? You remember that?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Do you remember any times where his mother kicked him out of the house?
He went to live with his father in a storage unit?
No, ma'am, not that I can recall.
No? Okay. Did you have concerns about where the father would bring his nephews in the parts of the community that he would bring his nephews for their safety and things like that?
Yes. I mean, I would say yeah.
Why is that?
State of mind to be in.
His state of mind?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
What you questioned on earlier, you know, is mental abilities.
What about the places that he was staying? Like, were they in Section 8 violent communities?
I mean,
As to leading, Your Honor. Well, just overall, go ahead and answer.
Serena raised him in a home, but his father lived in apartments. So it's a big difference from raising children.
Okay, I want to focus on the apartments. Tell us about the kind of apartments, why you were so concerned about your nephew, Davion. I know this is hard for you. I do appreciate that, and I understand that.
Apartments is real not private. You know, a home is private. So my brother's state of mind in some certain areas and certain apartments, I would be concerned about my nephew. I say that because the environment, apartment is private. It's not private, houses are private. But my brother's state of mind, you know, with him, it would be a concern.
And was it part of your concern because of the violence where he was staying?
Possibly could have been.
What about Adam Gooden Jr.? Who is he to you?
That is Serena's son, which would be my step-nephew.
Did you have any involvement in his life?
He was at my mom's house every time Davion got dropped off. So he was pretty much like a nephew. He is my nephew.
So
even though he's not my biological, but he's my nephew.
So when Serena, which is Davion's mother, would drop Davion and Adam off to be cared for by your mother, is that a yes?
Yes.
And your mother's name is what?
Phyllis Murphy, God bless her dad.
And what was the reason that they were being dropped off to be cared for by your mother?
That's just what the family do. Family, you know, unity, stay together. Like family events every weekend, faithfully.
Where did you grow up?
East side of Jacksonville. Iona Street, 1623 Iona Street, the east side of Jacksonville.
And what about Davion Murphy?
She over the years, I would say like the west side, the west, the north, the south. Over the years.
And would his father bring him to the east side?
Most of it his mother.
His mother would bring him to the east side?
Yes, Serena. He lived with Serena.
Okay.
Oh, you do know that. Tell the jury about that.
He was.
Objection, Your Honor, he's answered.
Okay. What about Rashad's mother? Was she?
So this just kind of skipped ahead. I didn't touch anything. That was law and crime that skipped. So it appears that this is Davion's uncle, and Rashad is also using him as a witness. So he is an inmate. He talked a little bit about how he's been behind bars for some time for second-degree murder, how he got sentenced to 50 years, 20 years Mando, how there were some siblings in the family. This is the uncle, and he is one of 4 in the Murphy family, and that Davion's father was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and that he was a drinker, right? So just kind of talking about Davion's upbringing. Now it appears that this little glitch, brought us up to another defense team. So we switched from Davion's attorney to Rashad's attorney. And then we're going to go back to more Davion witnesses. But we're almost done with Davion's witnesses. And again, I know I abruptly went for a walk, guys, but I have so many brothers on this platform, MTR being one of them, a bunch of content creators that are close to 1 million. And what I'm going through, I'm new to it. So I had to take a little bit of a breather for a second, but we are all good. People will try to get a rise out of you. And it is likely that what we saw earlier was probably the same person. They don't see the seriousness of what they did yet. So y'all don't worry about me. Everything is all good. Let's watch the rest of the proceedings. 3:26 Eastern Standard Time, and we have a little bit more to get through. Let's keep going.
Did she have an addiction to drugs?
At some point in his life, she had, not all his life, but some point.
Okay. Are you have any knowledge of her being a crack addict and eventually living on the streets?
She always had a place to stay, but she dealt in at portion of all his life, but most times that she was on drugs. Not all his life though.
Would it be accurate to say that you have referred to Rashad's father as dead weight?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what kind of neighborhood did Rashad grow up in? Was it a neighborhood that there was gun violence?
Not direct at our house, but surrounding areas, yeah.
Okay. And what are you aware of? Are you aware of his relationship with Charmaine Stiger and his children?
Distance, yeah, but not like watching it hands on. But I've been gone 18 years. I've been in prison 18 years.
You've been in prison for different times, correct?
Yes.
Did you try to help be somewhat of a father figure to Rashad when you were not in custody?
Always have.
Okay. But when you've been incarcerated for a long period of time, correct?
Yes.
And on more than one occasion?
First time in prison.
Okay. When were you sent to prison?
2012.
Okay, so that would have been 14 years ago, correct?
Like 17.
Okay. When after you were incarcerated, was there any other male influence other than his grandfather?
Yes.
Okay. Who other than his grandfather?
I got a Miller brother, very financially set, and my father, and I got cousins like brothers. We all close family. He had at least 9 to 8 strong African American family members.
Okay. Would you describe, maybe I worded it in a way because you said the surrounding areas, would you describe the area or the neighborhood that Rashad grew up in as a fairly high crime area?
I mean, it'd be hard to say the whole, partial, the whole east side of Jacksonville. I mean, we can describe it as that, but not at the direct home.
Tell the jury about what you know about Rashad. What kind of person is he?
Great. He was a great kid growing up. Great.
Did you see him as a father and a husband?
Yes.
What about how was he with his children?
Great. He even had custody of his little brother and little sisters. He made me proud.
In addition, are you aware that there was a point in time that in addition to his own children, he was taking care of his siblings?
Yes.
What about, what knowledge, if anything, do you have about his time, of Rashad's time in a foster home? Was there do you remember that he was placed in a foster home?
I can't recall that.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Murphy, I'm going to ask you about Davion Murphy first, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that Ms. Toomey, she asked you about Davion Murphy's father, David Murphy, and you said that you had known that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and he had been in and out of mental hospitals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had testified that you were sometimes concerned when Davion would be with his father and go into certain apartments. Is that correct?
I mean, his living environment.
Where he was living. But you said that even though you had concerns, you were not able to give the defense attorney or this jury one incident that you had recalled that had happened when Davion was with his father. Is that correct?
Not that I recall. I'm not saying incidents never happened, but not that I can recall that.
Not that you could recall. She was just asking you if you had ever been concerned, and you said that in general you did have some concerns, correct?
It just was the house. I was always raised in a home, and Davion's mother raised him in a home.
And I'm going to ask you that next. Davion's mother, Serena, she was a wonderful mother. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And she is the parent that had primary custody of him when he was living with her. Is that also correct, sir? And when you said that Davion was with your parents, his grandparents, your mother and your father, that was a wonderful home, wasn't it, sir?
Yes.
And I think that you described in your deposition, although it may not have been the best environment, it absolutely was a great home to be raised in. Is that true, sir?
My father's in the military.
Yes. You said that he was in the military, always hardworking, and had a very structured environment for his kids and his grandkids. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And you described your experience growing up, and Davion and your nephew, Rashad, when they were in that home, that they also had a loving, supportive home with their grandparents. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And even though it may not have been the best environment and surrounding area, they could not have asked for a better upbringing. Is that true, sir?
I mean, yeah, I mean, they could have, but it was a struggle. I mean, we wasn't rich, but
I understand that, sir, but I think what you described is when you're talking about the way that they were raised and loved and supported by your parents. Isn't that true?
Yes, yes.
And now I want to ask you a few questions about Rashad Murphy, your nephew.
Yes.
Again, same situation. Whenever Rashad Murphy was living with your parents, his grandparents, again, he had a loving and supportive grandfather. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
Loving, supportive grandmother.
Yes.
And even though you may not have been in the home all the times that Rashad Murphy was there, from your recollection, he did well in sports, football in particular. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so I asked you also about his grades. You said that he also did very well in school. Is that true?
Yes.
He continued to play football in high school. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
And part of that, he would have to keep up his grades in order to be able to do that. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
So you knew enough about his schooling to know that he did that.
Yes.
You also said it wasn't just football. There was a time when he also was doing boxing.
Yes. When he was younger, yes.
Yes. So his parents or your grandparents made sure that he had activities and was able to do that. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And in fact, you just went through some wonderful pictures that were taken during that childhood. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, that was Davion, right?
Oh, I apologize. It was Davion. Thank you for correcting me. But same could be said for Rashad. He was able to do those activities and had that normal type of activities in the home with your grandparents. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes,
Celebration of birthday parties, stuff like that.
yes,
And you described him that he was a great kid growing up. Isn't that true?
yes.
And you don't have any recollection or any knowledge about what his time was like in foster care. Is that true, sir?
I wouldn't recall.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
And And sir, when asked specifically about any sort of abuse to Rashad by his father, you said that there was no abuse as far as you knew. Is that correct?
Not that I recall.
And it sounds like from what you've testified with regards to Rashad and both Davion Murphy, that with regards to your family, your parents, your mother, your dad, their grandparents, and all of your other family, that you were a very close-knit family. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
And when needed, they would step in and assist with the raising of all their grandchildren if that was needed. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes,
And you have described, when you're talking about Davion Murphy's mother, that she was a great parent and was there for Davion. Isn't that true, sir?
yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect Ms. Jimmy.
You were transported from prison to be here, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And you don't want to be here, do you?
I mean, for my nephews, yeah, but in general, no.
In general, no, you'd rather not.
For my nephews, I do anything. I love them, as long as it's positive and righteous.
All right. Let me ask you about some of the questions that the prosecutor just asked you. Isn't it true that as part of your growing up, individuals do not want to come to court and testify?
Objection, Your Honor, leaving and beyond the scope of.
Sustained.
Do you keep in contact with any of your family members?
My father just died, so it ain't the same without him. Yeah, but no.
I'm sorry to hear that. But you keep in contact with your children?
Yes.
And I think you said your fiance.
Baby mother.
Well, before you said she's your fiance, so she's not your fiance?
Baby mother.
Okay. How many of those do you have? Just one?
Two different.
Two. Okay. Would you agree with me that there is fear of retaliation for
Objection, Your
testifying?
Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Has anyone told you not to testify here today?
No.
No? You sure?
Okay, listen, he said no.
I didn't hear the last. You said no?
No, ma'am.
She is not doing a good job today. I mean, she is not. Davion's theme, I would much rather have had Father Time could have handled this better. And Father Time don't know his damn name.
No.
That's all I have.
Okay, and you redirect Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Murphy, there was a time, obviously, that your mother passed, correct?
Yes.
Rashad's grandmother.
Yes.
Would you agree that the family started falling apart pretty much after that?
Yes.
You have a nephew named Gerard Adams, correct?
Yes.
And he passed, correct?
Yes.
Did that also have a very negative influence on your family?
Big one.
And he is your nephew, or was your nephew?
Nephew, he like a son. He's my nephew.
Now, again, you correct me if I'm wrong, I think your testimony is that you have been in custody since 2012.
Yes.
So anything that has happened in Rashad's life would have happened after 2012, you would have no knowledge, correct?
It all depends, you know. I talk to him all the time through the phone, you know.
And even if you did not see a certain, you were not with, correct me if I'm wrong, were you living with Rashad during the time that his father was present? Or were you living in different homes?
I mean, my father stayed with my brother stayed with, which is Rashad's father. He stayed with my mother and my father.
Were you living at the house at that time?
And kind of in and off.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. And, all right, I'm gonna have you all step in real quickly. We need to get another witness on the stand.
All right.
Okay, very good. And thank you, Mr. Winston Murphy can be taken out. We have another inmate, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so we'll get those witnesses switched out.
Okay, guys, so that's all done. We are now moving to another inmate that is another Davion witness. We just saw this witness here, who is Davion's uncle. All right, so we just went through that. He also doubled as a witness for Rashad, so we learned about two of those there. You know, again, we're not going to talk about that other incident from earlier. I'm just really grateful to have people like MTR, Chiseled Adonis, so many other content creators that are close to 1 million in my circle where they can be here as I'm going through this. Like, it's just weird to be a female in this space and not attack anybody and be attacked. It's so crazy. Takes a lot of balls to be a content creator, and I have none, but I do have them in a sense, right? We're working on this together. But thank you guys for being so supportive during that situation. Anywho, let us go back on in. Y'all say hi to YSL Luna. She is here. Luna and I just went for a walk, and we are back now. And we are ready to go into the next defense witness for Davion Murphy. Let's go back on in.
Okay, this next witness does not wish to have their identity disclosed. Good question, Carrie. I wouldn't call Section 8 a violent community. Oh, you guys saying is it Spaz's dad? Who's next as the next inmate?
They don't want us to hear that. This is interesting because they had to prepare for this inmate. Oh my God, chat, look at this. I'm on the last page of the legal pad. This whole trial has been a full notebook. Crazy. All right, let's see. Is it Rashad's, Davion's dad? Oh, we got like seconds of TiVo time. Let me see. Now we're now caught up with everybody else. Here we go. Let's do it.
Okay.
All rise. All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Ms. Toomey, call your next witness. Okay, and Mr. Gooden, if you could please just stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
That's my do.
Okay, very good. Have a seat and you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Okay. What's your name?
Adam Gooden.
Junior?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know who you walked past earlier, Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know him?
It's my big brother.
He's your big brother. How old are you?
I turned 24 Monday.
Okay. And you're incarcerated
Yes, ma'am.
for what?
Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Okay. So how many felony convictions do you have, if you know?
Really just two.
Two?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your older brother, Davion?
Yes. He inspired me a lot to do a lot of things, you know, for as showing me the ways of life, and always told me, you know, keep my head up. You know, he's a good person, you know, and we both he taught me how to work a 9-to-5 job. You know, I worked my first 9-to-5 job with him. You know, we fed the homeless, took care of my mom. She had open heart surgery and stuff like that. You know, he was always there for others, always there for me and the rest of us. And he never treated me like I was an outsider and stuff like that. He always handled me like a little brother. Always been there for me.
So you have a different last name than Davion. So you have
Yes.
a different father?
Yes.
Okay. You said that your mother has some health problems.
Yes, she had open heart surgery.
When was that?
This is like, I think this was last year.
Does she have any other health issues? If you know.
Yes, she dealt with strokes from here and there.
She's had several strokes.
Yes.
Is there a point in time where Davion assumed responsibility, kind of being the parental role in the house?
Yes, it was a time where both of our fathers weren't there, so he was more of a father than just a big brother.
So both, what's your father's name? Adam?
Yes.
So was that the time where Davion's father was incarcerated or got arrested and is incarcerated?
Yes.
And then what happened to your dad?
My dad was incarcerated at too.
Is he still incarcerated?
No, ma'am, he's out now. But my mom and them, they're divorced. They're not together.
So when your dad was incarcerated or in prison and Davion's father was in prison, he took over the parental role for the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me a little bit about that? Would he cook or how did he do that?
Cook, we clean up. I have another brother out there, brothers and sisters out there. He made sure we always in a house curfew. My mom was in the hospital. He was there to make sure the house was in order and everything fell in place the way she wanted it.
Do you remember how old Davion would have been when that was going on? When he started?
13.
What about when they there were times in the house that there were no food? What would Davion do?
I know he would. He'll make a way for us. It was one time we had sold some shoes. We sold a game system and stuff like that. Just to feed each other and stuff like that.
And would your mother often work at night?
Yes.
What about the stability of where you guys were living? Did you move often or were you stable or what?
Always moving.
Why is that?
I really never wonder why. I really never, understood why.
Did you ever, and you still don't understand why?
No.
Did your mother eventually marry someone else?
Yes, I have a stepfather.
What's his name?
Jawan.
Did you get along with him?
Yes.
Is there a point in time where you and Davion did not get along with him?
It was a point of time, yes, ma'am.
And what was the issue? Why'd you guys fight?
It was basically just, not accepting having another man in the house, besides our father or my big brother.
And was there a
So
man?
it was hard dealing with having another male figure in the house.
So it would have been Davion's father, your father, and then new stepfather.
Yes.
Did you see a lot of violence in Jacksonville when you were living there?
I have,
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
basically,
Object as to relevance. Overruled, go ahead. I'll give you a little bit of latitude.
at the Reigns and Lee game, my cousin was shot, in front of me. And it starting to get over it, but it still hurt a little bit thinking about it. Lost a lot of friends, lost a lot of family. Grandma passed away. My mom almost passed away in front of me.
How did Davion cope with these types of things that you saw?
It was times where we was always taught to just pray.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I wish you well.
Okay, Cross?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodson, it sounds like you looked up to and admired your older brother, Davion Murphy. Is that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had a loving relationship with your older brother?
Yes, ma'am.
And you described him as someone during the time when you were growing up who actually at times had to take over the household. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a big responsibility, and he was able to do that. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you said that he was the one that taught you how to work a 9 to 5.
Yep.
Your Honor, do we have some tissues or something? I think that he is getting a little emotional.
Sure. Oh, I have one right here. There you go.
Thank
You're ready for the next question? Okay. Sir, and I think you said, you told the jury that he is the one that taught you how to work a 9-to-5 job. Is that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that by example because that was something he also was willing to do for your family?
Yes, ma'am.
So he was able to hold down a 9-to-5 job?
Yes, ma'am.
And it sounds like he also helped manage the household when your mother was sick. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Made sure everything stayed in order and that your other siblings were well cared for during that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, that's all the questions that I have.
Okay, redirect. Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused? Okay, so I'm gonna have you all step it one more time very quickly, okay?
All right.
We'll be back.
Heavy chat, very heavy. Very heavy stuff.
Very good, thank you. The witness can be removed from the courtroom. Okay, so Ms. Toomey, is that it for you? Was that your last witness?
Judge, I was going to call one witness to use screenshots, but apparently the state has an objection to them, so if I could.
Okay,
These were screenshots that were sent to my mitigation specialist
from whom?
from my client.
Your client's mother?
Yes.
Okay,
The screenshots are from my client's mother to my mitigation specialist regarding not coming to this trial. And the state has a copy. I can approach this.
sure. So state what your position on this.
Judge, we are objecting.
All right, so I do have Davion's witness list here, and he obviously didn't call everybody. He had a lot of people. We just finished Adam Gooden, which is witness number 4. That's Davion's little brother that is also incarcerated at the age of 24. So we have the uncle, the dad, the little brother. The little brother's dad is on this list too, believe it or not. Few people from, there's so many Murphys in jail. I mean, it's not even crazy. It's so crazy. David Murphy Sr. was on the list, which is Davion's father. And this is crazy. They have some of his managers from Steak and Shake when he worked there. Let's see what's happening with the mom. There's an objection right now. So apparently the mom was doing drugs at some point in her life, and also had open heart surgery. This one's tough. Like Davion's family has some issues happening. I see y'all talking about generational curses, and we will address that. But there's a lot happening with Davion's family. It's very heavy. You know, I mean, Rashad comes from the same family, but at least Davion's stuff, just in 4 witnesses, it's very heavy. 2 of those witnesses, or one of them rather, was a doctor. No, he had 2 doctors. He had 2 doctors and these 2 inmates, and it looks like there's one more. So Davion's mom has some screenshots, and they are going to discuss that right now. It's about 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, so we are running out of court time for the day. And we'll see if we're going to get to Rashad's witnesses. It might move into tomorrow because it's getting late. But let's see what this argument is all about.
I read the content of the screenshot, which I guess was sent to their investigator, showing how she does not want to appear and how she's fearful. Judge, I don't believe that that is appropriate mitigation evidence. It is not testimony regarding the defendant's background or history. I think it's highly inflammatory and prejudicial and has no relevance to mitigation.
Okay, so
I think it is relevant to his background and his character. I mean, his mother is she loves her son, but wasn't willing to come here because she's afraid. She's fearful for his retaliation. That's part of my client's background and his cousin's background.
Judge, there were numerous witnesses that had the same concern and
I know the court volume is low. You guys see Davion's attorney in the white suit. I'm going to turn myself down to balance it out a bit, but she is not using a microphone. That's why it's hard to hear. But again, this is the best sound we can get. Audio boosters all the way up. So we're going to go back in.
we have been shielding their faces from the camera.
Right.
And she's not subject to cross-examination.
Yeah. Okay, so based upon, I've reviewed this, and I'm gonna, at this point, sustain the state's objection. It really is her just saying that she really doesn't give anything meaningful, just says that she's too scared to come, and the state's point is well taken. Lots of other witnesses have testified in this case, so. So you can mark it as a court exhibit, okay? And so we'll mark that. Do we have any other court exhibits yet? This will be just court exhibit 1 for defendant Davion Murphy. Okay. Okay. So other than that, is Ms. Toomey, or you have no other witnesses?
If I could have a moment.
Sure. So, Mr. Davion Murphy, as your counsel is ready to rest your case, this is the part of the penalty phase where you have to make the decision whether or not you wish to testify or remain silent. So, as our previous discussion during guilt phase, do you understand that you and only you can make this decision? Do you understand that? And you understand that no one, including your attorneys, can pressure you or threaten you or coerce you in any way in order to get you to either testify or to remain silent. Do you understand that? All right, and have you made a decision? Do you wish to testify or do you wish to remain silent? Yeah, of course, sure. Yep. And while they're
Davion has the decision. Once they rest, they have the option to testify. Okay, this is what happened with Sean. Sean talked through it. Then he got up there. Isaiah was like, fuck y'all. I'm not getting up there. I'm not. Isaiah said no. Let's see what Davion's. Oh my God. If he gets up there, chat, if he gets up there, I don't know, chat. Let's see what he decides. Oh my God. They were talking about your pea brain like that you do. Let's see what he does. Oh no.
We're talking, where are we on the other 2 Rashad Murphy witnesses that are going to be appearing via Zoom?
Judge, I think one line is already. Yes, Judge, we spoke again. I'm going to speak to both of them. It's my understanding. I know one was requested for both defendants, Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy, and I would just ask counsel to confirm it will only be for Rashad Murphy after those conversations.
Okay. And while they're talking, so Mr. Rashad Murphy, it seems like we're getting close to your counsel resting as well. So this would be the part of the, okay, you're already shaking, you already know what I'm going to say, which is fine. That's good. That means you've been paying attention, which is good. But I do have to have the colloquy with you. Do you understand that this is the part of the trial, the penalty phase, where you have to make the decision whether or not to testify or remain silent? Do you understand that? And do you understand that this decision is solely yours? No one, including your attorneys, can in any way pressure you, threaten you, or coerce you in any way in order to get you to either testify or remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your decision? Do you wish to? You wish to remain silent. Okay. And has anyone pressured you or threatened you?
All right. So she just asked, I didn't see that coming, but she asked both of them, both of the Murphy boys. Rashad said, hell no, I'm going to sit here on my medication and just watch this play out. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I am not. No, I'm not going up there. Davion, this will be an interesting evening. They're talking it out right now. We're going to see what Davion wants to do. But both of them, oh my word.
You in any way in order to get you to make that decision?
No, ma'am.
And has anyone made you any assurances regarding what the outcome of these proceedings will be?
No, ma'am.
And you understand no one can, because no one knows what any jury will do. You understand that?
No, ma'am.
Oh, you understand?
I understand that.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay.
And both of my two witnesses are on.
Okay, yeah, I just need to get the Zoom up and running again. Okay, and as to Davion Murphy, Mr. Murphy, you now had sufficient time to speak with your attorneys. And what is your decision? Do you wish to testify or remain silent? You'll remain silent. And has anyone, including your counsel, in any way pressured you or threatened?
All right. So he's choosing to remain silent. Whew. Can y'all imagine? That would have undid everything. He thought about it because they needed to talk through it. He wanted to do it. Does that prove that he wasn't all there up here? Because think about it. If he went up there and showed that he had some competency, that would have fucked their entire defense here. The whole thing would have went in the garbage, the trash, the bin. The whole thing in the trash, right? So he chose not to do it. Rashad chose not to do it. So for the remainder of the day, I think we can call Davion's testimony or his witnesses a done deal. Now we go to Rashad. Rashad doesn't have many. We have Shaheem Murphy on this list, David Murphy on this list, a Jamila Murphy on this list, a Devron Herring, and then Mr. Collins. So we have about 5. Some of them are appearing on Zoom. So I think this is going to be really quick. We are at 4:08 Eastern Standard Time. That does put us as at less than an hour of court time left. And with that, that means that we will go to state's rebuttal tomorrow, likely around 1 o'clock. Closing arguments as well. She hinted at wanting to start it tomorrow. So we'll see what the judge decides closer to the end of the day. But whoo-wee, these boys decided not to testify. That got interesting for a second, but both of them said, no, the Murphys are not doing it. So the only one that did was Sean. Sean's the only one that chose to testify. All right. Sean's the only one. Now, as far as the criers, we had tears from Isaiah yesterday. We had tears from Sean. No tears from Davion, right? Let's see what happens with Rashad. And here's the thing. You got a teaser because you got 2 Rashad witnesses this morning as well. You had Charmaine and you had another doctor. So we're going to see what else he has. I think it's mostly family, but the doctors already went. So let's see what happens for the next hour.
You or coerced you in any way to make this decision?
Yes.
And has anyone made you any promises regarding what the outcome of the penalty phase will be?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? No one can, because no one can ever predict what a jury will do. Do you understand that? Okay, very good. Okay, so we've got 2 Zoom witnesses left. I'm going to read the stipulation, Mr. Rashad Murphy's stipulation as well. So when the jury comes back in, Ms. Toomey, you're going to rest in front of the jury. Then we will proceed forward with the remaining witnesses for Rashad Murphy. And then once those witnesses are done testifying, and then once I read the stipulation, then you will rest in front of the jury.
Correct.
Okay? And then state, you've got your 2 rebuttal witnesses, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so do you want to get going on that today? At least get it started? Because we'll have
I
don't believe either one is available. Dr. Warner is probably en route right now from Gainesville coming down.
Okay, that's fine. So that's it. No, we'll recess for the evening and they'll be ready tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Yes.
That's what I'm
Dr.
hearing.
Blakestein is at 1 o'clock by Zoom.
Okay, so then, so then what we'll do is we will, sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at one time. Let me get the Zoom up and running first. Oh, okay, and the court reporter's computers, everything's, we're trying just to get it done for today. Yeah. Yeah, I do see Jamila Murphy in the waiting room. And Hazel Dickerson is in the waiting room.
Mr. Dickerson, that's who you call
Hazel
him.
Dickerson is the one I'm calling first.
Okay. Okay. Court reporter, let me know when you're ready.
They do not want their faces shown on.
And they do not want their faces shown? Neither one?
Neither one.
Okay, and again, for the media, neither one of the witnesses appearing via Zoom wants their identity broadcast. Okay. As soon as the court reporter is ready to go, ready to go.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Shit, now I sound like the judge. Okay, very good. All right, so they are, I think we got a little bit of TiVo time. You're getting their Zoom witnesses ready.
Yes, I'm waiting on those, and then I did ask for Mr. Chance and Mr. Rashad Murphy if your assistants can just send it in Word form. It came in PDF, and I'm not computer savvy enough to convert. It just makes my life easier if I can cut and paste.
Okay,
So I have them, but it just makes it easier if I can cut and paste. So,
I said it in Word as well. After I got it.
okay, thank you. Your second teacher's pet. Okay, you ready to go? Okay, excellent. Okay, I think we're ready, so let's bring in our jury.
All rise. All judges are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. Welcome back in. And Ms. Toomey, on behalf of Davion Murphy, do you have an announcement at this time? Okay, very good. And Mr. Hernandez, as to Rashad Murphy, who's your next witness?
Hazel Dickinson.
Okay.
And for the record, Your Honor, Dickerson.
Okay, Ms. Dickerson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. So can you please raise your right
Okay.
hand? Can you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank
I
you.
swear.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, could you again state your name for the record?
Hazel Dickerson.
And do you know the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him? What is your relationship to him?
He's my birth nephew. My maternal nephew, but I also adopted him.
Okay. So have you known Rashad pretty much his entire life?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe, if we could talk first about the family, his parents, what do you know about his father?
I know that, well, when you say about his father, what am I speaking of? As far as, no.
I'm sorry, I'm referring to Rashad Murphy's father. Did you know him? Can you tell us a little bit of what you know about him?
I know him, but there's really not much for me to tell except that he hasn't been very active in his life, but I know him.
Okay. When you said he was not very active in his life, are you referring to being a father figure for Rashad?
That's correct.
Would it be correct to say he was not a good father?
That's a tough call because all I just know is that he wasn't active. I don't want to say good or bad because that's categorizing someone that I haven't been around.
Okay, but when you say not active, are you basically saying not involved in Rashad's life? Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What about Rashad's mother? Did she have some drug problems?
Yes, she did.
And was there a time when Rashad was very young that he was actually placed in foster home?
That's correct.
And did you become aware that there were problems with the foster homes and him having been abused?
We weren't aware of anything at first because they kept them away from us for a year, about a year and a half, so we didn't know where they were. And it was a family member who he saw in the store. And from that point is when we were able to get to the nitty gritty, get down to the nitty gritty of things. And Rashad is the person who, when he recognized his Aunt Peaches, he
take your time.
He pretty much fought hard for him and his brother to get out of their situation, and how he was able to subliminally notify anyone, we don't know, but that was something that he was able to do. And that's how we were able to get involved like we did, because they kept them from us.
Do you recall how old Rashad was when he was placed into foster care? Would it be something? Go ahead.
I want to say, sir, that he was 9. I'm not so good with the numbers now. The brain is a little fried, but I want.
So guys, because she's on Zoom, the audio is muffled. I didn't even catch how she's related, but this woman is Hazel Dickerson. She is related to Rashad in some capacity. I think we heard auntie. It don't sound like a granny And I don't think it's mama. So I think it's auntie, but as soon as we get some clarity, I will pin it in chat. I have her name, but I just don't know in what relation she is to Rashad. And he has one witness left after this. So let's keep going.
I say he was 9.
Okay. And do you know how long he was in foster care?
Roughly 3 years. 3 years. I don't want to be inaccurate, but it was a number of years because 1.5 years we did.
All right. Thank you, chat. Y'all are saying adopted auntie. I'm getting mixed with maternal aunt or paternal aunt, but we hear auntie. So we're just going to go with that.
See them. And then once they got to another family who was able to agree, I guess, I don't know how Georgia did it, but they agreed to let us see him. That took some time, so we were able to do visits, see him in Georgia.
So did you say that you were not able to even see him for the first 1.5 years? Is that correct?
We didn't even know where they were.
Okay.
That's correct.
And then he was in foster care for at least, what, another 1 year or 2 or 3 before he was released?
Yes, I would say another two years.
And when you found out about the problems that he was having in foster care, were you the one that was instrumental in trying to help him? And I think you referred to yourself as his adopted mother.
Right. I wasn't the instrumental one in being the initial hands-on, but what I was the person who made sure his grandmother, grandfather, Phyllis and Leroy Murphy, and my mother, Elfrida Gaddis, were always on set. They were at court, they were visitation, whatever had to be done, I was the one to make sure they got here.
Now, do you, after you were able to have contact with him and after the first 1.5 years, did you become aware of some activities that Rashad was involved in, sports, boxing, things of that nature?
Yes.
What do you know about that?
He was involved with boxing. He actually, and you all could look that up, he was the foster mom that he ended up with, Miss Dallas. He did boxing matches, and he was the champion for his age group. That's why I think the age 9 or 10 sticks out, because he was very young, but he was good. And he made it. He was the champion for that state in his age group, whatever she had in.
Now
Oh, we have a tearing situation. I looked down for a moment. We have Davion's the only one that didn't cry so far. Let's go back on in.
Can you describe
Is breaking down, chat.
the environment, the neighborhoods that he grew up in? Were they communities that had a lot of violence?
I would say so.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to observe Rashad as a father?
Yes.
What kind of father have you observed him to be?
He's an excellent dad. He's overprotective, I know that, of his kids, based on what he's been through. Very overprotective. He, as far as the boys, he loved to have them in sports. The girls, of course, he dopes with them, daddy's girls is what he has. And he's the one. He's the one that loved to cook for him and do all that stuff. He's the guy. He's that guy.
Did you also observe him as a brother, as someone, how he dealt with his siblings? Please, yes, is that, you're not in your head, but for the record, you need to answer.
No, I was gonna answer, it's just
Okay.
that,
Okay.
I get choked up a little bit, so I apologize. But, with his siblings, definitely, they came first after those kids, or maybe alongside his kids, and, when their mom passed, he actually refused to be ignored as far as wanting the opportunity to have custody of his sister and brother, the younger ones.
So you observed him not only being a good father, but also trying to become a father figure to his younger brother and sister.
That's correct.
What have you observed of Rashad and his faith in Jesus?
Rashad, are raised as Seventh-day and he could flip that Bible. He's very good at that. And he went to Seventh-day Adventist school, elementary school, because my mother taught there she was teacher's aide there for several years, over 20 years. So Christian education and being part of the church was something that my mother, who was Alfreda Gaddis, once he came on our side in Florida, she definitely kept him in church.
What do you know? Do you know the Murphys?
Yes.
Okay. Who are they and what did they have to do in Rashad's life?
The Murphys are actually excellent. Leroy and Phyllis Murphy, they were also strong in faith, in their religion. Leroy was a disciplinarian. And Phyllis, of course, she was the doting grandma. And everybody always flocked over to their house. Everyone was welcome, no one was a stranger. So they were great, great grandparents.
These are the grandparents of Mr. Rashad Murphy.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when his grandmother died, did you notice any impact on Rashad Murphy?
You guys just reminded me to take Davion's poll down. Let me just refresh it over here. Thank y'all for that. So we are on Rashad witness number 3. This is Auntie. The poll is still up. I am going to end it for Davion. You guys have 4,000 views throughout the day. Sorry, I said that wrong. Rashad. But we had a poll up for about 6 hours. Davion's fate. Let me take a picture of this so we have it for our records for tomorrow. And I'm going to drop it in the chat in a second. I asked you if Davion is going to get life, death penalty, or mental health facility. 47% of you say life. 40% of you say death penalty, which is actually super high. It was not that high for Sean or Isaiah yesterday. I mean, for some reason, y'all are going in on the death penalty for Davion. And then mental health facility, I gave you that option and 13% of you selected that. I'm now going to end the poll and the results are going to be in the chat. There's the results. Shout out to Real For You. I'm going to get that in a second. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But let me give you guys a new poll first and keep going. But you will have a Rashad poll, and this is going to be the last of the 4 defendants on what you think his fate is going to be And I'll even just let my team know. So tomorrow we'll have all 4 poll results as we go to the defense rebuttal in the morning, and I can show you guys that. So I think that'll be pretty interesting as far as audience data. But let's go back on in.
Are you speaking on Phyllis? Because one of his grandmothers he didn't know, which was
Well, no,
my,
obviously, I'm
my mother, yeah.
the grandmother and grandfather that he had contact with, and when they passed.
Okay.
Please, go ahead. I
Okay.
didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm sorry, I do apologize.
No, no, my fault.
Did I see any change? Rashad has always been a quiet type individual, very quiet. So he would keep things to himself, keep himself, you'd have to try to figure out what he was thinking. So I think that's just that part of him, that's that strong part of him. So to say that if I saw any changes in him, I couldn't say. I just know that he coddled his kids more because they didn't have their matriarch around. He coddled the cousins, everybody. He just kept close to them. So I would say, in a way, yes, that's a form of showing that he was affected by not wanting to lose him, or making sure he was around where he had to be for as long as he could be around.
Would it be accurate to say that Rashad, as a child, a small child, witnessed domestic violence?
Yes.
And
yes.
I'm referring to his mother and his father.
Yes, his mother, his father, his mother, and her husband at the time. And probably his mother and, other people that may have been in her life due to her lifestyle.
And I may have asked you already, I'm not trying to be repetitive, but did his mother have drug problems?
Yes.
Okay. And was that a primary reason or one of the reasons why Rashad was placed in a foster home?
Yes.
Okay. Despite all that, from your observations, did he love his mother? Rashad, love his mother?
Yes.
And did you notice him also being affected when his mother died?
Yes.
Was there a time that you...
Well, wait. The mother died. But didn't they just say something about screenshots because the mother was scared? What's going on? I don't understand that.
were with Rashad, and you sent him to New Jersey to around 14 to go to school?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Mother.
What was the reason?
So does she mean her mother died? So auntie's mother died, the grandmother died. Okay, that makes more sense.
Because so he could become engaged in sports. My sister had a lot of connections up there in football.
Oh, Davion's mother died. Okay, got it. Thank you, Chad.
Because that was his love, actually. And my sister has access to, quite few resources in schools up there. And we wanted to give it a shot to see if he could become a part of something like that because he loved football. And it worked for me. It worked. And schools were calling for him at his young age. When he was in high school, they had letters out. There's a video, my sister still has it, of him out there on the field.
Sorry, this family. We're trying to untangle the Murphys. So Davion's mom is the one that did not want to show up with the screenshots, and we passed the witness. And now I'm just learning about, I'm trying to just make it straight for the chat too, because we want to be clear with people watching on replay. So it sounds like Rashad's mother passed away and he went into foster care. That makes sense. Davion's mother is the one that did not want to show up because of screenshots or something along those lines. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure that we are clear. Let's go back on in.
Was their star player. So it did work, but he was missing his family.
I've asked you about him as a father, correct?
Yes.
And I'm not sure if I asked you about his relationship with Charmaine Stiger. Are you aware of that relationship?
Yes.
Can you describe that relationship, asking you about what you observed as Rashad Murphy as a husband or father to the children?
That relationship, the two were inseparable. And she was actually one of the main reasons why he wanted to even come back. Because that was that.
Come back from New Jersey?
From New Jersey.
Okay.
He was missing his family and her. That young puppy love, he had that. They had that. So that's how long they've been together.
This Dickerson, did you observe him to be a working person who regularly worked? Rashad?
No.
Did he get, you don't know if he
I
had
didn't.
jobs or not?
No.
Okay. If he is sentenced to life in prison, would you continue to have contact with him and maintain your relationship, even visiting him in prison?
Most definitely. Yes, sir.
May I have a moment here?
Yes.
One final question, ma'am. If you could tell the jury what kind of person is the person that you know Rashad Murphy to be?
The main thing that stands out, and two main things that stand out for Rashad is he's a protector and very smart. Two main things, a protector and he's very smart. Three, quiet. He's a quiet individual. You never know what he's thinking. Kind-hearted.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Ms. Ismer?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
I just want to follow up with you. So when you learned that Rashad Murphy and Shaheem Murphy were in foster care, did you work together with the family members that you mentioned? So his grandparents and his great-grandmother to get him out of the situation he was in?
Hold on, is that ChatGPT I hear? She's finally up. 3 days. She's finally up. ChatGPT is back.
Yes, actually, I was there when they were taken. I was there, and they would not turn kids over to us. And we found that unusual, and we thought that we would hear something from them, and we didn't. And it just went on where we kept seeking ways of trying to find out where these kids are, and they just wouldn't. Well, Rashad actually was in school when they took him.
Right, but you
And-
were at least trying to get custody or a stable environment outside of the home he was in with your sister.
Oh, my niece, well, Darlene, she's my niece.
Oh, I
His
apologize.
mom is my niece. Yes, it's okay.
But you were working together with your other family members to try to get custody of him? Is that a yes?
Yes,
I
well,
apologize.
it was, yes.
And you did mention when Mr. Hernandez was asking you that there was some physical abuse in the foster home. Was that Mr. Rashad Murphy seeing physical abuse of the other children inside of that home?
Of his brother.
And once you all learned, but you had no information about any kind of physical abuse when he was in the custody of your niece, or abuse of him when he was in the foster care system, or even afterward, right?
No.
But once you all learned of this information, did you still work with your mother, so his great-grandmother, Miss Gaddis, and his grandparents, Leroy and Phyllis, to get custody of him?
Yes, my mother actually moved to St. Mary's in order to get him. And Phyllis and Leroy were there as well.
And once it was reported, what was occurring.
Anna, we missed you, Anna. Chat. She been up there for like less than 5 minutes. Already got him. Remember that affidavit? The amended list of mitigating circumstances, line item number 4 says the defendant has a history of physical or emotional abuse as a child consistent with childhood post-traumatic stress disorder. But he put on this document that he had it. Well, I mean, maybe you can. If you see the abuse of somebody else, does that give you PTSD? I don't know. Anna's on it already casting doubt. Already.
Did Rashad and Shaheem Murphy actually get removed and placed with another individual?
Yes.
And was that Miss Dallas?
Yes.
And how was their time with Miss Dallas? What would you describe that as?
Awesome. Miss Dallas was probably one of the best things that ever happened to them outside of our family, because Miss Dallas is the one who defied the odds of the foster care odds, and she would make sure that she would bring those kids, those boys, to Jacksonville. Their sister Diamond was a singer, and she was a little thing singing in church, and she would make sure they come to her church performances, and anything that we were having, Miss Dallas would make sure that they stayed in touch with family, which is something that is very rarely heard of. So we all love Miss Dallas.
And did Miss Dallas continue that for the other 2 years or so until you all actually got custody of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, Miss Dallas actually didn't want to let them go, and neither did they want to leave her. They didn't want to leave her, but the state of Georgia made me adopt them, or else they would put them back in foster care and not with Miss Dallas.
And you were ultimately able to adopt them, and then they stayed with you until they aged out, moved out on their own. Is that right?
Well, not aged out, but we were, I'm sorry, they were in between me and Phyllis and Leroy. And Mimi, Jamila Murphy. We were just one big unit. So I wouldn't say I'm the only one that had my hands on them. No, we all did.
But Rashad specifically, you had an opportunity to, even in what your hands were able to do, help to change the circumstances that you found him in at age 9, right?
Yes.
And you did that with his grandparents and his great grandma and his other aunts and uncles in the community. And you had an opportunity, you said, to send him to New Jersey. Did you help support him financially as well, all of you as a family?
Yes.
And it's only been in the last couple of years, I would say. Is that what you indicated, that he's lost several of his grandparents, the ones that really supported him through into his late 20s? Is that right?
Yes.
But,
Yes.
but he also does have, I think, what you described as stable, a very long time and stable relationship with Ms. Stiger through all of these hardships, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Ma'am, thank you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay, any redirects?
No, you're on. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Dickerson, thank you so much. Your testimony is now concluded, so you can log off of the Zoom, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, and your next witness?
Your Honor, Jamila Murphy, and Jamila is spelled Jameelah. Sorry.
Hello, Miss Murphy, Jamila Murphy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can you turn your camera on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm trying to turn it on.
Sure.
Hold on. Okay, is it on?
We have a picture of you,
Okay.
but not, oh, there we go.
Okay.
Yes. All right, Miss Murphy, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. You can put your hand down and you may proceed, Mr. Hernandez.
Your Honor, may we very briefly approach?
Yes.
She getting snappy. Y'all hear that? Yes. She getting a little snappy there. All right. Why don't we?
Okay, you may proceed.
May I proceed?
Yeah.
Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
Yes, Jamila Murphy.
And Miss Murphy, I'm going to be asking you some questions about Rashad Murphy. Do you know him?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him? What is your relationship to Rashad Murphy?
That's my nephew, my oldest brother's child.
Okay. And have you known Rashad Murphy his entire life?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you aware of the fact that he was taken by the state and placed in a foster home at an early age?
Yes, sir.
What do you know about his father? Was he an active role model, or was he pretty much out of Mr. Rashad Murphy's life?
He was pretty much out of his life. He was around. He was around, but he wasn't like being a father.
Okay. And are you aware of Rashad's mother having a variety of problems that ultimately that she basically had a drug problem?
Yes, sir.
And was that at least one of the reasons for Rashad to be removed from the home and put in foster care?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you personally aware of any problems that Rashad endured while in foster care?
Any problem?
Do you know anything about him being abused in foster care?
Probably maybe with his first foster parents he was with, but his last foster parents took good care of him.
Okay.
Miss Alice.
But
She
there-
took good care.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. That you made some reference to abuse in the first placement of the foster care.
I think I'm not sure.
Now, despite the problems that Rashad's mother had, would it be accurate to say that Rashad loved his mother very much?
Oh, yes, he loved his mother.
And do you recall what his reaction was or his grief when his mother died?
And he took it pretty hard. He had grief. And he took it pretty hard.
Now, can you describe the neighborhood that Rashad was raised in? Was it a crime area, drugs or violence or anything of that nature? Do you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't bad.
I'm sorry?
That's it, it wasn't that bad, but yeah.
What do you know about Rashad and his relationship with his fiancee, Charmaine Stiger?
That's I'm nervous. But they had a great relationship.
And did they have 4 children together?
Yes.
Did you observe Rashad as a father and as a male role model for them, as well as his relationship? Was it a positive relationship with his fiance?
Yes, sir, it was. He was great. He was a great father.
Okay, and can you give me examples of why you believe he was a great father? Did you see him participate in activities with them? Did he care for them? Things of that nature.
Yes, I seen him. He was make sure he clothed and fed them and make sure his children was in activities.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was definitely getting make sure they was in, in school activities, to going to the school and stuff like that, and just being there for his kids.
What about how did you also observe him having contact with your children or grandchildren? How did he?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you observed as him as a relative, as a person.
He's a loving big cousin, and he was a protector. He's the first cousin, so he made sure all his cousins was good and they looked up to him.
What about? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
Okay. What about how he? What relationship? How he related to his own siblings, his brother and sister?
Oh, he was a great big brother. He made sure he was overprotective with them. He made sure everything was, they was straight and everything, like from school and stuff too.
Do you recall him actually, in addition to trying to support 4 kids and a fiance, do you recall him actually trying to adopt or at least take care of his brother and sister in many ways, including financially?
Oh, yes, I have. He did. He stepped up to his 2 younger siblings.
Do you love Rashad?
Yes, I do.
If he was sentenced to life in prison, would you continue to have contact with him and visit him and maintain as best as you can your relationship with Rashad?
Yes, I will.
Is there anything else about Rashad, any other qualities that I have forgotten to ask you?
No, I think he's excellent.
One second, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Ooh, I hate being nervous.
Ma'am,
Yeah,
who is Rashad Adams? Gerard Adams.
that's my child.
Would you consider Rashad and Gerard, your child, close?
Yeah,
Okay, now is Rashad deceased? Gerard, I'm sorry.
yes, he is.
Okay. And do you know who he's buried next to?
Yes, he's buried next to Rashad's mother and my mother.
Do you recall seeing Rashad and his reaction to the death of your son?
Yeah. Yes.
And what was that? Did it have an impact on him?
I think he did, of course, yes. He was the little one, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ismar.
Right. I didn't think Rashad had that in him. That was good legal strategy. I did not think Rashad had that in him. God damn, Chad. What did you just see right there? You have this next Rashad witness. This was Jamila Murphy from the Murphy family. Is this Spaz's mother? I don't know, but Joe Rod Adams was her son. And she talked about how, you know, at the end, Rashad whispered something into his attorney's ear. The attorney talked about the familial relationship of Rashad at the last end of that, said, I want the last word. Here's what I want you to talk about. I want you to talk about that death. I want you to talk about how he was buried next to Rashad's mother. I want you to talk about how he's, you know, Rashad saying this, my mother and my granny. I did not think he had that in him. This whole time we think he just crashed out, zoned out. There's something in there. All right. And this might be his last witness. So let's see. Let's see if that had an impact of the jury. I did not see that coming.
That was like both of them, of course.
All right, you may proceed.
Ma'am, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You said your son was like
Rashad, Jamila probably been watching our stream. She knows, oh, yes, I can hear you. Your chat GPT. Yes, I know you're coming.
brother to Rashad, right?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to help to raise Rashad once Miss Hazel actually adopted him?
Yes.
And did he stay with you a lot over the course of those years? So from 9 or so through when he was 18?
Yes.
Did he get an opportunity when he was living with you to also be living with Joe Rod?
Yes, he did.
Is that why you're saying that they have a close relationship like brothers?
Yes.
And I'll change subjects, okay? When he was coming to your house when he was a teenager, did you sometimes take him to school?
Yes, I did.
And did you talk to him about school and what was happening at high school?
Yes.
How was he doing in high school with grades?
Oh, great. He was an 80 honorable student. He was good.
And you were proud of him for that?
Yes.
The home that you provided to him and your own children, would you call it stable?
Yes.
Did he have the opportunity to drive or go back and forth between your house and Miss Dickerson's house and his grandparents' house and his great-grandma's house?
Yes.
Did you all work together to raise him, even despite the issues that his mom was having at the time?
Yes.
And did he have any learning disabilities or anything like that that you were aware of throughout the course of those teenage years before he moved out?
No, not one of them, no.
Did you all, once he moved out, was that to be living with Miss Stiger?
Yes.
And did you all remain supportive of him and his family as that family grew?
Yeah.
I have no further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
Mr. Hernandez, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you so much, Ms. Murphy. Your testimony is concluded, so I'm gonna close out the Zoom, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, and I do have a stipulation to read to you all. Again, you are to accept this as being.
All right, chat. We're leaning towards the end of the stuff for the day. I actually think Jamila did good. She did good on the stand, but she knew who ChatGPT was. She was like, "Hold on, I know who you are." Yes, like she said, "I know who you are, Miss Anna." All right, we're gonna go to some jury stipulations and wrap it up for the day. Thank you guys so much for gifting out memberships. I'm gonna do a few. So stick around for a little bit while we wrap up the day and we'll talk about what tomorrow looks like. It looks like they're going to go to the final instructions for the day. Let's go back on in.
Proven. Comes now the Danny Hernandez, attorney for defendant Rashad Murphy and assistant state attorney Scott Harmon, do hereby stipulate as follows. The defendant Rashad Murphy has no prior felony convictions, and this is signed by both Mr. Harmon and Mr. Hernandez. Okay. All right, Mr. Hernandez, do you have an announcement?
Your Honor, yes, at this time, defendant Rashad Murphy would rest.
Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, it's 10-5, so we're going to go ahead and take our evening recess. I believe the state has 2 witnesses tomorrow, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so we have to start going over jury instructions. So I'm going to have you all report tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the start, because we have to meet ahead of time to start going over the final set of jury instructions. We'll see how we do tomorrow. I anticipate we'll at least start closing arguments by the parties. I don't think we'll get through all of them. So I anticipate you all will come back Friday morning. There may be additional closing arguments or not, and then the final set of instructions. So again, you will get this case for penalty phase on Friday, okay? All right, so just remember my previous instructions. Don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case, and don't do any of the other stuff I've repeatedly asked you not to do, and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. start, all right? Thank you.
All right.
Okay, very good. All right, I emailed everybody what I have done so far as verdict forms and the final set of instructions. So you guys can start looking over them tonight. I don't yet have the non-statutory mitigators for Davion or Rashad Murphy. They may have gotten sent to my JA, I just don't have them yet. So anyway, so I will get those, and then we will meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for our charge conference, okay? So just start looking over everything and make sure I've got everything that we need in the jury instructions and the verdict form, okay? Okay, and then for closing arguments, I don't know if defense counsel's talked about it, if you all have a lineup, if you all can agree on a lineup, great. If not, then I will just go in the order of the indictment, which is Isaiah Isaiah Chance, Gathright, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy. Okay? All right, very good. See you guys tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Okay, it's a lot. So it looks like they have finished for the day, chats. They cut the feed after this. We made it. We made it. We made it. And she is cleaning out them eyes. All right. Judge Cisco has finished for the day. Oh, there's a lot to recap. Let me give you your afternoon recap. Turn my volume up to normal. Thank God. And now we can finally talk about what we've seen today. I gave you your afternoon recap or your morning recap earlier. This afternoon, we didn't see much. We saw one doctor, and then we saw a few family witnesses, two of which were inmates for Davion. And they just talked about family upbringing. I do think Davion's upbringing was tougher than everybody in this case. I think Davion had it the worst, really. But even when it comes to Rashad, he's had some things too. Here's how I can tell. Remember when we dropped that data for, and I'm going to take a picture of this poll too, that data for that poll with Davion, which was up all day, almost 4,000 votes. Y'all wanted to give Davion the death penalty. No other defendant in this case had over 40%. I don't know why, but y'all wanted to give Davion the death penalty. Granted, all of these choices across the board, court of public opinion, you are voting life instead of the death penalty. So I can see that the population is not comfortable with the death penalty. And many of you guys live in other states where you may not live in Florida, but in Florida, the death penalty is legal and it is an option on the table. But from what I can see, I think people are pro-life here. Even if people make mistakes, keep them alive. They took another life. Do you want to give them life or do you want to take it away? I don't know why. Even right now, you could look in the chat. 900 votes so far. I asked you about Rashad's fate. So far, 62% say life because he does have 4 kids with Charmaine, even though she showed up this morning in court from jail, both kids without parents. Tough. Death penalty for Rashad is 30% and mental facility is 8%. So y'all don't think that he is tapped. You guys don't want to give any of these defendants the death penalty. The only one that came up very high was Davion. And it's so crazy to me because I'm going to have my team do this tonight. I polled you guys every day during the trial who was the most cooked. Everybody said Sean. Then I think Isaiah came up next. And the Murphy cousins were at the bottom. It's so weird that y'all want to give Davion the death penalty, chat. Why? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, most people are choosing life, but there is, I don't know what happened with that data today. Maybe it was trolls or what. People came through. They were like, kill Davion. Damn. Shit. Like, y'all want to give him the death penalty out of all people? But, here's what happens, though. In this sentencing phase of this trial, and I'm just going to go ahead and cut it off because they are out of the courtroom. In this sentencing phase of trial, you actually get to know the defendants. And that's what most of the jury members have to grapple with. All right, we learned about Sean. Sean is the only one. Now we have confirmation that they're, about to rest. Sean is the only one that took the stand. The youngest one that took the stand, pled for his life. Right? Isaiah was like, nah. You see these fingers? Nah. You saw Davion think about it. But at the same time, let's be honest, Davion would have fucked that shit up. He would have fucked it up. He would have fucked it up. Father Time got in there and said, no, don't sit your ass right here. Darius, Davion, Damon, I don't know what your name is. No, don't go up there. Father Time said, no. Davion thought about it. Rashad said, hell nah, I'm not going up there. But let me bring my family members up. So out of all of the defendants that chose to testify with their right, Sean went up first. Sean was also the first one, and it's likely that the other defendants saw Scott roast Sean, so they did not want to also be roasted in that same way as well. That's my legal strategic input on it. It's their right. They can choose not to. But 3 death penalties on the table, okay? So this jury has a tall order. They seem pretty fast and efficient, this jury, because they came back with the verdict. They started deliberation Friday at 10 a.m. and they came back with the verdict around 6 p.m. So they got it done in about 7.5 to 8 hours. What did the judge just tell us? After we went through all of these Murphy witnesses, we talked about what tomorrow looks like. The state does have 2 rebuttal witnesses. We are still going to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And the reason why is because the judge is going to go through a final draft of jury instructions. We did that last Friday as well. So tomorrow, we're just going to make sure that the jury instructions are ready. You guys will get a sneak peek at what that looks like. She will post it, and if I can grab it, then I'll show it to you before the jury starts to deliberate on what the final sentence will be. Now, the state has 2 rebuttal witnesses. One is a doctor. Her name is Dr. Warner. She is going to be used for the 3 defendants that said that they had mental health issues. Usually, and based off of how Scott was moving on cross, I think they're going to try to say that that ADHD, that slow shit, that low IQ shit is not a thing. So I think that's what she is going to combat tomorrow. Rashad, I will say, Rashad, I was very surprised at legal strategy with the Rashad, with the whole J-Rod Adams thing, or Gerard Adams, and having the last word and saying he was buried next to Rashad's mother and granny. If anything, that also kind of implicates you with motive too. Because it shows that the start of this, the root of this, was you still being very upset about Spaz's death, right? It's a double-edged sword. You can use it, but at the same time, it opens you up to other counterattacks legally, right? I'm just telling you guys, opens you up. That's all. So good word, but that shows he was paying attention in some aspects, right? After we go through the 2 witnesses, the jury is going to join us at 10 a.m. We will now move to closing arguments. What's going to happen is the way that it always works. The state starts first, so Mr. Harmon's going to go. That might be 2 hours. Then we go through all 4 defense attorneys again. Then the state gets to rebut. So because of that structure, this could go into Friday. But one thing that Judge Sisko just told everybody is that the jury will have the complete case on Friday. Based on how this jury moves and operates, I think they'll be done relatively quickly. The sentencing phase is going to be faster than the actual deliberation phase. So we could be done midday Friday. I hope she doesn't tell them to pack an overnight bag tomorrow, but that's where we are. Okay, let's catch up with some super chats. That is what we are looking like for tomorrow, and that's your evening recap for the day. I'm going to come over to some supers. Where do we leave off? I think I got Chris Bibby and Michael Love. And for anybody that's new here, I only read the super chats during the breaks because I don't want to interrupt you guys unless we get like a stream sponsor, somebody that just like drops ridiculous amounts of money. But shout out to Darlene, who became a member. Welcome, Darlene. You're going to love our community. We love it here. We're going to have a great time. We really enjoy ourselves and we watch trials together. Shout out to Lynette with the 5 says, AV, thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Lynette. I appreciate the super chat there. Shout out to Legally Diamond, our favorite. 2 L's. That means she's in law school, guys. That means she is in the middle of her law school journey. Probably started. I don't know if she's a rising 2L or about to start her for a 3rd year, but I love, seeing people rise in the legal space. And I'm so happy that you're here, Legally Diamond. She's been with me for a long time, by the way. She drops me a $5 super chat. Says somebody in the comments said his brain looks like a slush. Y'all, this chat, that was when we were looking at Davion's brain scans. Oh, let's talk about that. That is the worst expert witness I've seen in a long time. And I don't think it's his fault. I don't. I had to go for a walk because of that other bullshit that happened. So I couldn't break this down to you guys. But the failure in that expert witness, I feel, was communication. And Diamond, it's communication. An attorney needs to prepare you for your testimony, whether you're an expert or a regular person. If I call you as a witness, I need to practice with you. I need to talk to you. I need to tell you what to expect, what I'm going to ask you, and also prepare you for what the other side can ask you. For an expert witness that's paid, I think the disconnect was he was frustrated because he's probably done a few other expert testimonies in the past. He has, you can tell. And the way that this was done was so sloppy that's where the frustration happened. Because remember when he got back up for cross and he exhaled, he was like, he didn't have the right fucking equipment up there. He didn't have a pointer to talk through his findings. He should have stayed in his seat, but they were like, oh, we don't have a pointer for you. So he got upset when he had to start getting up there and raising his voice to point at his findings on the screen. She also wasn't properly asking him questions to get the answers that they paid for. So if this was a paid attorney on Davion's side, that was horrible, terrible. And if she is a public defender, or if anybody from Davion's camp is a public defender and they had to pay this man $4,000 to do that testimony, it still has to be paid. But that was really shitty. Nothing was linear. Nothing made sense. If anything, it was so confusing. Like, okay, and let me go back to it. Let me go to my notes. Because it was just a few things. What do we get? Davion is pre-diabetic. Davion weighs over 300 pounds. Davion has global brain damage. Davion has a lack of glucose, and that affects the total operation of his brain. Davion has one frontal lobe that is damaged. That impacts his behavior. There's tear tissue on the brain as well from 3 accidents in the past. But that right frontal lobe has issues. At the end of the day, there were 3 lobes damaged. I think I explained that to you guys in less than a minute. Why the hell was he up there for that long, confusing everybody? And it was a disconnect between the lawyer and the expert witness. And I think that expert witness got very frustrated because he was not properly prepared for the case. That's on Davion's lawyer, the blonde woman. It is. It is. So, thank you, Legally Diamond. You just reminded me to break that down. Shout out to Jada, who became a member. Welcome. Jada, Welcome. We laughing with your username. We love that. I'm going to love it here. Shout out to Yardley with the 5 says free. Ooh, look at this. Yardley says free Sean. My little nephew deserved to be alive. This was an honest mistake. He's a good kid. Now, I thought about this. I was thinking about it last night before I went to bed. we might have, there's a lot of locals from Jacksonville following this case, and there's a lot of locals from Jacksonville in this chat following along everything. And I know sometimes it can be discouraging if you are, you know, related to one of the defendants and you're looking at it just to watch what people are saying. And I know right now everybody, and this channel is usually pro-defense defendants, but in this scenario, it is pro-prosecution. If you're related to Sean, I honestly feel bad. You know, it's not an easy situation. And it honest mistake, you know, it's just, you know, you got to think about Foolio's side too. So it's tough when we get into these debates, and I'm not even gonna look at the chat because, you know, it could be tough. But thank you so much for the super chat, Yardley. And if you are watching, I hope you know, prayers are with you and your family for the result. Next up, shout out to Miss Mara with the 5, says my son has ADHD, and whatever his brain tells him to do, he's going to do it. When I ask him why, he states he doesn't know. So I believe the doctor. Yeah, you know, I have a friend, a couple of friends with ADHD. Some of them are high-powered executives. High-powered executives. Okay? Crazy as fuck. Like, and I say that meaning that their brain moves so quickly that sometimes you have to calm them down. You know, I've had business partners like that. I've worked with people like this, and some of them are still fine in life, but it's just so, you just have to learn how to work with people like that. So if this is your son, I think you'll be okay, Miss Mara. Don't worry about it. I've seen many people succeed in life with ADHD. And in this case, we are talking a lot about ADHD. And I did tell you guys yesterday that we're parents and you have children with you know, what is being diagnosed as ADHD. You just got to deal with it, man. Like, it's a part of growing up with these kids, and their teenage years, I think, in my opinion, from what I've seen from other family members, is the most challenging times for young ladies and young men. And the best we could do is just be there as parents for them, you know? So I hope that helps, Miss Mara, and I wish your son well. I'm pretty sure he'll be okay. But don't worry about what you're seeing from the case. You know, it doesn't mean that if somebody is diagnosed with ADHD that they're going to run around with ARs and shoot people up like that. You know? It's very rare. But thank you. Shout out to Rhonda with the 20, says, hey, AV, the bullies are idiots. This is the best channel on the tubes of you. Chat got your back. 5 young men gone. No winners in this case. F drill rap, make better music, young people. Yeah. And I think we saw that yesterday with Isaiah Chance with one of his witnesses. I think it was his stepfather. And the judge had a moment where she was curious, like, what the hell's going on in Jacksonville? Why is this happening up there? And he talked about the adolescent mind and the dopamine that they get with this drill rap music and dissing each other and going back and forth and taking it further and further and further. But then there's the other side, which is once you get over that dopamine level, the next part is understanding the consequences of those actions. So it's pretty fascinating, but it is something that can be overcome if people work together to stop the stuff. You know, it's never going to stop, really, if you think about the 90s and the evolution of hip hop, right? We started with gangster rap for most of y'all that are of my age. I'm older than I look. But in the 90s, you started with that. Even further than that, in the 80s. Gangster rap really had its growth in the 90s, I feel. Like it started with, I don't want to say started because I'm not an expert. But it came from, I don't want to say came from either, because there's a lot in the Northeast and on the West Coast. I think the West Coast is where it got popularized in mainstream media, where artists were getting signed. You know what I'm talking about? Ice Cube, you know, like back in the day, that sort of thing kind of grew a little bit faster. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the community, the hip hop community, hasn't grown up without this stuff. Drill rap is a different facet of it that you see developing about 20 to 30 years later. But at the same time, I'm not claiming to be an expert, because y'all know people will be in this chat like, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't. This is anecdotally. But do people listen to conscious hip hop? Do y'all remember the Most Defs, A Tribe Called Quest, all of that back then? I know I can, Nas, be what I want to be. If I work hard at it, I'll be where I want to be. Where people was conscious hip hop prioritized? Was it? KRS-One, let's go back there. NWA is what I was looking for. Yes, NWA. You know, y'all be surprised. Like behind the scenes, sometimes when I cover these cases, there will be some rappers that hit me up. There's one from that era back in the day that hit me up. We had a great conversation. He was also trying to slide in my DMs, but it was great to talk to a legend like that. Like I was just like, man, you're him, you know? But at the same time, we had this discussion because it was when I was covering the YSL. It got a lot of attention, man. Like you will never believe the people that were in my DMs. But there was this one, I will put him in the conscious hip hop realm, and we were chatting about it. Never talked to him again after this. It was just a discussion about how these lyrics can be used as evidence, but also how it impacts the community and how far it can go. And it was a pretty fascinating conversation. But like conscious hip hop is not getting the views on YouTube. It's not. So it's hard. It's hard, man. I mean, like, look at all the beef stuff that's happening. Like, even with Young Thug, you know, people were coming at Young Thug, calling him a rat. And I lived in Atlanta. Everybody's calling it Rat Atlanta. And who's ratting and who's not? It became a thing. I would say fall of last year. Rat Atlanta. Who's ratting? And then the 6ix9ine thing blew up because it's just like this whole fascination with telling became a thing. And like I'm telling you, people are passionate about it. Like who a rat, who's not a rat. That's what the focus is. And you would never really expect that if we were looking at this 40 years ago and how it impacted the culture. But like, it's so hard to see. But to your point, Rhonda, philosophical conversation here, you know, make better music in what way? I mean, sometimes it's catchy stuff. Like I was on Young Thug's Instagram before this case started, and he hadn't dropped music in a long time, and he had just posted a song. And I follow Thug because I covered the case, so I'm always gonna follow Thug, like, you know. And there's no love lost, nothing like that. But like he posted a song, and granted, Thug's situation is interesting because he's on probation. So he posted that. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. Go to his reels right now. And it's a new song. And it was like, shake that ass, bounce. Don't just sit on the couch. But the beat is like catchy. Everybody was in the comment section like, this trash, Thug. This is so trash. I thought it was catchy. I'm not gonna lie. Like I did. Shake that ass, bounce. Don't just sit on the couch. I mean, like the lyrics, yes, I get it. But like the beat was, you know what I mean? Like it was hitting. Anyway, go check it out if you haven't already. But when it comes to music, the whole thing just got to be reformed. Let me keep going. Thank you, Rhonda. Shout out to Truest Dude with the 5 says, thanks so much for what you do, AV. You are appreciated. Tupac VC 100. Yeah, Chad. We might have a Tupac trial this summer. I can't believe I'm saying that in my lifetime. I was a child when Tupac got killed. We are going to have a Tupac trial this summer. If they don't move it. Can you imagine that? watching Keefe D on the stand. I don't remember what I said on Vlad TV with the glasses. I said that. I don't know what I said. Just straight unking. Colon cancer. Yeah. Orlando Brown did all this. It was my that was my nephew. And then on top of that, Diddy paid me $100 million. And then Eric Von Zip ran off with the money. Vlad TV, a witness. Vlad on the witness stand. You can't make this shit up. It's gonna be an interesting year. Thank you, Truist. Shout out to Real for You, Parisco. I know you change your name. I see you all the time. Drop me a 20. It says, in memory of my brother, a Marine that lost his life to a YN in Jersey. Rest up, Gene. Salute to Gene. Sorry you lost your brother. Paul, he says, an Army combat veteran. Keep up the good work, AV. Thank you. And salute to your brother. And, thank him, thanking you and your family for his service. But lost his life to a YN. That's tough, man. I'm sorry to hear that. But that's the thing. Like, we don't want brothers hurting each other. And especially, these are just the community talks that I think need to happen in a mature way without violence or whatever. I mean, shit, I just got a death threat yesterday. I think it was the same dude that came back today and was just like, that's bullshit, and you didn't get a report. I sent it to Gail. I said, I'm Gail, I'm going for a walk. Gail saw it. I got the email, sent it to her. I said, do you see this? YouTube showed out for your girl. And why would I come on here and lie to y'all? What benefit does that have to me? To be going to war with a troll? I have so much shit to do. It's 5:32. I got a meeting in less than an hour. I haven't eaten lunch yet. You think I have time to? I don't have time. I'm trying to hire people to do this shit. Time to deal with a troll. Thank you. I'm so sorry for your loss, brother. And off topic, but again, it happens. And that's what I mean. Like, I'm not saying in other communities you don't see it. I covered the Karen Reed case last year. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna break. I'm not gonna say anything. But I did not feel good about covering that case. I wanted to help her. I really did. I did as much as I could. Sent money to this woman's defense fund, and it wasn't her. It wasn't her. It was another individual. And I was like, man, the exposure I have on my platform, it kind of solidified that I'm gonna be very selective with cases that I cover, and I'm gonna be meticulous with what is around it, because I'm not doing that. I've worked way too hard for that. 15 years corporate communications experience where I was working with C-suite executives. I went to law school. I studied this in undergrad too. 8 years of legal education. I'm not just doing this for my health. At this point, coming up on 100,000 subscribers, and y'all rock with me, I'm starting to feel a calling of doing a service to people and giving back to where I came from. And that is very important to me. So I'm not gonna deal with people that are gonna come in here and think they can run shit. Like, get out, get the YNs out. Like, it's because it's the YNs. I'm telling you, it's the YN trolls that think that you are not well connected, not connected to the military, not connected to high level grade security, not connected to the FBI, not connected with YouTube corporate. Like, I didn't just teach a class at Vid Summit a few months ago. Like, I'm not connected to Mr. Beast's team. Like, I'm not talking to my brother MTR, who's almost at 1 million. Like, I'm not connected to all of the mentors and people that have helped me and taught me that, hey, as you get bigger, the bullshit's gonna come. What did Biggie say? More money, more problems? We gonna keep going. They're not gonna break me. Shout out to our Khalees with the 10 says, life. The Casey and JoJo. I mean, these boys. But it's really looking more like life, guys. Taking a look at the poll over here. It's been up for an hour. If you have not voted, I'll leave it up for a few minutes as we go through our super chats. 60% of you guys think Rashad is going to get life. 31% death penalty. 8% mental. facility. Let's keep going. Shout out to L Will with the 10 says they were found guilty. Stop wasting taxpayer money. Yes, this is how I felt last week up here in Massachusetts with the whole football player situation. Stephon Diggs dating Cardi B. Reporter from Cardi B's team or around Cardi B's team hit me up. They were all at the Met Gala. Was just like, AV, you're like the only person on YouTube from that area, educated in that state. Can you tell us what you think? She's worried. And I watched that. I looked at the police report. I didn't even need to see anything. I saw the police report. I said, she ain't got shit to worry about. And then we saw the trial. As a taxpayer, I was like, I just paid y'all all this money in business taxes. Give it back. Like, stop wasting my money. And in this scenario, Florida is a large state. Granted, defendants have rights, and the defendants can put up their witnesses to talk about this in the penalty phase. It's a very unique case. I don't think on this channel we've dealt with a death penalty state like Florida, where you see 2 phases of a trial. Typically, somebody is found guilty and then they're like sentenced like either a week later or the next day. So this is a very unique trial for this channel, but thank you, L. Willie, for the 10. Let me keep going. Shout out to Fashion Blair. I think I wrote down who got this one. Fashion, yes, Fashion gifted a membership, and May got it. So May, if you're here, if you haven't said thank you to Fashion, please do. It's very nice of Fashion to do. L. Willie gifted 5 memberships. Also wrote this down. JC got one. E. Christensen got one. Kathy got one. Danae got one. And Betty got one. If you received a membership from L. Willie, please say thank you to he or she. Shout out to Scuba with the 2 says, AV, do you know the demographics of the jury? Unfortunately, I don't. Because here's the thing. Typically, we have local reporters or boots on the ground when we cover our cases, and somebody will go in and tweet about it. I haven't found a credible source that I trust that tells us about the makeup of the jury. We'll find out after. I can tell you that I know that there's definitely a Hispanic man on there. There's definitely a Black woman on there. I believe a few, I think, from what we've heard. But I do think they learned after the Alicia trial to have this truly be a jury made up of their peers. Remember, we also had those alternates. So you have the 3 alternates that were excused, but there were 15 people watching this every single day. So I can't definitively tell you. Usually we have line of sight of that, but that takes somebody going in there and watching. I'm not going to ask Julio's mom because I think that's going to be too evasive and disrespectful right now. But I think, if we can find a source that is going to the courtroom every day, typically I like to go with the news sources because, news sources have that liability where they have to tell the truth about what they're actually seeing in courtrooms, and reporters know that. So they're going to be more fact-based. Granted, you still get fake news all the time. But as far as something like this, in my experience, we will look at it from that perspective. Since we're getting close, the other thing that I can recommend, and even if you guys want to check it out, Kathy Rousson is the executive producer at Law and Crime, and she is very communicative on her Twitter page. So Kathy with a C, Kathy, last name Rousson. That's where I get all my intel when it comes to these cases. Granted, she has all these teams at different courthouses and they report back. Sometimes she'll talk about jury makeup, but it's not always. So that's the best source I have for right now, unfortunately. Shout out to Miss Mara with the 5 says child predators get months, not life or death penalties. The justice system is horrible. Yeah, when it comes to that, think about it. You got these 4 boys. Obviously, they committed an egregious crime. But when it comes to protecting children, I think there could be some reform. Like, what was crazy to me in law school? I think we were in criminal law one night and we were talking about child predators. And our criminal law professor was talking about like how some people don't realize that these folks have to register. You could look it up right now and you'll be surprised at how many people live around you that are registered. I don't even want to put that in y'all's heads for parents. Let's keep going. Shout out to 174 Mars with the 2 says Murphy's had an actual reason. No remorse. Yeah. I mean, Rashad broke down. He was, in his arms. You ain't see not a tear from Davion. And maybe they're using that whole mental health thing as a reason, but not a tear from Davion. Shout out to Pretty Joy with the 5 says question. Does a jury decide 100% on the defendant's sentencing, or does Judge Sisko have to agree with their sentencing verdict? Yes. So this is pretty unique in a sense that is the law in Florida. You just need 8 out of 12. Now, it is a jury's decision and this jurisdiction. However, Judge Sisko still has to make sure that it is legally sound. That's why jury selection took so long, chat. Like usually jury selection takes a day or 2, but in this case, it took 2 weeks because there were specific criteria that these people had to qualify for to make this decision. It's not like that in every state. It's not. If y'all want some stats, actually, maybe that's what I can do for my homework is find some stats on how many juries or how many states have something similar or a legal mechanism like this. But it's tough. It's tough. But thank you so much, Pretty Joy. Excellent question. Shout out to Chris with the 2 says, is the POC trial federal? If so, it won't be on TV. No, you're right. So any trial that's federal, guys, is not going to be televised. Keefe D's and Tupac's is not. It's in the state of Nevada. You want to know why? Because we've covered not all of the hearings, but a majority of the hearings. The case has gone a little, I'm not going to say dormant, but as far as public interest, it got a lot of hype 2 years ago when Keefe D got arrested. They showed every single hearing, okay? And then last year, he had a few that were based off of continuances that were filed. But the other big thing is he switched attorneys like 3 times. Keefe D also has colon cancer. So I'm like, is he going to make it to trial? But it is a state of Nevada case. Good thing for us on the East Coast is because of the time difference, we get to start later in the day. That's why I do like these West Coast, Midwest cases because it gives you more time. But yeah, as far as I know, it is a state of Nevada issue, not federal. It has some federal undertones. He's accusing Diddy of some stuff, like paying the $1 million. But a lot of people in that case have died and perished. The shooter is dead. You know what I mean? Orlando Anderson, Keefe D's nephew. A lot of people from Tupac's family are gone. But from what I know, Tupac's surviving siblings want justice for him still. And that means, Mo Preem and the sister, they are still around. And at first, they were very skeptical about these charges. And they're like, well, listen, if they could get it done, they could get it done. Meaning that the police in Nevada, but they arrested Keefe D. And they found probable cause to arrest Keefe D for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Granted, if they searched his home and found shell casings, kind of like little boy Sean, and it matches 30-year-old evidence, it's going to be an interesting summer. That's all I can say. But thank you, Chris. Shout out to Malik with the 5 super sticker. Thank you so much. Malik, I appreciate you. Thank you. And then I'm just checking my phone to make sure I have not missed anything. And it appears that I have not. All right, y'all, I have not eaten today, and I do have a 6:30 meeting. So I'm going to pop on out of here. Thank you so much for rocking with me all day. I'm going to do something special for my supporters. Like literally, like y'all have no idea how close to 100,000 subscribers we are. Like this is so crazy to me that we're almost there, but we're almost there, you know, and I see it happening within the next month. So I'm going to do something special for y'all. Shout out to everybody that won a t-shirt today. My team is working on, I think she's going to do it within the next hour. I have all 5 submissions. So everybody that did win a t-shirt, you gave us your contact information. We will shoot out those links to y'all and you can place your orders and you'll be good to go. But as far as this case, we will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm going to start it around 9:15 and we're going to move into the last phase of the sentencing or the penalty phase. And that just means we're going to listen to the state of Florida, 2 rebuttal witnesses, closing arguments for all 5 parties, meaning the state goes first, all 4 defendants, and then the state gets to rebut at the end. Closing arguments likely are going to be scheduled for Friday. All right, y'all. And I won't fall asleep this time. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Love y'all. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Oh, wait. We got a few more super chats that came in real quick. I don't want to miss these. Shout out to Dion with the 5 says, I'm a metalhead. Didn't know what drill rap was until I stumbled across Trap Lore Ross of it. And Trap Lore Ross is great. I mean, you know, those documentaries go forever and ever and ever, but they're highly researched and highly put together. But yeah, you know, if you want some information on any case, he usually gets them out early. Here's the other thing. Trap Lore Ross does so well that now in courtrooms, they're using his videos as evidence. It's so crazy. I'm like, oh my God, like they're being used. I think the Foolio, I think in this case, they were going to use a Trap Lore Ross video. I remember ChatGPT arguing that once. Anna Ismer arguing to use one, but that was in Alicia's trial, I believe. So we'll see what happens. But thank you, Dion. And yes, like, you know, drill rap is different. It's newer, but it is a part of the culture. Shout out to Trail with the 5 says, I think Sean's getting life because of his age and his mom, his sister, and grandma defending him. Isaiah getting the death penalty. Trail's spoken. He said Isaiah's getting DP. Rashad DP too. And Davion get mental health. Yeah, I mean, that testimony today was so sloppy. They just didn't do it right. But I can tell it's a miscommunication with the attorney and the expert witness. No harm, no foul. But I do think the jury is going to think that something might be up with Davion. And speaking of that, let me go ahead and end the poll. Let me take a picture of it first so we can let you guys know how everything is looking with the poll information tomorrow. Rashad's faith, you guys have him at 60% life, 31% death penalty, and 8% mental facility. There are your results. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right, chat. I think I got all the supers. I never want to miss them. But that being said, let me get up on out of here. You guys have a wonderful evening. Get some rest. I will see you tomorrow. And we're going to continue on with this crazy, crazy case. Y'all have a good one. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.